Are they? Right there. Are they? Red eyes. Are they listening? Am I too distant? I've been drinking and my head keeps spinning. I can't go home. I can't go home tonight. I can't go home. I can't go home tonight. Are they listening or am I too distant? I've been drinking and my head keeps spinning. I can't go home. I can't go home tonight. I can't go home. I can't go home tonight. No, no.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. Thank you all for tuning in and coming and checking out the show tonight. We got a fun one. Going to be talking the Comic-Con, San Diego Comic-Con announcements and other things that'll be dropping here pretty soon and stuff. I'm joined tonight by some guests. We might have some more later. We'll see. It is going to be pretty much a conversational, open panel. Come hang out, conversate, and have a good time and stuff. But I'm joined by Rosales Comics, first time on my channel. Welcome. Thank you, sir, for being here.
Thanks for allowing me to be here.
Of course, man. Well, you constantly have invited every Sunday morning onto your show, so it is, of course, the offer is you're always welcome here anytime. And then, of course, we got Little Movie Perp.
Hello.
The Raptor himself. How you doing,
Hi.
man?
Hi, I'm here to bask in my ignorance when it comes to all these IPs, and
Yes.
I'm thankful that you have me here.
Absolutely, man. It's my pleasure. You guys are fun to talk to and fun to hang with, and it's going to be a good time. So real quick before we get started, because I'm sure it's going to get mentioned at the Marvel panel, has everybody here seen Deadpool and Wolverine?
I have.
I
Okay.
sure have.
Okay, cool. So I'm sure there's going to be spoilers about that as they get into the Marvel panel and things. But what did you guys think of Deadpool and Wolverine? Little Movie Perp.
Well, I thought it was good. I thought it was very good. It's my second favorite Deadpool movie. I love the first one. This is a close second. Really enjoyed it. Thought it was funny. Have some problems here or there, but
Sure.
they're not. It's a Deadpool movie, so it's fine.
Yeah. Was the MCU dying for you in any sense before this? Was it fading? Did this save the MCU?
No, no.
For
I've always liked the MCU. I always felt that they listened to fans. I think the MCU movies specifically, like if you go through the years, it seems like they're always like kind of like listening. It's like, okay, hey, you guys need better villains, and then we get Loki, Thanos. Hey, you guys could use a better score. Then we get the Black Panther score winning Oscars. Like they listen to fans, right? And so yeah, I've always had faith with them. I think Kevin Feige's really good with that.
I'll give you that they listen to fans more than DC. That I can.
If I'll say they listen to fans if they ever recast T'Challa. I don't think that they do. I think they do a lot of fan service, and there was a lot of fan service played up in this film. You know, there's tributes to all kinds of artists in there and different situations that came up in the comic books, and it was a love letter to those old things. However, just like in the Marvels, the Multiverse of Madness, everything that was fan service in that film that everybody loved and cheered for, including the Reed Richards, was not anywhere near lasting. So,
right,
you know, it's if you think that super secret cameo that got called out by Ryan Reynolds signals that there's going to be a new actor change playing Wolverine. No, that's the Reed Richard effect right there. That was it. He got in there. You got to see it. You got to love it. You think it's a great idea, but it's not going to happen. You're going to get the Wolverine version of Pedro Pascal.
Right.
So
I mean, well, we talked a little bit about this morning. Me and Joker playing some games. Is like my biggest issue with Pascal is I don't mind him as an actor. It's just as that character. I don't, and I'll be honest, over the last couple of weeks and with some pictures he's posted and stuff, he is starting to look more the character a little bit to me with the white sideburns and stuff. So it's that I just don't know. He's going to have to do some dialect coach and see how that is and maybe perfect some, so because yeah, I think that's the thing. He's, you know, it was my issue when they wanted to cast Diego Luna. I love Diego Luna.
Everybody go to the Queen Jet.
Right. Sue Storm, I need you to come in.
There was a joke that would call Rogue One Rogue Juan.
Right, yeah. You know, yeah. Now in Star Wars, but like with this, the character is established, Reed Richards, we know his history, we know all of that stuff. Yeah, I again love Diego, one of my favorite actors. I do not want to see him play Reed Richards in any shape or form. I just Ben, I need you to change into the thing.
I'm kind of cool with that. Like, what do you guys think? Like, you guys are comic book guys, I assume. What do you guys think of Joaquin Phoenix, the Joker? Like, was that like the Joker character? Like,
no.
No, that's not the Joker.
Sure.
What's his name just came out, and Todd Phillips or whatever his name is just came out and said he's not going to turn into the Crown Prince of Crime.
Yeah,
that's the Joker. Mm-hmm. If he's not going to be the Joker, he's not the Joker. He's Arthur Fleck.
Does the movie lose power because of that? Is the movie not as good?
The movie was not that good to begin with. It was a mishmash of other films that were put together. If you were to go back and watch right now, the King of Comedy, Taxi Driver, you would think, hey, they stole something from the Joker, when it's the other way around. And you will see, if you go back and watch those movies, what actual cinema looks like and what the pale attempt was. And you know, it's like the only reason people love Pop-Tarts is because they've never had a Danish.
Well, yeah. Hey, wait a minute. Pop-Tarts are delicious, all right? Let's F off with the Pop-Tarts, all right?
Now get your French pastries out of here.
No, I agree. I mean, look, I think it's a fine movie. I think as a Joker film is where a lot of issues come in. And I think it got a lot of attention and a lot of hype because of the time, you know, a lot of, unfortunately, public shooters. It was a big conversation of like, what is the public done to initiate, you know, these reactions from people, these mass shooting, these you know, crazy people and stuff. Is that, and the movie, I guess, was in a sense trying to put some sort of, message, with that. I think that's what caught a lot of people's attention, and that's why it was so big and popular. And but even that got kind of muddled. You have people that are very much, even kind of like in the movie, that were, oh yeah, Arthur Fleck is a sympathetic character, and all these other things, and it's like that's not the point. I think the other thing, it would have worked better for me if they would have done what they said and just leave it at one. It's a one-off. It's a complete, imagine it as like a one-off Elseworld comic. We're going to use the name Joker. We're going to use elements of Gotham and the Batman universe and all these things, but it's going to be very different. It's not canon. It's not in any way connected to the actual Joker or anything. It's just that, it's an opportunity to try something new. But that's the thing. I think it should have ended with one, or if they're going to continue like they are, there needs to be some inference or something that someday, because this is still the 1980s, the Joker, Clown Prince of Crime, is going to come around, and Batman, or all these other things. Because, like, I don't mind the idea that Arthur Fleck is like an inspiration or something for a real Joker later on down the line.
I don't believe that Arthur Fleck will ever run into a Batman. I don't think that's a universe where Batman exists.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a universe where Superman exists. And it definitely isn't a universe where the Joker exists.
Yeah,
now, you have to keep in mind that this film was made in a time where DC, in all of its glory, Warner Brothers, in fact, was in flux. And they had
Snyder glory.
they did Snyder, they did this, they did all kinds of stuff. They did the Wonder Woman 1984 and all these things, and none of it made any sense because they were trying to do everything for everybody and try to check all the boxes and try to save themselves because they were losing money.
Right.
What had happened is that they were bought. DC and Warner Brothers were bought by AT&T, and AT&T wrote them blank checks, and they did whatever the hell they wanted. And it didn't matter if it brought in money. I mean, comic books haven't brought in money for the longest time.
I would say the big thing with Joker too that got it. I think it was you had immediately going into it. You had at the pitch Scorsese and DiCaprio as producers. You had it was backed by those types of people. And so, yeah, I think that was, for Warner Brothers, that was the big, Scorsese wants to touch a comic book, IP, like, do it. I think that was
one of them. That was one of them.
Yeah.
And it just became one of these Oscar bait type films that comes out at a certain point in time so that it can be considered by the Academy. But again, it had nothing to do with anything other than itself. And then DC gets sold, and it merges the whole thing. The whole thing, WB gets merged into another company, and all of the old heads kind of trash the place on the way out. You know, they start a Batgirl movie that isn't going to make any money. Okay, it was never going to make any money to begin with because it was going straight to streaming. Okay, it was never intended to make any money. They were trying to fill content on a streaming platform that still wasn't making any money. So nothing made for streaming was ever going to make any kind of cash whatsoever. Yeah. And when you merge, you have these things that come together. These minds come together and say, "Where is the leak? We need to plug it in. We're $5 billion in the hole. We got to start doing something to try to make some money, try to save some money, and try to defer some of this money."
Yes.
So everything that is still under contract, like Todd Phillips with his extensions on how many films he can make and continuing the Joker as long as it's a success and makes some kind of money or some kind of awards, whatever the contract says, he still gets to go on and play, but everything else gets to be flushed down and restarted. And that's what this new DC logo is about. That's what the new DC Films is about, starting from scratch and letting everything else play out.
Yeah.
So,
exactly.
With that being said, the Batman is going to play out and then it'll be done. And this Joker will play out. Maybe it'll get a third movie, maybe it won't. But I really think that Todd Phillips, who comes from comedy and decided he was going to direct straight serious films to avoid being canceled, is really pulling a joke on DC films, with his version of the Joker. So, whether it has a third one or not, I'm not sure. Whether this one makes as much money as the previous one did, I'm not sure. Whether it's going to get the ratings that it did before, it's a musical. I'm not sure. He's just throwing crap at the wall to see what sticks.
Yeah, I mean, I see there are a lot of elements. For me, it does remind me a lot of the Snyder Universe, because it's like there are elements I like. There are ideas I like here, and you're doing things that are, new and different. At the same time, you got to keep to the core of these characters, or if you're going to do something like this and quote unquote deconstruct them, then you have to construct them on screen for us, because this is not the comics. You can't go into it going, oh, we're just going to go based off the already constructed comic version and assume everybody knows and loves that and gets that and give it no time here, and then just do a completely drastic approach, when it comes to the films and stuff. So like, even with the musical aspect of Joker, there are things I like about that. Like, I can see, the actual Joker and Harley Quinn being so manic and in his mind or something, maybe being on some sort of adventure with Harley, where, it's almost like a Sweeney Todd type thing, where, she's all excited and happy to be with Joker, and he's just like this crazy, I don't like, he stop singing, just all, like all this stuff. And so there's ideas there, or with the manic love type stuff, where he's abusive and all that, it's just you're not doing it with Batman or with any of the source material or anything like that. So yeah, with Joker, that's pretty much where I'm at with.
I do admire the swing, the huge swing. I think that is.
I will. Yeah, I give him that. It's definitely a risk.
Yeah, and also I think I do agree with, like, the structure seems like it's taking from other films, but I think it's all held together by that absolutely fantastic performance by Joaquin Phoenix. Like, I think even though the plot points might feel very familiar, I still think that performance was like original. I can't think of anything like that.
I will give. Like, I do argue that, and that I do think that Joaquin is great, and it's kind of a shame, because I think he would actually make a good comic accurate Joker. I think.
Yeah, it's just like this Joker stands no chance against a Batman, and everyone knows that, which is weird. Right.
Well, what I love about the one thing that he does, my probably favorite thing about him, is his laugh. I think he is the one actor to come in live action probably closest to like the animated series and all that type of stuff. That manic, like, and it changes at certain times, because he can't control it, it gets more raspy or more intense. Like, so that's the one thing I'm like, dude, if you could just keep the laugh and then do everything as the comics were, we're good. I actually don't have much of an issue.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, I'm gonna see obviously the second one because of streaming. I do this, I talk about movies and all that, but I'm certainly not excited or expecting much. Let's see, DC and WB tried hating their characters, and it didn't always play it off. Oh yeah, the Looney Tunes. Yep. Yeah, Cartoon Network is gone now.
Well, it's not necessarily gone. They just fold. They got rid of the studios. They got.
Oh, I thought I saw a picture where
What you saw was propaganda by the what do you call those guys? The oh my goodness, what is the name I'm thinking of? The unions. Okay, the cartoon unions put out a thing that said Cartoon Network is dead. And then
and it was like the video, and it's like,
essentially it's dead, but they're not going to be paying as much money. They're hiring overseas. They're going to be using AI to write some stuff, and and basically we don't get any money. But you know what? They're not dead. They've actually started producing new cartoons. They've listed out a list of brand new cartoons that are going to be coming out for Cartoon Network and WB, and a whole slate of things. So what they needed to do was just what they did with the DC films, and that is shut everything down, throw away some stuff for taxes, and then start from scratch with some new things that aren't all Velma.
Yeah.
You know, and you don't want Velma. I mean, nobody wanted Velma.
Listen, at least if you're gonna give us Velma without whatever the hell they gave us.
Yeah. So you know, and I believe you're going to find the same thing happens with Harley Quinn. Once the contracts dry up on that, they're going to close the door on that, and they're going to go back to the psychotic
the
mad woman who was a psychologist and became criminally insane and is now fighting alongside the Joker, and then not fighting alongside the Joker.
Right. Yeah.
And they did exactly what Marvel was going to do with theirs. Okay, if you notice, everything that's on screen right now when it comes to the Miss Marvel or the Kamala Khan character and things like that, that was all done in comic books 10 years ago. Right when they took over and everything else, so that they could say, well, look, it's all comic accurate. We're making comic accurate movies. These are movies from the comic books.
Now
so hatred of men, you hateful men, can stop being haters and bigots and racists and everything else, because we're doing your comic books the way they are. But those comic books never sold. They weren't any good. It's the same company that shut down the X-Men and all the mutants because they didn't want Fox to make any money off of them, so that they would go under, and they finally bought them for too many billions of dollars.
Yeah. I mean, no, I think it's interesting too now. There's another announcement came out of San Diego Comic-Con, I guess. So, or one thing Feige wants, not an announcement because it's not exactly happening. But that's interesting because this is what DC Studios is doing from the start, which I thought was great and I love. At the end of every trailer or whatever, they put, these are the comics, go buy these comics. These are the comics inspired by whatever movie is coming, or with DC and stuff. So they did it with Batman and Superman, the new Superman movie and all that stuff. Well, now Feige says he wants to have a feature on Disney Plus where when you watch the show or movie, you can also go and see the comic, like right there in Disney Plus, and read the comic.
Oh, like Disney Universe was for a while. I mean, DC Universe.
Yes.
That worked out just fine.
Well, I like the idea of it, but also too, you're almost 20 years into your universe at this point. Now you want to do that? Feels a little weird. Yes, but James Gunn's doing that at the start with his, and like you said too, they're not coming up with comics now for DC to make later. They're doing comics from Alex Ross and from all these other, older comics that we haven't touched yet, Brave and the Bold, and all that type of stuff. So it's definitely interesting. All right, it is 6:00, so the panel will be getting started here any minute. I've got my Twitter up and ready real quick.
Blade,
I did see
Blade.
I did see real quick. You messaged me, and you got a little response from a certain someone.
Yeah. We watched that. We all watched the Deadpool thing. Yeah. And I know how everybody loves the little cameos. And so I expected a Rob Liefeld cameo, because he's the father of Deadpool, essentially. And so I asked him, I said, did I miss your cameo? Was I up going to the bathroom at the time that it happened or something like that? Is what I'm thinking. It makes perfect sense that he would be there. And he responded, you did not miss it. It does not exist. So there is no Rob Liefeld cameo in the film.
Ever cameoed him in the movies, but they do little things. They have it was in this one, it was Liefeld's feet shop. Or whatever in the background and stuff.
His shoe shop. Yeah, they're making fun of the fact that he couldn't draw feet.
They can't draw feet. And then in the last two they did something similar where it's like a shop or a street or something is named after him. I wonder why. I wonder if they've asked him. Maybe he doesn't want to.
Well, he was there.
I feel like they would have asked him. He's been there on all the sets. He's friends with Ryan. Like, I feel like at this point they would be like, "Hey, do you want?" Maybe he was just like, "I don't know." It's, like.
Maybe he's a terrible actor.
Right. I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, he
had a huge monologue that they had to cut in part 2, and they're like, "Don't ask him again."
Right.
Couldn't be any different than Stan Lee, But the important thing now is when I go to a Twitter circle, Rob Liefeld is now in my Twitter circle. So
that's awesome. We've had a couple interactions on Twitter. He's pretty cool on Twitter. All righty, we got yes, there's only one blade, and there's only ever going to be one blade. That was true. That was great. Read my Harley.
So speaking of Comic-Con, I heard Fede Alvarez was there yesterday.
Yes, Fede Alvarez was there yesterday to talk Alien Romulus.
Do you think that? And he was Blade? They get him for Blade? I heard he was talking to some Marvel people.
Freddie. Now that would be a very interesting.
What I meant was, sorry, he was there at the Deadpool screening and the thing.
Right, you're right. You think to direct Blade? He might.
Yeah, like if they announce him as the director of Blade, this is the place to do it. And he was there. He was watching Deadpool and Wolverine, and he watched Kevin Feige.
I will say, if they announced him as the director of Blade, that would pique my interest a bit.
Everyone will jump so hard back on that Blade bandwagon.
That would very much, yes, it would pique a lot of people's interest.
Yeah,
it really would. It would be like, oh,
it would pique my interest if they announced that a script was finalized.
Right. Yes.
So,
well, apparently he did say, I guess, that the new writer, as always, is working on it. Same thing that they've been doing for past
5 years of new writers.
Of new
writers.
They got me back interested when I think it was Michael Green took over writing. He did Blade Runner, and he did Blue-Eyed Samurai and The Revenant. I mean, like, dude's got some really good movies that he's written and stuff. And I was like, okay, this is hopeful. They got like an Academy Oscar winning, nominated screenwriter here and stuff. And then they got rid of him. So I guess that didn't last.
They're starting to fog up Hall H. So they're getting ready for some kind of presentation.
Yes. Fog machines are being dispersed for Marvel. All right. Let's take a quick look at this Penguin trailer here. And then I'm sure by the time it's over, there will be something Marvel to talk about. So here we go, the official trailer for The Penguin.
Come on. You can help me out.
Life is just a dream.
You promised me, Oswald.
I know.
I deserve a better life.
I'm working on it. Well, they set up for the honest man to succeed. That should be the American dream right there. Beautiful story with a happy ending. But that ain't the way the world works. America's a hustle. Not that I'm complaining.
Penguin, you waltzing in here like you mean something. We're in the middle of a gang war.
Carmine Falcone's dead. If we don't protect what's ours, we just look weak. The streets are talking again. They know there's only one man big enough to run this city.
Do you remember Carmine's door?
Oh, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Sophia, I thought you was still at
Arkham? No. I've been rehabilitated.
You're playing a dangerous game with this family on. You think I want Sophia Falcone knocking on my door?
She is the hangman.
We got effed by the Penguin. The Batman caught us.
Come on. What are you showing me here? Come on.
Penguin did not like that.
No. I've been rehabilitated.
You're playing a dangerous game with this family on. You think I want Sophia Falcone knocking on my door?
She is the hangman. What is it you're really after, us?
Gonna tear down the empire from the inside out. Whoever controls the drug business controls the streets. I'll be running the whole damn trade.
I got ambition. I can help you.
Hey! Feel alive, Vic, huh? Feel your heart beating?
The city is meant to be yours, sweetheart. What are you gonna do to get it?
Trust me. It's just the beginning.
Okay.
All right. That was The Penguin. So what do y'all think of that?
Looks
Fine.
great. Looks awesome. Going all in with the mob. You know what? I think that could even fit in the Joker world, man. In the future, if the Joker takes place in the 80s, you don't think that, like, even the
It was so good having a little movie perp on for a little bit, guys. Thanks so much for
Sorry.
Okay.
that Gotham City looked very similar in those wide shots, similar effects. I was like, I don't know.
I
man.
will, if I'm not, I could be. Yeah, I think I am wrong. Yeah, because in Batman they used Glasgow, I think, for Glasgow, Scotland is their backdrop for Gotham. And I'm not sure what Joker I think was. Yeah, New York. It's just
New York.
New York.
All I got to say is finally a cosplay I can do without wearing a toupee.
Go right into it. Yeah, what did you think of that trailer, Rosales?
I thought it was fine. I actually enjoyed the Batman. It was barely a Batman. He was not the Dark Knight detective that they promised us in the
Right.
in the lead up to it. He didn't solve anything. He didn't know crap and was literally scared that he had been he had exposed himself to the Riddler because the Riddler knew his real name and he was the real target. So
Yeah, I agree. It wasn't it was more year one. Like he's gaining his footing. He's getting used to all this and figuring out what kind of Batman he's gonna be, and that type of thing.
I thought it was a Batman without a Bruce Wayne. I thought he was like all in with the Batman shit, and he didn't know how to be Bruce Wayne at all. Like,
well, that's the gag in most of the representations of Batman.
Yeah,
especially in the cartoons. There was this one cartoon, I think it was Justice League Unlimited. The Brainiac had gotten into everybody's brain and figured out who they were based on who they actually were. They was able to look inside their brains and see their memories and get into their dreams and see who, or was it the Mad Hatter? I forget. It doesn't matter. It was a cartoon. The point is, everybody was their alter ego in their dream state, like Clark Kent, Diana Prince, and all these other things. Mm-hmm. But whenever he got the Batman, he was Batman. Because Bruce Wayne is the alter ego. Bruce Wayne is the costume. And but for me, what it thinks, and I'll let you speak after this. I apologize for cutting you off there, but
no, it's all good. I was cutting you off.
The thing about this Bruce Wayne is that he's already Batman. He's been Batman before he put on the costume, and now from this point on, he's got to figure out how to put on Bruce Wayne.
Exactly. Right. That's where I felt the Batman was going. I even heard a pitch of that. It was like, wouldn't it have been interesting if he's 100% Batman and there's really no Bruce Wayne, and now there's a Riddler killing high society, killing the elites of Gotham, and then Bruce Wayne is next. That would have been a great opportunity to like, who exactly is Bruce Wayne? Now I have to pretend to be Bruce Wayne. Now I have to pretend to be the billionaire playboy so I could get this Riddler out of there. But that never really happened. He never quite had that moment as like, I need to act like billionaire playboy. Like it was all 100%. I'm a goth kid in this cave.
Yeah,
every day. Like
there was definitely very little that they explored with, as far as like the mask that he puts on as Wayne and that. But I think again, it was a movie about Batman in this movie. He has figured, that's the whole point. By the end of the movie, he's a Batman we hadn't seen on screen in a while, and that was the city, the criminals fear him, but the people believe in him and look up to him. He's a hopeful character, saving the people, bringing them out of the flooding at the end and stuff, and they look at the citizens of Gotham revere him. The criminals are the one that, whereas in the beginning of the film, everybody just feared him because he's just this dark, shadowy figure that beats the living crap, out of criminals and stuff, and so like I think that's the thing is, I agree with you in that like they overhyped the detective story, but also like now we can get there like in 2 and 3. I think by the third one you're going to have a great and a developed Batman, a great detective story. We've seen him grow and we've seen him become this Batman and stuff. So I mean, I definitely like those movies, and I'm very interested in the Penguin. I do agree with Bob in that for me the trailers keep getting better, and so that last trailer was pretty phenomenal. Only a Dream, Justice League Unlimited.
Yes, of course. Joker knows I can be wrong on a lot of things.
Yes. So, all right, at Hall H, Rob Delaney from Peter, Sugar Bear from Deadpool, is on stage with Kevin Feige to moderate the panel. Here's a quick little look.
They have a bit going on, huh?
They have something going on. Here's a quick little look at the fog that was coming into the
Look
room.
for William. Look for William. Flash shirt. Flash shirt. Flash shirt.
This is William filming. Actually,
this is William.
Shout out William. This is William filming.
Got a correspondent. Let's go.
Hell yeah! So
I sent you a clip on Twitter of the Deadpool parade.
Oh, okay. On Twitter.
Yes.
All right. Okay. Let me check the Twitter.
I love Colin Farrell as Penguin, by the way. I love his accent.
He does, yeah. The prosthetics are phenomenal.
Yeah.
All right. Oh,
I want a Scarecrow horror movie too.
Deadpool parade that happened at Comic-Con to introduce the panel here.
What? Oh, it's Deadpool. Oh, look, Bob Rosspool.
It's Bob Rosspool. That's pretty good.
Oh my god, it's a party in there.
That's pretty
amazing.
Sick. That's pretty sick.
That is fun.
That one I would have liked to.
It's turning into an E3 over there.
All right, let's see. What do we got here? Yep. They're kicking off with Brave New World. Rob Delaney was on stage. She said a couple years ago, Tom Holland made a joke about Falcon not having his own movie. Now,
he still doesn't. Captain America does, though.
True. So, yeah, technically, yeah. But he technically at the time made the joke to Anthony Mackie about him not having his own solo film. Well, now Anthony Mackie does have his own solo film. In Captain America, A Brave New World. Kevin Feige says Captain America Brave New World is a return to the grounded aspects of the Winter Soldier. So real quick before we get into it, what are your guys' thoughts? Obviously there is a trailer out for it. I don't know if we're going to watch it, but what are your guys' thoughts on Brave New World so far? You guys excited? How do you feel about a little movie perp? What do you think?
I didn't like the trailer, to be completely honest. I thought it was very good editing in the beginning. I thought it was very catchy. And then little by little, I was just like, I don't care. Just like little by little, even with the Red Hulk. Again, I'm not a comic book guy, so it's like people are telling me he's awesome. So I was like, okay. But in that shot, I was like, okay. Yeah, I figured he was going to do that. Just block the shield, right? Okay. I'm good with whatever. Also, I feel like there's this huge new marketing gimmick with Marvel, the MCU, with like now the call outs are Winter Soldier, Winter Soldier. Like now that's being used in marketing every 5 minutes. Like return to Winter Soldier. Like they did that with Secret Invasion or whatever. It's like,
yeah, because
not really
Winter
buying
Soldier
it.
is their revered. Well, and also too, what is a Marvel return to Winter Soldier? Is that a copy of Winter Soldier? Because those trailers.
That's why I'm saying it's marketing. When he says
like
that, what he's saying is it's going to be good marketing. It's like that's what he's saying. I think.
I would hope so, but also some of the, like I said, some of the spots in those trailers, I'm like, you have Isaiah Bradley jumping out the window just like the Winter Soldier. You have a lot of similar storylines. The government being invited, like all these things, like Falcon's on his own with, Captain America is on his own with his own Falcon now. So I don't know. I want to hope that it's good. You have an actor of like Harrison Ford of status, and the man's known to take a paycheck, so I don't give him the credit on picking a great quality script. He is been on record saying, "I did it for the money. I like the money." So that him being in it isn't really hope that it's good for me or anything. But Rosales,
food doesn't buy itself. Yeah, I don't like what they're doing with Isaiah Bradley. You've got basically essentially the first black Captain America being used to assassinate a president. And I was looking at that thinking, that might come off really poorly if something were to happen. And the week afterwards, something did happen. So you had this presidential assassination, and then you had this attempt to pop an orange balloon. So, comedy, folks, comedy.
Yeah,
so,
but
you've got your current Captain America is African American, and he's being disrespected in the film and being used as a token in the film. Okay, to highlight the troubles of Black America. Go ahead.
Let me pause you right there because it correlates. What did you think of him in Captain America and Falcon? How he was done there?
I think a little too on the nose is what it was. A little too much. It's none of those actors are having those problems. And anybody who complains about that sort of thing is only looking for that sort of thing to happen. That being said, there are those kinds of problems out there in the world. There are real problems out there in the world. But redlining in banks is not one of them that's going on right now. Okay. However, going back to what I was saying about the way Captain America is being represented, you've got the Isaiah Bradley's grandson, who is in line to be isn't he in line to be the next version of Captain America with the Young Avengers?
I think so. I don't remember.
Who's the big comic book person on the group?
Joker. Joker. Yeah, Joker would remember.
Call me out if I'm wrong. I love it when you do, because then I learned something. So, but the point is that they're really not treating the characters with respect or painting the kind of future that we want to see. You want to see, that what made Star Trek really, really good was the fact that they eliminated all of this stuff, and you wanted to see that. Nichelle Nichols inspired people, with the simple fact that she was in the command center. She was a black woman in the command center. She got to have the first African American kiss on screen, regardless of the fact that there were African American leads in movies and televisions. Up until that point in time, it was the first interracial kiss. And so these are the positive things that are being portrayed that really do the lasting effect. You're not doing anybody any good by saying that even as Captain America and being a superhero and being a good guy and a military man, you can't trust the government.
Yeah.
So, you're not doing anybody any good by doing this as part of your storyline, and saying that you're not good enough to be Captain America. So you have to be your own version of Captain America. Plus, we gave your suit to somebody else, so you can't go back home to what you are. You're just kind of lost in limbo as this flying stars and stripes.
Yeah. It's I agree. It was a bit too much. At the same time, there were elements I enjoyed of it and stuff. I didn't care, I guess, enough either way. So I'm kind of the same way with this movie, where I'm like, I just don't. You got to make me care here. I still have to care about him as Captain America and all this. Okay, so there are some pretty big announcements. That just hit here. So first off, Giancarlo Esposito is playing Sidewinder, the King of the Serpent Society in the MCU.
The king.
The King of the Serpent Society.
He's the king. He looks like he's a grunt. He's doing all the work. What's he doing? Send some guys to do that stuff. What are you doing? He's shooting everyone.
Dude, yeah.
He's not acting king-like to me.
We got him as a Sidewinder there. Now here's the big announcement. Let's see. Tim Blake Nelson is returning. We know that as the leader. Adamantium will be introduced in the MCU with Celestials being made out of them.
What?
So
yeah. Celestials are the big giant space beings that were in Eternals and
yeah. But what's Adamantium? I thought we already have that.
Those
what do we have?
Those are Wolverine's the material made to make Wolverine's claws.
Oh, is that more powerful than the Wakanda stuff?
The Wakanda stuff is vibranium.
Yes, and it is more powerful, isn't it? Or
that also came from space. So through meteors and things like that. So all of this stuff is cosmic, and trying to tie into the cosmic universe.
Adamantium. Okay. Adamantium. Yeah. Okay. Forgot they're different.
Okay. They confirmed the Celestial from Eternals is made out of adamantium.
Oh, and that's how they get it.
Okay. So yeah. So it's gonna be like vibranium, where it probably is.
Oh, so they're mining that Celestial that died on Earth.
Yes.
Ooh.
They're finally acknowledging it after ignoring it for several years.
It happens.
He says that is a big character. Is he King Cobra? King Cobra, aka Klaus Vort. I think so. I have no idea who. To be honest, I know very little about the Serpent Society.
Are they related to Jason Voorhees?
Yeah, could you imagine Jason in the match?
Jason's in the MCU. Let's go. That's an announcement, Kevin.
Confirmation.
He'll be King Cobra whenever it's necessary, and if they ever buy Hasbro, he'll wind up being Cobra Commander.
Fighting Cobra Kai.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Oh, we get. Let's take a quick look at this.
William's in there.
From the audience, the Marvel.
I saw Bob Ross Deadpool. I saw Woody Deadpool. Did anybody see a Peter Pool? Was there a Peter Pool out there anywhere? No?
Look at that.
There was a teddy bear Deadpool, but I don't know if he was showing his Peter Pool.
Peter Pool! Hey man, Rob Delaney. You're just going to be our moderator today. Thanks, Rob. That's cool. I love Hall H. We were here on Thursday. Did anybody see Deadpool and Wolverine? That team did an amazing job. Just minutes ago, it became the #1 R-rated opening weekend of all time.
Ooh.
And at the same time, the Marvel Cinematic Universe, of which Deadpool and Wolverine was our 34th, just crossed $30 billion which is crazy. We had a great
You're all weird for clapping at that.
Drone show.
That's his accomplishment, not yours.
Did you guys see this drone show? It was gigantic. And there was a guy from the Guinness World Book of Records who came out and handed Julio Esposito and I these plaques. We didn't really do the drone show, but we got the plaques because it was the biggest fictional character drone show ever, which is cool. We'll take it. Guinness Book.
And that drone show cost $30 million.
I wouldn't be surprised.
That could have gone to a Blade Rider.
Yeah, that could have made a movie. So yeah, well, Harrison Ford says, I would have grown a mustache if I had been asked.
No, you wouldn't have. Stop lying, Harrison. You know you would have started MacGuffing.
So the audience got shown a new extended look at the movie.
Ooh.
Harrison Ford turns into Red Hulk right in front of the White House whilst giving a speech. Oh my. Oh my. Does it happen like the original Avengers where he turns into Hulk naked? Really scares all the people?
Hopefully. Maybe those Deadpool numbers would make him do some reshoots to make this R-rated.
You mean he rips off his clothes and shows off his Peter pool?
that thing would be scary. Well, interesting.
I would have shaved the mustache if it would have asked damn Marvel.
Right. Okay. Let's.
The hardest adamantium is under the water.
Oh.
Namor
came out. Here we go. Look at him.
Who's that?
Becoming the Hulk. He was doing the becoming the Hulk thing.
Who is that? That's Harrison?
Harrison Ford.
Oh my God. Maybe he did
and it did say
maybe this one he cared.
It did say Harrison Ford says he is very proud to be in Captain America. He walked into Hall H doing Red Hulk mannerisms. I'm proud to become a member of the Marvel Universe. I've been watching fantastic actors, having a good time. And I wanted a piece of the action.
You said that for Expendables 3 too.
Yeah. I don't even want to know what he said for Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny.
He didn't say anything. Kathleen Kennedy put him in a trunk and he woke up on set. That's it. It was exactly like the opening of Crystal Skull.
Disney has something on me. That's why I made this film.
They know my secrets. He's red. Get it? He's a Republican.
When they go low, we go Hulk. I hope he says that or something.
Right. I will handle these comments, Bob, when this Marvel stuff has calmed down a bit. But no, it did not look just fine. That I don't know what I watched. I compared to the end of the finale of Superman and Lois and how good that looked to whatever that follow-up clip was. Whoa. Let's see. Red Hulk is just Harrison, grumpy and smashes things. You are not wrong. You are not wrong.
I owed them for killing off Han.
What do you think the big announcement's going to be? They have to do a big one.
I think it's going to be X-Men versus the Avengers.
I hope so. That's what I'm hoping for.
The Fox X-Men. This will be before the reboot, before Secret Wars, and probably lead into Secret Wars, so the Fox X-Men can join them for Secret Wars.
Because everyone keeps saying that Deadpool and Wolverine was such a great goodbye for Fox X-Men. And I felt like it was a goodbye to Hugh Jackman. I don't think anyone else felt. I didn't really feel the goodbye with the other characters as much.
Yeah.
They might have showed
even
up
even Hugh is coming back. The next film being presented is Thunderbolts. And then
okay.
Oh
man, if we get a teaser, when's that one due? Next year?
Summer of next year. So we probably won't get a teaser for that.
Damn.
It's funny. Giancarlo doesn't look like a cobra in that movie.
Yeah, but
because
he bites like one.
The Thunderbolts is coming out before Captain America: Winged Soldier. So
it is.
Yes, I believe it is.
I thought it was February next year. That means it's coming out this year. Thunderbolts is coming out this year.
No, it should be coming. Well, I think. Well, I could be wrong. I'm wrong a lot, but I could have swore that Thunderbolts came out first.
No. Captain America comes out first, and then
Yeah, that was that got the much coveted Madam Web release date of February.
So that is the character Giancarlo is supposed to be playing.
Holy
yeah,
shit.
so he
Look at that
survives. He survives and moves on to take on the Thunderbolts, which is bad storytelling through propaganda here. Because they should have kept him quiet. They shouldn't have not announced him at all in Hall H, because now we know whatever he does.
We knew he was in it. Now I guess they just gave away who he's playing. But interestingly enough, someone we know, RJ, had actually just asked him at a con like 2 weeks ago, and said, can you say anything about who you're playing? And he said nobody has guessed it yet because there was a big rumor that he was somebody else and all this. So this is a very interesting. They were right on that. I had not heard anybody guess this character.
Yeah.
So.
Oh no.
Alrighty, let's see what do we got next. The entire cast of Thunderbolts is on stage.
Ooh, that's a big cast.
It is a big cast. So you got Florence Pugh, Pew. And then you got Sebastian Stan. You've got David Harbour.
Yeah, but he's in costume, isn't he?
Let's find out here. Is he? Is he in costume?
Yes, he is.
Oh my gosh. I haven't got the. Oh well, here's another picture of
oh my God,
Harrison.
They got him hyped up on the juice.
Look at that.
Out. Very interesting. He is in the suit. He is in the suit.
Hell yeah.
The man went full suit. Bob, play nice. I thought the Thundercats was an Amazon film.
Thunder. Sorry, Bob, I can't finish that.
Yes, there were Harrison also with Thunder Farts. Damn, so not much love in the chat for these Thunderbolts.
What about Thunderpants? No one said a Thunderpants joke yet. Come on, that's a good movie.
I mean, this is Thunder. From what I understand, Thunderbolts. This is the Marvel's equivalent, or not equivalent, but they're kind of parallel of Suicide Squad. Right? The villains teaming up.
Hey! It's Creature Commandos now.
It's forcing them or Creature Commandos now. Sebastian says that Florence Pugh is the standout for the Thunderbolts. I would imagine she is a good actress. I do enjoy Florence Pugh. Let's see, Florence Pugh on the team dynamic of Thunderbolts. That's the joy of watching them together, is that they don't play well together. Wow, that's such a dynamic I've never seen on screen before.
We're kind of like a bunch of Deadpools and Wolverines.
Right, yeah. Or
but
the
can't they
Avengers
come together when it counts?
Well, yeah, exactly. Like the Avengers, the first time they meet.
Our ending is going to involve all of us holding hands.
Yeah, that is the, of course, the big trope with these team up movies. We all hate each other until we have to team up. Valentina is in the film. That's right, Julia Louis-Dreyfus. Valentina is after power control and wants to kick ass in the Marvel universe.
Mm-hmm. What about U.S. Agent?
Oh yeah, that's right. U.S. Agent is in the film, and I have not heard one word about it.
Yeah, he hasn't said anything, and I love this character. And
I do like U.S.
It
Agent.
was interesting. Trying to be a good guy.
Damn. Again, Joker really is excited for
What?
the Thunderbolts.
Y'all say that. All the comic book fans say the same thing until the trailer comes out. Wait until the
is
trailer, then you can talk crap.
Hyped for this film. What are we? Some sort of Thunderbolts?
And I hope when he says that, like a sound effect of lightning happens, just to give it full cringe.
Oh, well, here you go. U.S. agent has spoken.
Hell yeah.
At least from what one of my notifications said. Wyatt Russell says the group is really, really fun and one of his favorite experiences. Not bad, yeah.
He just did Monarch.
Yeah. That was an interesting show. I am curious. I will say, that's one thing out of Falcon and Winter Soldier I was interested in was his character, and
I thought he did a great job. I liked the character a lot.
He actually did do a pretty good job. It was I look forward to seeing him return to.
I also think there's a lot of opportunity with Red Guardian. I thought they kind of dropped the ball a little bit in Black Widow, but I know he's going to be hilarious in this one. I got a feeling that they're gonna pull it together for him, at least when it comes to the comedy aspect. He was such a missed opportunity in the last one. Black Widow. I have faith in this. I'm not gonna lie. I have faith in this. I like this idea. It's like we don't see anything, so I guess when you're just looking at the characters, it's like all these characters are you sure? But I got a feeling. They're gonna get this one right.
I mean, I can only hope. I would hope that they go into it like this with the mentality of this didn't work for DC very well. How do we do it better? How do we learn the lessons of the mistakes of what they did with that interpretation and don't make the same mistake, because if I hear a fucking soundtrack for this movie, I swear to God.
If they're constantly telling how they're the bad guys, if they have to constantly say that to each other, it's over.
Right.
It's like, we're the bad guys. Don't you understand? We're the bad guys.
Are we still the baddies? Are we still the baddies?
Bunch of lines like that.
But I think this reminds me a whole lot of professional wrestling. It's like they had all of these people still under contract with the characters that they played, and they just needed to put them in a faction, and repackage them and throw them out there and see if it worked this time, because they didn't work in the movies they were in. I didn't think Ghost was a really good character. I didn't think the Taskmaster they did a good job with,
Oh my God, yeah. Those two are, why are they even around? And it's funny, you kill off all the great villains, but you keep those ones?
Yeah, and then, you replace the Black Widow with the White Widow, who's still a Black Widow in the pictures. It was her sister. It was her baby sister, not her real sister, the kidnapped sister. But it was her sister, and they felt like sisters, and they kept together like sisters. But kidnapped sisters, not like real sisters.
I mean,
to be fair, Joker,
that's not a very exciting line from Sebastian Stan if you read his quote.
He says,
it's not the most exciting.
Sebastian Stan on playing Bucky for so long. It's like having 9 lives. How many are left?
He's asking for the sweet release of death.
Yeah. That's literally like Michael Douglas said the last time. He's like, I hope if Marvel brings me back, they kill me.
I'm ready to take over Luke Skywalker. Come on, send me to the other team.
Oh my gosh.
Call me Kathy.
Call me Kathy. He wakes up in the back of her truck on the set of Star Wars.
Yeah, and the different reaction is he goes, yes.
Exactly.
Carol Danvers was always a feminist, so you can't really complain about her being that in the film Joker, because she was always like that. Originally, even when she wore the costume.
Yeah, I was never.
Sisters?
I was never interested in her. I was just like, cool.
And who?
Yeah, I know she exists and stuff. I know she's
Carol
powerful.
Danvers.
Yeah. Don't you mean sisters?
I don't know if that's how you say it in Russian.
Sisters. Florence Pugh Pugh says she enjoys doing her own stunts. This movie is so wonderful and bizarre and very brave, and it's because of this crew. The stunt team are incredible. David Harbour says there's warmth and humor. He's a terrible time showing up for other people. We get to go to a lot of great places.
I don't even know what that means.
I have no clue what that means. That site fucked that up.
We are in awkward situation. Now it's time for me to make joke about being fat in suit.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Does this suit still fit? I mean, I think it looks pretty good still. Yeah, the whole time he's just like.
I hope he says to Florence Pugh's character, "Where's your sister?"
Well, there you go, Rosales. Honest thoughts from the Joker's coin.
I was hoping he'd correct me, but no, I'm right.
Oh, that's why people liked her. People liked her.
I don't always like being right. I don't. No. But I'm not always right, so that's a plus to that. But yes,
let's see.
I think
on the Thunderbolts team, that's the joy of watching them. Oh yeah, they don't play well together. Again,
and they're bad guys.
Yeah, I mean, you got to do something really interesting. I'm so very uninterested in this movie.
They can't. They're using the marketing take of like it's like Winter Soldier back in the day, more grounded. They can't use because they're using that for Captain America, so they don't have the marketing buzzwords for this one yet. They're like, what is this like?
Oh yeah, they don't play well together.
Yeah, I guess
like every team up movie.
We're like the bad Avengers. I'm surprised they haven't said that.
Okay, so the first look is now being shown, so the audience is getting an exclusive look.
All right.
Exclusive
look. All right. Well, William could tell us what it is, even though he can't show us, right?
Yeah. There will be trailer descriptions and things.
Based.
Man, that will be coming out.
You think we're gonna get any special those special presentations again, like that? The
Marvel
Werewolf by Night was awesome.
Well, they did say that there another one is in development. I just that one I don't see that like something like that being announced until like D23.
You know what I want? I want like how they did the black and white for the werewolf one. I want like a Grindhouse for Ghost Rider, like a 70s Grindhouse Ghost Rider mini like little movie. That'd be so cool. Well, directed by the guy that did Mandy.
There's this quote that they have from Giancarlo, and I shared the screen so you can have a look at the character. And he says, "I am the king of the Serpent Society. I am Seth Volker, Sidewinder." And that comes from still only 35 cents.
That's a name.
I am the king of Serpent Society.
Right.
Man. At 35 cents, he was able to afford to go to San Diego Comic-Con and get into Hall H. So.
Did he just say that to the audience? Like, he's really getting into character, huh? I am the king. What do you think of the part, Giancarlo? And he just, I am the king. Serpent Society. He gets into it. He has some weird quotes about his Star Wars character too. It's like very hard to decipher. It's like, what is he trying to say?
He's very deadpan in his delivery of things too, though.
The Thunderbolts trailer currently being shown at Marvel Studios Hall H is being described as an extended trailer.
Oh my god! So they do have a trailer.
I hope
they have a trailer for the Thunderbolts out already. Oh
I would be surprised. The next film up is the Fantastic Four.
This is the one that's going to turn you around, Austin.
Well, we'll see.
This is the one you're going to hear. Pedro's going to say, "I did so much research on this character, and you're going to love it." Watch. Pedro's going to come correct.
There's a lot writing on this movie. That that I will say that there is a lot writing on this film.
Yep.
You think Pedro, even with Deadpool and Wolverine doing awesome?
There's a
because
Pedro and the Pascals.
Yeah, Pedro. Yeah, even with Deadpool and Wolverine being on, because first of all, we're a bit ways from the film still. We've got Captain America and Thunderbolts to still get through, so those better be good.
Yeah, and those are probably not going to be.
Exactly.
Right?
And then by the time we get to Fantastic Four, like they're going to be doing the whole, I think they're in a different universe and all this other stuff. And so Fantastic Four does begin filming on Tuesday. It's confirmed. Yes.
When are they going to have a
pre-party, bro?
The script is hopefully finished. I would hope.
You'd be
They're
surprised.
starting Tuesday with no.
You guys
okay.
gotta. Have you ever seen the making of the second Pirates movie? The second Pirates movie, it's a no holds bar in terms of showing everything. Like they were writing the script on top of the ship while shooting. Like they
Yes.
showed everything.
They also did that with Transformers too.
Oh yeah,
God,
that was because of the strike though.
Yeah. Matt. Okay, so here we go. Fantastic Four is set in a version of 1960s New York. In a version, so that tells you probably not in the sacred timeline of the MCU. A retro future of the 60s.
Yeah, it's another.
Do you think audience members are going to get that?
Yeah,
Like the
it's
general
a different
audience.
universe. It depends on how clear they make it. Retro future.
I don't know how they can make that clear. How are they gonna make it clear in the trailer? Hey, this is a different world. I think a general audience is like, how come no one ever talked about this if this happened in the '60s? I think that
it would make a whole lot of sense if that was the same universe that they had comic accurate Wolverine and he showed up in a cameo.
That'd be pretty cool, actually.
I'm wondering how they're gonna do this with the '60s and a different timeline.
All right, it says they're doing a retro future part the New York from the 60s and something you've never seen before.
Oh my God, this is in direct competition with Metropolis. Dude, they're doing it again. They're doing it again.
Oh yeah.
This is direct because I have a feeling that the selling point of James Gunn's Superman is going to be you're going to see a Metropolis you've never seen before, and that's going to get people super hyped.
Well, that's exactly why they went to Cincinnati and that other place.
Yeah,
is because of the architecture and the way that it looked. It's just as old as New York, but it's a different vibe, and it's got this whole retro feel to it. And they dressed all of the extras that way as well, with the sort of retro 60s meets 70s feel, and all of those good things. Cleveland, thank you. Thank you, Joker. They were in Cleveland doing all of this outdoor filming, and then they go to Cincinnati to the train station that looks a lot like the Hall of Justice that was introduced in the Super Friends cartoons. And, you've got a lot of different possibilities there. Maybe that's the Hall of Justice for the established superhero group that's put together by... what was Pedro Pascal's character in Maxwell Lord? Yeah. So he's got his superhero group that most likely, and again, I could be wrong, but it's most likely the Terrifics. And Mr. Terrific is probably the leader because everybody's kind of dressed like him. You see Hawk Girl kind of dressed like him. You got the Green Lantern, who should be in full Green Lantern regalia, is dressed like him. And they all got the Maxwell Lord logo on their chest. So they're being subsidied. And it makes sense that their Hall of Justice for this particular League of Justice, whether it's the Terrifics or whatever they are, has a place like that to stay and hang out. And
speaking of Hall of Justice, the Marvel Hall of Justice, I would say, is the Avengers Tower, which officially we know who has bought it.
No.
And that is Valentina, Julia Louis-Dreyfus's character.
Valentina Allegra Gesundheit.
Right,
how did where did you get that from? How did you find that out?
It's the site told me.
That was mentioned in the Fantastic Four panel?
No, it was mentioned in the Thunderbolts panel. My bad.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So Fantastic Four is titled The Fantastic Four First Steps, in theaters July 25th, 2000.
First Steps.
Interesting.
I like it. I like the vibe there.
It looks as though Val bought Avengers Tower, Thunderbolts.
Hell yeah.
The Fantastic car is an old Cadillac that looks straight out of the Jetsons.
That showed up in Deadpool, right? Didn't a Fantastic Four car show up?
It did show up in Deadpool, yes.
Yeah.
Now, pre-shoot material of Fantastic Four is being shown, shot in 4:3. Pedro Pascal has an old school accent as Reed Richards, teaching a science class.
Old school accent? What kind of...
like a 60s, like
Come here, say no. That's 40s. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what. Like, what?
What is 60s?
What? Like,
Top
old school. Like
you jive, man. I don't know. Come on.
that's
thinking
a way
swing.
to describe that.
Swing. It's like swing music.
Oh, this was Joker on being on the set of Superman. Yes, he was on the set of Superman. I don't more detail besides what he gives.
Perhaps they're talking about the old transatlantic accent that they used to do in movies, where they all kind of sounded like they might be European, but they're really just American actors sounding like they are
There you
doing
go.
something
That's
else.
it.
Yeah, that's probably it. Are they babies in this movie? That old school accent. That old school accent Reed Richards is known for.
Yes, it came out very clear in the comic books.
we all got that vibe. Masha says they went to the desert to find the best type of rock to make the thing out of.
We went to the desert. Who's we? You sent a PA, dog. Don't even lie.
Early footage of Galactus in Fantastic Four showed his face peering through a building, very clearly a giant cosmic entity.
No way. They showed Galactus? What do you mean pre-screening? They haven't shot anything. So these are like what? They're like previs?
This is
What
pre-shoot? My guess pre-shoot material is Michael
for the trailer? Are these the fake shots that they're not going to put in the movie, but they're going to put in the trailer?
Well, maybe they did some test footage. I don't know
Yeah,
what or this was okay. Pre-shoot material. This has happened before. Marvel was that this was material shot specifically for Comic-Con, and this. They knew they were going to be presenting. They knew they wanted to show something. They probably knew they had to show something from this because
does that mean anything?
Controversy around
like
it.
That.
It's happened before. It's happened before.
But
They've
like,
done it before.
is it going to be like? So that's the official like the look of Galactus. Then, so what we're getting is the character reveal in terms of their look. Like, is it going to stay? Like when it happened before, did they change the look afterwards, or it stayed the same? Pre-shot compared to the because then what we got here is the official look of Galactus, which I think is a big deal.
Oh no, that's not the official look. It says, and this does say early footage.
Early footage. Okay.
So that is subject to change as far as his look from the audience is seeing.
Yeah.
Pedro Pascal on joining the Fantastic Four. Matt Shegman and I have known each other for 25 years, and we had the same talent manager, and he almost became my roommate in 1999, but he saw the place and said no. But you decided to say yes to him in this, Matt. So what happened? Interesting. Okay, so Pedro got it because he's friends with Matt.
Yeah, I don't understand this story. Just wanted a little tidbit. He's like, hey,
please
I knew
don't tell me that's the case. We're doing.
I want you to be in my film. No, I know
great.
things about you. You know, it sounds like it could be fun.
We were almost roommates.
So this Mr. Fantastic, he stretches, right? Got it. All right.
Got be flexible. Got it. Pedro Pascal again.
What's wrong with Pedro?
Always gonna be Pedro.
Well, first of all, his name is Frank.
Frank
joke
Pascal.
only Mexicans gets. So.
Let's see. Mark Ruffalo welcomed Ebon to the MCU and gave him advice on motion capture. This is the guy that's going to be playing the Thing. Ebon from
It
the
sucks.
Bear. Yeah. Good luck.
Did you say they went to the desert to get rocks to make the Thing?
Yeah, they're not using computers anymore.
I like how that just hit Burroughs alley. He's
no, I'm just. Is that part of the story, or is that like a kind of an anecdote for the production of the crew? You know, because if you know, it's like, oh, he's this thing, and we got to cover him with rocks, and that's part of like the storyline of the Thing, or is it like?
I think it was like a research. Like we wanted to do good research of what type of rock the Thing was made out of. So we went out there, we took our crew, and we did research. We got these rocks, and they scanned them, and they're in the computers, and the Thing is made out of this rock.
Yeah,
I hope it's something like that because you know they did that with the Lion King. They went to draw real animals for a long time, and do that sort of thing. I hope it's not like part of the actual film where Johnny Storm and Sue Storm
Yeah,
and
no,
Reed
dear
Richards
God.
out there picking up
I don't
rocks
think
and
so.
going, "This will work for Ben."
No, I hope not. That would be, yeah. Right, yeah, stick it.
Why'd you make my forehead so big? Reed?
Let's see, Vanessa Kirby on how her and Joseph Quinn are building their sibling bond for Fantastic Four. We're the only Brits in the cast, so we're going to make everyone go to the pub since we're filming in London. Interesting. So where they're going to get
Feels like
drunk
they all met there for
so
the
now
first
they're going
time.
to
What
get
the hell's going
drunk
on?
while filming. Pedro was a friend hire. You're not helping yourselves, Marvel, with
It
this.
feels
thing.
like they just met each other for the first time here, and they're like, "We need to talk about something." Like, we're Brits.
Check
Mr.
out what I got on
Fantastic.
my screen.
Let's see. Let's switch to Rosales.
We make this bigger. What the heck was that?
That is the car and the city look. Let's see here. Let me.
Wow. All right.
What do they do? It is the Jetsons for sure.
Let's not get you this
Let's
section
see.
flagged.
Oh yeah. Good point. Whoa. Hey now.
But
Hey, now.
Oh wow.
Wow, we're doing some Ang Lee editing.
I
over here.
know. Okay.
I love it.
We're back. Okay. Everybody calm down. Chill.
Ang Lee was the best Hulk. That's my take, and I said it.
That's my taste. Let's see. Mr. Fantastic is my favorite character.
In all of the comics.
In all the comics, got it. He is also the smartest person in Marvel. Pedro is terrible casting for two reasons. One, he is Hispanic, and that doesn't fly with me. And two, I don't believe Pedro is the smartest man. Well, now that's where I look. I give you those things. That's where the acting comes in. I would hope that he decides to act and show that and do a little bit. I don't hate Pedro. I think he's overcast and and all that type of stuff. But I don't think he's terrible. He wasn't terrible as Joel to me and stuff. If anything, I had issues with the writing or with other things in that show than I did with his performance.
He was great in that.
Sweet mother
I also
of God.
think he's
Hopefully they kill his character off
underutilized.
in season 2.
So
Right,
I
yeah.
think while he may be overcasted, I do think he's underutilized in the comedic department, which he's very good at. Like even in Gladiator, like he's doing all these serious like post Game of Thrones roles still, and I think I'd like to see him in something a little lighter and comedic. And I think that's why I'm kind of looking forward to his Fantastic Four because he's very underrated with that when it comes to his comedy chops. He's really funny.
So 2 big announcements, ladies and gentlemen. The Russo Brothers
Oh
are
no!
back. They are going to be
Okay.
directing Avengers 5 and Avengers Secret Wars.
Damn.
And the Fantastic Four and Thunderbolts will be featured in the next Avengers.
Holy shit. Okay. I do not know how I feel about this. I thought the Russos did a fantastic job. Literally loved every single one of their movies. And I think it was, I said goodbye and I was ready for new, fresh takes. Like I was ready for the next level. I'm not saying this is negative. I wanted, I think, okay, I got to think about this. You go, Austin. I don't know what to think about this.
I mean, yeah, I don't like it. I don't like that.
Mhm.
I mean, I think that's. Did they bring, Joss Whedon back for Infinity War and Endgame? And would they have if there had not been any controversy? Like, no, I don't think that's what makes those Avengers films kind of fun and unique. Is there's, as of right now, we've got 2 sets of Avengers films with 2 different styles, tones, and they're directed differently and all that. That's kind of the fun of the big team up movies is you can get. I'll be honest, I was rooting for someone like Sam Raimi because I know Sam Raimi can handle that's who I think too. Who can handle an ensemble? Who can handle a big cast? Spread the story out. I had been rooting for Sam Raimi. I had even and after Deadpool and Wolverine, I thought Sean Levy had a chance, at doing maybe something interesting with it, because he's one of those two that he can make a drama and he can make a comedy. But yeah, so the Russo brothers are back. They're on stage to talk to the Avengers at Hall H. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this.
Let's hope they can keep them, because everybody they brought into Avengers 5 and the Kang Wars and Kang Dynasty, whatever it was supposed to be called, and the Secret Wars, which is probably where they're going to introduce the idea of the multiverse collapsing together into one battle planet where everybody fights against whoever the bad guy is, to bring it all together into one single unified universe, which is probably why you won't see any mutants or mutant activity until after Secret Wars.
Yeah.
But, what you have with the Russo brothers is that they are essentially Daisy Ridley, okay? With Marvel and the Russo brothers together, they are money. With Daisy Ridley and Lucas, that's kind of money. Yeah. Okay. But outside of that, and without her and without them, they can't make any money. They're not making good money. They had to go back to the mostly straight guys, white guys in a buddy cop film in order to make any kind of money, which is not what phase 5 and 6 were all about at all. Not, exactly. They had to go back to the well. And so they see that, and who knows, maybe they'll hire Joss Whedon to ghostwrite the movie and try to, put.
So do you think this is a good thing or a bad thing?
I think it's a safe thing. Okay. For both of them. I think it's a safe bet that they'll be able to handle it and without quitting, and they can take notes from producers, because that's important. If you can't take notes from producers and you're not willing to bend a knee, then you're going to leave. You're going to leave the Marvel, cinematic universe, because you're not a patsy. You're an artiste, But if you are a patsy and you do like having money and you got a mortgage to pay, you'll come to the MCU and direct with your brothers, and if need be,
literally,
But so. Who knows whether or not it's going to do the kind of money that it should. But just being that it's Avengers Secret Wars and Avengers 5, that will make at least a good first opening weekend.
Oh, yeah.
They'll break 90 over the weekend, especially if they release it on a 3-day week. That they'll gladly make 90. Will it continue? I don't know. I don't know if it'll drop off at the end. But that's what happened with Miss Marvel when she her first movie came out, was that boom, the excitement was there. They had the big opening weekend and then it dropped off. So whichever one comes first, whether it's Secret Wars or Avengers 5, the Kang Dynasty reboot, that one is the one that's going to make the money. The first one out is going to make the money. The second one, it's going to drop right off because you're going to know what to expect.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree in that it's a safe choice and stuff. And I can only hope for at least a good movie.
The one good thing is that apparently they are very passionate about the Secret War
storyline. And this is holy shit. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Do it.
Robert Downey Jr. will star as Dr. Doom in Avengers Doomsday in theaters on May.
Way. Who called this? Someone called this recently. Someone called this. Oh my God. I got to go check. I'm going to check my Twitter. Someone called this in our group.
Fucking shit.
Was it Strange Marvel Theory? I think Strange Marvel
Theory. Yeah, I did. I had seen that rumor that he was going to play a Doomsday variant.
Dr. Doom, not Doomsday.
I don't think that movie's going to get made.
Or I'm sorry, Dr.
I don't think that movie's going to get made. I think plans are going to change. That movie will go down in flames, just like Blade. They gave Downey a bunch of money so they could throw this graphic up this week. I don't think that this is actually going to happen.
In theaters, May 2026. That means it's moving right now.
No, they've already given Blade an R rating. They don't even have a script.
No, they said they're going for an R rating. I believe they said they're going for the R rating.
Yeah,
they didn't get it.
Well, it's not that they get it; it's that they're writing. They're writing
to get the R rating.
Yeah, we're writing an R-rated movie. We're not writing a PG.
Well, they gotta find a writer
from the rafters.
Yeah, they gotta. Bradley, this is
from the rafters. Bradley comes in with a drop.
Yeah, he'll get in the chat, but he won't come in here. But I have no idea how to feel about this.
You know what this is?
This idea how to feel about this.
This is controversial casting.
He's an Academy. He's a new Academy Award winner too.
They want people to talk about Marvel, so they're doing something that will make people talk about it.
Downey Jr. is on stage,
and he's wearing a green suit to represent all the money that's coming in from this.
Of Robert Downey Jr. as Dr. Doom.
He should have brought his Oscar.
Okay, I'm gonna say this. My interest here is seeing Robert Downey Jr. in the MCU play a character completely different. The Joker and I talk a lot about this, like playing characters and it being it's a character. Okay, Downey Jr., you're gonna do this.
It's an Academy Award winner.
This has got to be. I don't want any of the quick wit human. Like this is gonna be fucking different.
You need to.
I'm not opposed. Listen, I'm not opposed because Downey Jr. is one of my favorite actors. I think he's one of the best actors around. And I think when I think of that and put it that way, I just don't.
Oppenheimer.
He
was the bad guy in Oppenheimer.
I will say that's just weird because it's just like he's already been in the MCU. I don't know what
he was the bad guy in Oppenheimer.
I don't know what the point is there. My guess is if they're doing that, it's correlating into some sort of story where
Well, wasn't Dr. Doom like the complete opposite of Tony Stark? Like it kind of makes sense, right? Isn't he like the evil version of Tony Stark, basically, like a genius?
Yeah.
Does all
it could shit. Now I wouldn't be surprised. I know you said I wouldn't be surprised because they've done that before. They've done they had announced a Captain America Secret Serpent Society before and then changed that. So yeah, I things are subject to change. And so yeah, but hold on. I will say this. What was the release date for and the rumor was that the next
2026, this thing's moving.
That the next new mask, same task. No idea what the hell that means. May 2026.
Put a shield around the world.
May
He's gonna
2026.
have a new mask. It's going to be a paintball mask. Watch, just to piss everyone off.
So here's my thing then. So yeah, and if this starts shooting next year,
the effects are being worked on literally right now.
They might be pretty set in this.
Yeah, they're literally working. If this is 2026, they're working in the effects.
And my guess is they will. This is what's going to happen. They're going to recast Kane briefly. Dr. Doom is going to outshine Kane, take over real quickly during that film, and be the main villain.
Oh yeah, Doom killing Kang is huge. That'd be great. Choke him out.
What is it?
What? Fuck? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's my good buddy Chill, not reacting well to the news.
Good old Chill. Interesting. So that
this
means
has definitely been weird
Downey
announcements so far, right?
Yeah. Okay, let us watch the video of the Dr. Doom reveal. Whoa.
Damn, that's how they revealed it? Not bad. Dude, what's William thinking right now?
I'm not gonna lie, I would have freaked out a bit.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. A good presentation.
Whoa.
We're just not sure about the storytelling, okay? Damn.
Yeah, don't mind me. I'm just collecting graphics for tomorrow.
This is right here.
All the green for all the money.
Yeah. So, how much did tomorrow's show change just now?
Not at all. This is the only subject.
So, all right. It's
this and a couple of games and maybe one other item. So
this is huge.
I mean, look, I love Dr. Doom too. Let's see.
Seems like it's a variant.
I mean, here's the thing though. I wouldn't say I don't want RDJ as it. That's not what's weird about it. I think RDJ could fucking murder that role. He could kill it. it's just weird because he's already been the mainline Tony Stark that died. He's been in the MCU for 10 years. Like really, that is the weirdest. You know,
this is what we get for every
recasting in these movies. Like that's where it really goes. Like
this is what the internet gets because everyone was so sure Robert Downey Jr. was going to come back, but as a sort of type of like Jarvis character of anything. That's what everyone was so sure was going to happen. And Marvel, again, they listen to the fans. They're like, "Oh, you guys think that's going to happen? No, we're going to do this instead."
If they listened to the fans, they would have gave them a new Iron Man.
They're getting there. They got Ironheart.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. This is what I think is happening.
They're getting there.
I don't even know if I was waiting for the panel to end, the Marvel panel to end before we get into all these types of series and tinfoil hat stuff. But let's see. That's the Fantastic Four car.
I mean, if only we could go back to last year's Comic-Con, Marvel Hall H, and take a look at what they announced last year.
Dynasty. Yep.
To see what they're doing now and see how much of that they threw away because it was just an announcement, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like Blade is supposed to be out in 6 months. They don't have a script. They don't have a director. The main actor is actually finding himself brand new work to do in the meantime. So he may not even be free in 6 months. And, you know, they've paid Robert Downey Jr. a great deal of money. And I'm pretty sure his hopes is that it just flounders and flops and goes the way of Inhumans or something, you know.
Why?
Because I don't think he really wants to do this. I think he's got bills to pay. He's like these other old people, you know, that they bring in. What is there for him to do? I mean, did you see the background pictures of the last few films he was in? He was in basically a jogging suit with dots on it. That's how he played Iron Man. Everything else was stuntman and CG. It's like Mandalorian. It's just a voiceover work.
At least with this, he'll still have the mask. And
He's going to have fun being a villain.
Yeah, I mean, okay. Oh, Downey Jr. has commented on this. Let's see here. Downey Jr. says, "What can I tell you? I like playing complicated characters." I mean, well, he's not wrong in saying that he's. And the rumor was that like Doomsday is going to become part of partly like the new Loki, this anti-hero character going into Secret Wars, and the big villain for whoever the big villain is in Secret Wars. So I have no idea really what to make of this. This is
I mean, look, I think this is showing.
I'm sorry, I don't hate it. I don't hate it.
I think this shows that Marvel does care, though. If they're willing to get like Robert Downey Jr. in his big.
I don't know if it shows that they. No, I wouldn't say that.
In terms of the character of Doom, they're gonna put. You don't think this is them saying we're gonna take care of the character of Doom by giving this?
You can get other great actors easily for Doom. This is. I will say I agree with Rosales in that this is safe. This is safe. Downey Jr.
Robert Downey Jr.
Downey Jr. has had the most success in the MCU. He is the most missed since he died in the MCU.
And he's playing a villain, not the hero. That's not safe.
Of course it is.
I think the safe is him coming back as Iron Man. That's safe.
Which he probably will too.
It is Iron Man. It's a variation of Iron Man. They said same mask, different mask, same goal.
And then he's going to be Dr. Doom's a pivotal character in Secret War, isn't he? So he's going to be in Secret War too. This is awesome.
I don't think he will be in Secret Wars. I don't think that he will.
Wasn't he in the comic?
He was in the comic, but they're not sticking to the comics. They're throwing writers in who have zero experience with the comic books.
Russo also said that they want to come back if they got to do that specific comic. So now they're going back. I assume
they also listen to notes, and there's a lot of yellow notepads that get handed back to them all the time, and so you get things like
I'll bet on it. Dr. Doom's in Secret War. I'll bet on it.
Oh, sure, go ahead.
I do think Dr. Doom will be in Secret Wars. I don't know if it will be Downey Jr. That I'll give you. I don't know if it'll be Downey Jr. as Dr. Doom. But I do think there will be a Dr. Doom in Secret. I don't know how big their role will be.
The way that they're the way that they're presenting this as the same goal, different mask, means that this Doctor Doom is actually a Stark, Tony Stark, and that it's from a different universe, and he's
Right.
still trying to put a a uh, uh, a, a, a protection armor around the world. And as Doctor Doom, he's going to do it a different way than he would have done it if he was Iron Man. So it's like a what if story. What if Doctor Doom? What if Tony Stark became Doctor Doom? And with that, that's not going to be the Doctor Doom that shows up in the Fantastic Four. That's not going to be a Doctor Doom that shows up in Secret Wars. That's a Doctor Doom that stands alone and is not a part of this whole thing. So that's the way I see it.
Yeah, I think by casting this,
I can see
because
that,
Robert
yeah.
Downey Jr. has had he's had trouble finding stuff as successful as when he was on the MCU. Then he got that miracle with Oppenheimer, even got an Oscar out of it. And the first thing, big high profile thing, is him coming back to this as a different character. I think they're in it for the long haul. I think this is Doctor Doom. Because what's he going to do after this? He's not going to do a one and done and then have to like struggle to find shit again.
You're looking at $20 million every time you put him on screen before you've even put pen to paper. And if you got to put him in an ensemble cast where everybody is $20 million, you're looking at $200 million film franchise films, tentpoles that have to do $1 billion to succeed. And
Maybe.
that is
We
something
don't
that
know.
does not work.
We don't know what deal he made with Marvel coming back. He might have
Okay.
taken a less, but he gets bigger percentages. Way bigger. And that's way more.
I can tell you whatever deal he took, better. It's the best deal he's ever had in his life. It was better than and the best deal he ever had in his life was when he was with them at before Endgame.
He probably made the call to Marvel the minute he got that statue.
I mean, look, that's the thing.
It wasn't happening before. Yeah.
This is my thing. Whatever the fuck is happening, this I agree with. Is happening in Marvel is just confusing as fuck to me right now. I don't hate the casting. I already in my head, as a creative and stuff, I can think of and see the avenues of where they can go with this and what can be done.
And
However,
I've
done that every time, and they almost never do, those things, and always go some sort of, different way and stuff. So my issue would be, while RDJ is a safe pick, these movies got to be in pre-production on CGI alone with the team of slaves. Seems rushed. 2026. Yeah, that's for a big movie like that, and things are going fast. But if they start shooting at the beginning of next year, and what I think the goal is for next year, from what most of the actors have said, is that it'll be similar to Infinity War and Endgame, where they'll shoot back to back for the entire year.
And what you're going to see happen is that a lot of this stuff that gets announced that is this exciting, that with this short of a date and turnaround, they're going to just they're dropping this now for the quick high, for the quick rush of everybody, and then they're gonna announce later on at the beginning of the quarter of the first part of the fiscal year, just to remove it so that they don't have it on their books. They're going to push it back, and they're going to push the date back. Disney does this all the time, where they push the dates back on something so that they can clear the numbers and show a profit, so that they can do that. And that's all that it is. And so they've thrown down the money. They signed the contract. They've got him there. And if the movie never gets made, he still gets paid. And that's why Downey's on the stage.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, Russo's, they're very easy to control, and Marvel.
How come Marvel hasn't been able to replicate that? If it's all the same thing, if people just saying yes.
Well, they got to. I'll give the Russos this. They had this from the beginning. That's probably why Winter Soldier was so popular. They had a style. The intense, gritty action, the shaky cam close up, all that stuff hadn't been done like that in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. It was all very kind of proper and nice, and this came in. So they did come in with the style. They stuck to that style throughout the movies, and
maybe I don't think Endgame had shaky cam action. I don't think Endgame had shaky cam action. Did it?
Oh yeah. All of the Russo Brothers films has shaky cam action. Sure. They're big on shaky cam action. Exactly. They, that Winter Soldier fight scene Captain America and Winter Soldier on the bridge. Remember how like he's super shaky and super close up? As the,
Oh yeah. For Winter Soldier, I don't remember if Endgame had. It was
yeah.
only like one battle scene. It probably was in the individual fights, like with like Black Panther
and also now here's my
Thanos.
question: where's Doctor Strange 3 in all of this? Where is Shang-Chi?
Shang-Chi, that's the one. Doctor Strange, we just had one like 2 years ago, right? 3 years
Well,
ago?
but still, they set that up, and apparently Doctor Strange is supposedly like big player in these next Avengers movies and stuff. Yeah, he needs a story, to set up everything that is going on. Like, because all of this just starts happening, and the last time that we've never seen the Doomsday villain before, and I don't know where the hell he's coming from because this doesn't clarify either. So is Downey Jr. also now in Fantastic Four, or is he just in this Avengers film?
I think Avengers.
They're pushing Galactus as the villain for
maybe a cameo in
that
maybe
first
an end
film.
credits.
So you think there is no Doctor Doom, or if there is, it's a different actor? Like, I don't. There is still a lot of questions.
I think it's him. I think that's Doctor Doom, man. If he shows up in Fantastic Four, it's a cameo in the end credit scene. First steps.
I think what's going to happen, and clip this if you like, and throw it back in my face in about 2 years. It'll be lovely. But I think what's going to happen is that Galactus is going to destroy their universe, and they're going to wind up in the main timeline at the end of their film.
Right.
So it doesn't make sense to put a Doctor Doom, especially Robert Downey Jr. Doctor Doom, at his price point in this film with these actors, because it's just going to drive the price right up. And Joker, it is a mess. So that they have to clean up the entire thing. They have to retire all of their old actors, and they have to replace them with younger actors, which is why they're still pushing for the Young Avengers to replace the old Avengers.
I think what they need to see, this is kind of, again, the opposite of what I had thought and hoped, because of where things kind of felt like they were going, especially with Deadpool and Wolverine. Again, set up your Marvel X-Men that we've had established for years versus the Fox. I'm sorry, Marvel Avengers that we've had for years versus the old Fox X-Men and from their universe and that type of stuff. With Deadpool and Wolverine and Storm, all those guys that we know and all that stuff. Bring them into Secret Wars. Secret Wars should be the culmination of the last 28 years of superhero storytelling for Marvel, because now Marvel owns and has access to pretty much all of it. All the Fox universe, Sony stuff. Like, take advantage of that for the time being. Close it, make that your Secret Wars, because that's kind of Secret Wars, right? Multiverses in comics. Kind of interesting. Multiverses in movies. Here you have that dynamic, and that there were different universes, blah blah blah. You have an old X-Men cast, a young X-Men cast, all these different things. Bring them together for Secret Wars. Close it the fuck out, and then start the MCU again from the beginning with, like you said, recast. And now the X-Men, the Avengers, Fantastic Four, Spider-Man, they're all in the same universe when we start. Mutants, adamantium, whatever the fuck.
I'm not gonna lie, I do like Rosale's sorry, is that how you pronounce it? Rosale's idea of Galactus.
Just pronounce it.
Sorry, how do you pronounce it? Just so I know. Sorry,
Rosales.
Okay, that idea of their world getting destroyed and then having to come in the timeline, I think that's fantastic, because then it does add like depth. It adds threat to Galactus that's absolutely real. Emotions are there for our characters. And
don't forget, you still got Silver Surfer that's in that movie as well.
Yeah, all that really that's really that would be a really good play. I do think Doctor Doom could still also escape.
Well, this is another thing too. Now that they're doing this again, so now I got to come up with whole other new theories and stuff, because they're obviously not doing the X-Men. So,
What do you mean? Obviously,
so-
we don't know this. You don't know how they're going to end the night. The biggest announcement is at the end, bro.
I think
Think
they're
about
done. I think the Marvel
Oh,
panel
this was done?
is
That is a pretty big announcement.
I mean,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
this would be
pretty-
the biggest one. Yeah.
that is the biggest announcement. They always do something to cap it off.
Damn it.
But
I think
also too, that's the thing. They
No X-Men
announced
Avengers.
Marshala Ali as Blade 5 years ago, or however long ago, like 4 years ago. Like,
Yeah. What are they going to announce a release date for Armor Wars?
Dear God! Now see that I think that's going to be addressed at D23. Their 3 shows that they have just sitting in limbo. But
One of
I
them's a movie now.
I don't know. This is.
Are you sure it's
I
over? Can you
don't
check?
know.
Can you check?
I'm pretty sure. I think they're just
Okay.
reposting.
Okay.
The
Okay.
one
Fair enough.
person who could play Victor Von Doom.
The one person. Wow. I love it. I like this announcement. I'm not gonna lie. I love this announcement. I'm excited.
I do like the announcement. I'm like, I mean,
like it.
I
can't
but
wait to
again-
see what he does with it. I
but
can't
again-
wait to see what they do with Doctor Doom. I don't care
I
how-
just-
if it's a variant. Doesn't matter.
I
It's
just
awesome.
I just think that like okay, so now obviously the universe is not going to be closing anytime soon, like I had hoped. So now there's still a lot of questions. Okay, where's Kane? Is Doomsday going to overtake Kane? And what's like they're going to recap? Would you forget about Kane? What's going on with Kane? There's that.
He's
There's
totally killing Kane.
the
awesome.
the Eternals stuff. That would be kind of cool. But I don't know. I wouldn't doubt these 2 Avengers movies do make their May dates. I feel like they're gonna go into these flicks half-assed and with an unfinished script as per usual with them.
Pull up my screen real quick because this kind of puts it in line. This is what they're looking at right now. So, hold on, it's the wrong one. I'm trying to do something real quick. Yes, boom, boom, boom. All right, so their new official Phase 6 is Fantastic Four on July 2025, Blade on November 7th, Avengers Doomsday on the May 26th, and then Avengers Secret War in 2027. So Avengers Doomsday, Robert Downey Jr. right there becoming. So I don't know exactly how that happens unless he is coming from the Fantastic Four film, which means he would be in the Fantastic Four film.
Yeah.
If they left their universe and came to this one. And they were trying to plan for the eventual Galactus return to the sacred timeline, if you will, which means that they've got a Silver Surfer to help plan and to fight against it. Blade, they still don't have a script for, but at least it's coming ahead of the Avengers Doomsday, so they've given themselves a little bit of window.
Let's pretend with Blade that they stick on track for that. The script is being written. That could very well go into production by the beginning of next year. If that's a big if things stay on track, and if it goes into production at the beginning of next year, there is no way in hell it's going to make that November 7th day.
Maybe they got to treat it like a Saw movie.
They
got to like speed that production, like 1 month production.
They've never, especially now. The only way that they could is if they went with it's going to be like a small budget, 50 million production, this type of thing, blah blah blah.
An $80 million horror film. That's why I want Fetty to do it.
Could work, but even then, for a Marvel movie, I've never seen a Marvel movie start shooting and be out 9 months later, or 11 months later. There's just no way. There's no way.
Didn't Deadpool start filming again? How much did Deadpool finish before the strikes? Because they started filming this year.
They were halfway done by the time
they were halfway. Okay, fair enough.
They were halfway done, and then and then Sean Levy said the whole time the strikes were happening, he was editing. So by the time the strike were finished, that portion of the movie was
he had that edited, banger opening then.
It was done. Like, so he just had to shoot and finish and edit. And Sean Levy's the type of director that they edit as they go. But even then, just within this to start shooting, The only film I can think of is A Complete Unknown did that this year. They started shooting this year, and it'll be out in December. But that's a small, kind of smaller film and stuff. Not a lot of graphics and effects and things like that. Like, I don't see it.
Maybe with the writer, because we don't know exactly the situation where in terms of they could have the action scenes done technically from a visual effects, and they just need this new writer just to fix up all the dialogue and make sure everything revolves around the few action scenes they have already in previs or already in the digital effects. Like, we don't know the exact situation.
I think you're muted, Rosales.
Good. Some of that stuff didn't need to be heard, but
okay.
The Blade films, I believe the big point on the Blade films was that there was only 2 fight scenes in it. In the script that they were arguing over, and the rewriting and the rewriting and the rewriting, and that Blade was passing everything down to his daughter. So, before he even got to shine, they were writing him out, which is something, I believe that Mahershala Ali actually has final say on the script. Good on him for fighting for something that's going to be quality and last. Which means that they're going to have a really hard time nailing that script unless they do exactly what he wants. And but even if they run and gun and shoot and start filming everything, with the idea of fixing it in post, we're looking at 100 VFX houses being hired at the last minute to shove in it Thor: Love and Thunder style graphics. Paid pennies to do this speedball work, and then thrown in so that they can meet their deadline and get the film out on time. And then you wind up having a $100 million, $200 million film where nobody can see the money on the screen, and it doesn't make the money back.
Yeah.
At least that's the way it's been playing out.
So Deadpool.
Well, and that's the thing. Now it's gonna mess up because everybody you that Deadpool was the one everybody waited for. Okay, you restored my faith. Now you got to keep my faith. It's not as easy once you've restored it, right? To keep it, and now it's just kind of we've got to get through to we don't know what the hell those movies are going to be, Captain America and Thunderbolts, before we get to Fantastic Four, in hopes that that's good. But now we know that's leading to I don't know. I don't know how to feel about it. I can only hope and pray that there is some behind the scenes bigger story and plan and endpoint, with the beginning, middle, and end that they are aiming for here. And that this isn't
I think so. I think between the actor strikes, they were able to get a little bit more attention to what the long-term story.
Well, they did say that is the one thing the strikes gave them. They gave them time, and it gave them, Majors had already started going through his thing. So I think that's another thing. It gave them an opportunity to come up with maybe plan A, B, and C.
They need to pray for another strike is what they need to do.
Why?
Because, everybody, we all know that these rumors that we heard, you heard the rumor about Robert Downey Jr. That's no more than a week or 2 old. Okay. So these plans that they have here are roughly about 2 weeks old. That's it. This is the Hail Mary pass right here. And it's either smoke being blown up our butts, or it's the Hail Mary pass that they have absolutely no idea how they're going to execute. Yeah. So I can't have a lot of faith in what's going to come out of this.
I agree. I don't have a lot of faith. I do. I'm interested.
I'm the positive. They listen. I guess when everyone says they don't listen to fans, but I guess they just listen to me because they've always, every complaint I've had, it's been addressed at one point.
I mean,
you need to complain about the writing so they can listen to you. You like the ending of She-Hulk?
I didn't see She-Hulk.
You can't tell me the writing in Quantum Mania is fine.
No, that one's I like some parts of that one.
I refuse.
You need to watch She-Hulk. You need to watch She-Hulk because it's got the same ending as Deadpool.
I saw the beginning. I saw the first half of She-Hulk. I don't like that. That was funny. I like that Madeline lady. She was funny.
Watch the whole thing. Watch the whole thing.
It's
You really should. You owe it to
After I
yourself.
finish, which one haven't I seen? Oh, I haven't seen Secret Invasion either. Didn't see
You need to watch that. You really definitely need to watch that.
No, I'm good.
Absolutely.
I saw clips. I know what's up.
No,
can't
you
troll
don't.
me, so
No,
you can't
don't.
troll me.
No,
into
you
watching
don't.
that.
You don't know what's up. You don't
speaking
realize
of that,
what kind of cuck Nick Fury actually is, because none of the things that he did were him doing it. It was all aliens.
Hell yeah.
Aliens did
By the
everything
way,
for him.
like the
He did
Forgotten.
nothing
Great.
except for point people in the right direction and ask questions.
great point, Rosales, by the way. What's going on with that? When's that going to get addressed? Oh, yeah. Half of the important people in the MCU now are aliens.
Armor Wars.
Oh yeah, you can't have
Armor
Armor
Wars.
Wars because those are aliens. Rhodey was an alien.
Good
Armor
Lord.
Alien Wars. Come on. They're adding aliens to the armors.
Yeah, that's
Aliens.
a mess. It's
That's
a
how you-
mess.
They were
what it-
illegal aliens.
I think they're fine.
They were here illegally, and they don't.
I think
pay
we should
taxes.
be thankful because like this is the only like freaking one of the only ones that are still going strong. It's like no other studio could do this like coherent like
still
movie
going
after
strong?
movie, one story.
And the president before Ross declared war on aliens and was going to put them out. You remember that?
Yep.
Yeah,
That's right.
and that whole thing was dropped like it was a brand new island in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, made out of adamantium.
Yeah. This is no. This is they need to.
I mean,
they need
this
to
happened in the
clean
comics. The comics turn into a mess too. What do you
themselves up.
expect?
They need to clean themselves up here. They need to, because this is getting incoherent. You're getting too many dropped off stories. Too many. They got to hopefully shut down a lot of the Disney Plus stuff. And I'm that's the other thing. Where are all these movies going to be coming in? Like I said, Shang-Chi, Doctor Strange 3.
All the things they promised last.
Last
Comic-Con.
Exactly.
They promised
So
Shang-Chi too?
Yep. My guess is yes.
What the hell?
My guess is
That shit was awesome. Where is that?
my guess is that we'll get more
It's on the
filling
shelf
out
right
in-
next to Armor Wars and what
And
was
Blade.
that one?
Jesus.
Yeah, what's
Ironheart.
up with the 10 rings? Didn't the sister take over? I want to know what's up, man. That was awesome.
Yeah.
Do a
and
show on
then-
the 10 rings, damn it.
That's coming too. They announced that too. They put it on.
They
the
did
slate.
announce a show on the 10 rings.
God damn it. Where is it? I'm getting mad.
It's sitting next to Ironheart on the shelf.
It's becoming DC all over again. It's yeah.
They'll be fine.
They need to get some control here. I'm sure there will be hopefully some more announcements and clarification at D23. Where they save a lot of the big stuff, but I don't know. There's a lot of questions. What's going on with Kane? What's going on with the aliens? What's going on with Downey Jr.? Is he in Fantastic Four or not? Is he a variant? What is this? Blah, blah, blah. There's just a lot. There's a lot of questions. Hundreds. Thousands probably.
It would be hilarious if Avengers Doomsday, they had a variant of Doctor Doom that was actually a Kang.
That's probably, I could see that, but I see that either happening or Doomsday being the one to defeat Kane and take power and be after that type of thing.
Doom is totally showing up at Secret Wars.
Because I feel would work a little bit more because they've already shown Kane's a bitch in Quantumania and how easily he I'm sorry, even if there is a Council of Kanes, you didn't prove to me that they were very smart. So
I mean, look what they're doing. They're all just watching one guy get beat up, I guess.
Right. You can kind of take that opportunity there, to play that out with Doomsday, have him take over, get rid of Kane, and Doomsday is now your new big bad with Galactus and all this for Secret Wars. Or they replace Kane. God knows. That's we don't know. They've only
Isn't that
made me
exciting,
ask.
though, Austin?
This has no,
How many
because I went
questions?
into this.
Isn't that exciting?
Because I went into this with questions. I'm walking out with
more.
100 times more questions.
It's like an M. Night movie, bro.
And I'm not happy about those questions.
It's like
I'm
an
only
M. Night
more
Shyamalan
frustrated.
Are you saying that in the Avengers Kang Dynasty, all they did was Control F Kang and replace him with Doomsday?
Like, what is going on
Yeah,
here?
Dr. Doom.
And then what if they don't do that? What if they replace Kane and they do decide to keep Kane around and it's Kane, Doomsday, and Galactus? What is like that's
oh my
brain is turning into the scrambled lines from Deadpool and Wolverine.
The safest bet
Loki, when it just
it seems pretty obvious to me what they're doing.
Help. Explain.
Okay, so what Rosales said before of the Fantastic Four is going to come over to our world, Galactus changing, and Doctor Doom, whether he's here or not, or he comes over too. Then they have their Doom crap. Then they have their Secret War. Where's it difficult? Like which question do you need answered? Here, I'll answer it.
Is Galactus one of the what did the Eternals?
Yes.
Yeah, he's a Celestial. Okay.
Sure.
So there's a reason for him to come to Earth and eat of the celestial flesh if they're cannibalistic, because the Celestial did not birth itself out of Earth. So now you have their promised Eternals 2, which could include Galactus. But,
well, and that's the other thing.
Again, it's a mess. It's a big mess.
No
they
Eternals.
Then they said,
no,
then
that's
they
not
said
a mess.
this week.
I don't
Then they
understand.
said
Where's
this
the
week.
mess here, guys? I'm not getting it.
They said this week, right? There is no plans, no active plans for an Eternals 2. So no Eternals 2. So they're gonna. That means
the
they're going
characters
to
can't show up elsewhere.
Okay, but then so
which
but
they
why
do.
I
Blade
care?
literally
But
showed.
why
What
do
the fuck was Blade doing in an Eternals movie? Like already, it was like.
You're right.
Or
You're
Harry
right.
Styles.
You're
Or Harry
100%
Styles.
right.
So that's why characters can show up anywhere.
It doesn't make sense. Now they're just going to put the Eternals that we don't like or care about in movies with the Avengers and try to make me put them with characters I do like and care about. And
I see what you're saying there, because Marvel does do that. One of the things Marvel does do, which I actually like, is that they will they're gonna force you to like it. It's like, oh, everyone hated Dark World, fine. Endgame, half the fucking movie with Thor is gonna be in Dark World territory, right? Like they try to fix it up. Now, if they decide to move these characters around in other, they're gonna beef them up. They're gonna make them funny. They're gonna give them. They're actually gonna give them. They're gonna put in the work this time. That's why they even show up in these other.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I hope so. Now, also this.
I'm a dark
Downey,
space elf, and I'm looking for space ether.
Downey did talk about how at the time when he was at Marvel, it got to the point where you're playing Stark in the same character, and it got stale and blah blah blah. I mean, he's gained a reputation for even he left at the perfect time, right? He left when it was still Marvel was still at its high point. He was still great in his movies and all that. Now it's really going through. I would hope that these whatever talks and deal he made with them and stuff, he took that into consideration. These movies better be fucking good, because
I wonder if he got stock in Disney.
I've got a reputation. I mean, probably at this point, that's what I think. I do agree with Prep in that I don't know that Marvel was able to offer him the money up front that they used to offer him, but I bet you he's going to have a much bigger percentage this time. And he's gonna make some
Doctor Doom. He gets to revive the Doctor Doom character. If he gets toy sales or anything with that, it's done. He's a billionaire.
I mean,
especially if he kills it with the role.
I will say this: I'm open to the Doctor Doom thing. I'm open to it. I'm not expecting them to do a good job with it because they've let me down in the past. But
especially with villains, huh?
They need a lot of clarification here. They're getting into some DC territory where it's just okay, is his Doctor Doom what's going on there when you have a main act? So Tony Stark was I would call him one of those what they call Deadpool and Wolverine, a main timeline. He's a big part of the timeline. So it's just
he's an anchor. What they call it, an anchor or something?
Yeah, anchor or something. I don't know. This is very, very weird to have the same actor play two very important roles like that. I know Downey Jr. can do it. I know that like they'll be different enough and stuff. I want to know what Marvel is going for there. And like he said with Rosales, is this a Tony Stark variant that's turned into Doom and stuff? Because that has happened. There's, like there are ways for them to work with this, but I don't know. It's a very, I know you don't think it's safe because he's playing a villain, but I do think it's safe because it's Downey Jr. in the MCU. Downey Jr. in the MCU, no matter what, whether he's playing Stark, whether he's playing something else, that will always be safe because people will always show up for Downey Jr. in the MCU. Period. I mean, even now, as much as
what if they don't?
Maybe Joker won't because I know Joker said he's done. But even now, as much as I'm not crazy about this or I'm curious, yeah, I'm gonna go watch it. I want to see so it's a safe choice in that, But like I said, people like me now who weren't maybe as invested stuff. Now, there will be people like Joker who said he's done and stuff, and that's understandable and all that. But there will be people like me. I think a lot of people, more people like me and stuff that were like, I wasn't necessarily done. I'm watching, especially we do YouTube and all these other things we watch to review it and all that stuff. But now I'm interested, not interested in necessarily a good way either, but I'm going to go see it. I'm going to go see it. I'm going to go see what the hell they're going to do. I think, like I said, a lot of Marvel fans are now going to go see it because Downey Jr. is involved with the MCU. Doesn't matter.
They're also going to see it with that question mark. It's not like, that's why I don't think it's a safe bet. They're not seeing it because we know we're going to get Iron Man. They're just like, what is Robert Downey Jr. going to do?
It doesn't matter what that question mark is because again, it's Downey Jr. in the MCU. He's so cemented in that, like, people love. It doesn't matter. It doesn't
Iron
matter.
Man, though.
He could be
There
playing.
was probably a whole bunch of people who went to the Deadpool movie just to find out who Lady Pool was, and it didn't make a difference. It didn't make a difference in the story. It didn't make a difference in watching the movie, and unless you stayed to watch the end credits, you didn't find out who it was.
Right.
And most likely it was just a stunt person. It was the voice of Blake Lively, but we don't know who was in that suit. And ultimately, it really didn't matter. She was just so much fluff. And right now, at this point in time, Robert Downey Jr. is so much fluff. We don't know the context of the stories. We don't know the context of where they're going. We know they don't have a plan going into this. They just got some graphics up over this week. They put together along with the contract signing of these, of this guy and whatever else they got going on, the Russo Brothers.
Yeah.
Which those deals were not in place a week ago. None of them were.
Yeah.
So,
and we know exactly. We know that they've been in talks with several different directors and several different things and all the, we know that Kane
which means
Dynasty,
none of this is long-term planning.
Exactly. We know Kane Dynasty was only just started getting rewritten in May. When it was when Majors got the conviction and it was known he's not going to move forward as Kane. That's when they started to rewrite everything. That was only 2 months ago.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, this is not very thought out and planned. And
it would appear that way. We don't.
Yeah, it would appear that way. I mean, it's just. Yeah, I don't know. I am, like I said, there's a lot of clarification needed here and a lot more to explain and see before I make any final judgments. But I'm definitely in what Bob said earlier in that, like, I'm just confused. I'm confused. I need to know more and I'm not excited. I am not ready to say call it on the MCU and say, oh, this is over and done. I'm still going to go see these movies probably and stuff, but I just, I don't know.
They're not going to have the money to make these movies, I don't believe. They still have to pay for Hulu, and that's going to be a lot of money, a lot more money than they expected to pay for their last bit of Hulu. And once they do that, they can start adding Hulu numbers to their their streaming things and say, look, we've made streaming profitable by buying a profitable streaming service.
Right. Well, and I will say this: I think they've had Disney had some luck this year. Obviously, Deadpool's going to be huge, and then Inside Out was huge, biggest, highest grossing animated film of all time. Which I didn't expect that.
And they have the highest grossing animated film and the highest grossing movie.
I don't think anybody was expecting that with Disney because their past films have not come close to that in a while.
Well, they played it safe with the Inside Out, and they played it safe with Deadpool.
They did.
And
they did. They need that money. They need that.
They weren't doing like they did with the Buzz Lightyear and the Cars and everything else, where they were trying to push a certain agenda. Out there. What movies, agenda? Well, you're going to have to go to the tinfoil hats for that. Oh. But because I mean, the thing is, and there's video out there, people saying things that are paid by Disney.
Yeah,
there's videos. But again, you're going to have to search for that because it's not out there. But the thing is that these are a lot safer. They're male centric or female centric in a very specific kind of way, because females. I'm going to get myself in trouble here. Hang on, it's coming. I'm about to get clipped. Females like movies about females, not about males pretending to be females. And they haven't made that movie yet. They have not.
So what are we talking about?
We're talking about movies aimed towards a specific demographic that's going to make them money, like Barbie. Okay.
Sure.
Barbie was aimed for little girls, and those little girls and their parents and the people that played with Barbies when they were kids, whether, whoever they were, they went to go see this movie and they loved it. And it was everything they wanted. And the same thing with Inside Out 2. My family loved it. My boys loved it. And they enjoyed the heck out of it. And, they talked about it on the way home from the movie theater, just the different things that happened with Riley and so on.
Well, I'll give them that. And Inside Out 2, they did a pretty good job of, like, even though it's Riley and the girls and it's kind of thing with the girls, that happens with boys too, at that age too. And it's for a little boy, it's kind of relatable. It's just relatable to kids, to kids at that time.
Deadpool, you essentially have two stray white guys in a buddy cop movie.
Do you think that's why it makes money versus just people like characters?
I'll give Deadpool. Deadpool's a bit different. You got to admit that, because Deadpool has always. Now I wouldn't say. Well, yes, he's straight.
How straight is Deadpool in that movie?
I said essentially straight.
Right. He's always been. He's always been very. The jokes are very wide ranging.
Absolutely,
in that area and stuff, and then he's.
Yeah, the pegging jokes. Were
him being. Even in the past Deadpool movies, I loved he's like in love with Hugh Jackman as Wolverine. He's so hot, staples his face on his, and all that. So like there's all these funny so with Deadpool and Wolverine, there's definitely risque that and even Wolverine this movie Deadpool and Wolverine address some kind of funny things. Like I said, there's the whole scene where he goes, I'm for abortion, climate change, all the far left liberal stuff. The guy is about to say say something, respond. He goes, no. And he just walks away, and then they've got the other one where Cassandra, when she shows up in the wheelchair and then walks up and he goes, ableism, the woke mob won't love that. He's not going to like that. So they're even now, and Deadpool's the perfect character to bring it in, addressing that,
and those jokes are for the neckbeards. If you would say that,
I would agree with you. I think Deadpool is safe for different reasons. I agree with you on Barbie, and I agree with you on Inside Out. But I think Deadpool is safe in the reason of that it's just a money making character. People love that character. They love the humor and stuff. Combine him with Hugh Jackman's Wolverine. The one thing fans have always clamored and wanted to see, the legit Deadpool, not and Wolverine, not the X-Men Origins one. yeah, you're cooking money. Yeah, at that point, it's same thing. Like I said, the same thing with No Way Home. As soon as people start figuring out Andrew and Toby, yeah, you're cooking money. When you're it's fan service. It's absolutely fan service at the highest level. And that's why it's safe. And I'm okay with fan service if you can make it good and quality. And I think Deadpool and Wolverine did a better job than No Way Home with their fan service and adding the emotion and adding the the way that the other characters, Blade and Gambit and all those ones interacted and stuff. And so interacted as far as the story, they didn't take over, or they made fun of the fact that they were kind of shitty characters that people had forgotten about, and they're lost to the void because of it. And so yeah, that's I think the way you do that fan service. But it is fan service, and it is again that those two things alone add on the mystery of the multiverse and who could show up and all of that. Yeah, you're cooking a lot of money, in that particular. This movie was always going to make a shit ton of money. It was Deadpool's entrance into the MCU. This movie was always going to be. It's just the timing of it now is going to be. You came at like they said, you came in at a low point. You came in at a low point, and you're surrounded by shit. And if shit continues,
Yeah, and when you're at the low point, any type of success is going to be perceived as a huge win.
Right.
So
absolutely. The MCU is back with the Deadpool movie. Everybody say MCU is back.
Yeah. The problem with the television series and everything else on the Disney Plus is that they had too many people, too many cooks handing in notes and telling artists how to do things, and so much to the point where they lost a lot of people. A lot of the projects that were in the works just got stepped on and thrown out.
Yes.
If you look at Lucasfilms, LucasArts, because it's all just one company. It's Disney. It's just one company. They're pretending to have hats in different but they're not. They're not really. All of the money is put together in the same pot, and it's distributed out from there. But Rogue One, not Rogue One. It was Rogue One. What's her name? Patty something or other.
Oh, Rogue Squadron.
Rogue Squadron. There you go. Thank you for correcting me.
Yes.
That she didn't want to play ball, and
Right.
so her movie got canceled. Ryan Johnson had a trilogy. He didn't want to play ball the same way, and his movies got canceled. What was it? Trey Parker and that other guy, or somebody like that? A couple of dudes.
Oh, Phil Lord and
Yes.
Chris Miller.
Yeah, Phil Lord and Chris Miller. Same kind of vibe.
The Spider-Verse guys.
Yeah, they were going to do some Star Wars stuff, and that got thrown.
Well, they shot half of Solo and got fired midway through.
There's that too,
That's
So what was my point? Where was I going with this? They had a history of interfering with the product and causing all kinds of reshoots because everything that's been on Disney Plus has been reshot to death, and costs too much money to even make money. And their answer was to say, "We heard you, we hear you, we're listening to you.
Yeah.
From this point on, we're going to make a different kind of Disney Plus movie. We're going to have executives in charge of the shoots. So each showrunner will have an executive to deal with to keep the show from going off the rails."
Yeah.
And that to me sounds like the exact same thing they've been doing. It's not a solution to the problem because the problem was too many notes, too many people involved in what's going on. What they did was they tried to put movie people in charge of television series instead of hiring from the pool that they have. They have ABC. They have the Disney Channel. They know how to do TV. And, full stop. Disney knows how to do TV. But they still managed to screw it up because they had something else they were trying to do. They called it on their website, Every Story Matters or something like that, where they have to tell all of these stories about minorities and endangered species or people or whatever it is, everybody that's considered an outside. So you have those stories that are embedded into everything that they do, because that's part of the mandate from Disney right from the very top. It's
how
on their
does that
website.
apply to WandaVision?
How does that apply to WandaVision? Oh, you have what's her name? Monica Rambeau being thrown into the mix.
That
And then
wasn't.
she gets,
You don't think that wasn't creative inspiration?
they threw it away
How do you know that?
because they haven't done anything with her. There's not a
They
Monica
put her in the
Rambeau movie.
Marvels.
They put her in the
Oh,
Marvels.
the you mean the lowest grossing Marvel movie that lost money in the history of Marvel? That
There was still an
everybody
attempt.
loved?
They were still trying to do something with.
Yes, here's what they did with her. Okay, she said she couldn't
Still
fly,
creative
and then
inspiration, even the movie sucked.
they put her in the movie. She couldn't fly. She said she couldn't fly. Nick Fury yells at her black girl magic, and all of a sudden she can fly.
Yeah, for the
So
movie.
that that is not
But
a
you're saying
creative
that was
vision for the
mandated by
character.
Disney?
I'm
for-
saying that yes, there are certain amounts
Why?
of things that have to be mandated
Like
for Disney
what gives you that impression?
because it's on Disney's website
No, but that it's for that specific character.
for any production. They have to
No,
have
but you mentioned Rambeau specifically.
Monica Rambeau because you called me out on a specific project.
Okay, so
Right.
why? How did you know that mandate shoved Monica Rambeau into WandaVision?
Because she doesn't really fit in WandaVision. She doesn't really do a whole
So
lot
they
in
needed an
WandaVision.
outside perspective from a story standard. She does fit. They wanted
They had an outside perspective. They had people looking at what was going on through in the whole city through a TV set. So they had your
Right.
outside perspective.
right? But they
You
wanted
had-
her. They wanted that character in there to like relate to her.
And
They
isn't
wanted that character in there to fill a checkbox.
Any character's a checkbox.
No, this specific character
Any
fits a
character
specific
is a check-
checkbox.
No, any character. Every character is a checkbox.
She was there for a reason, and the reason was the
But you,
checkbox. And
how
the
do you
checkbox-
know that?
Well, I'm trying to
Again.
remember. I'm trying to remember the story here because if I remember correctly, she's the outside
She comes back from the
agent,
blip.
and then she's the outside agent, and then she's also in like Wanda's.
Yeah, she gets inside. Yes.
She gets inside. That's what, and she's trying to connect with. Yeah, I don't know that was because of a checkbox. All of that, I think they had planned that because of.
Well,
Captain
the thing is,
Marvel.
I think the
There
whole
was
checkbox-
actually that's the funny thing with Captain Marvel. There was actually more love for that character, Monica Rambeau's mother, than there was for Captain Marvel. Everybody was like, "We like her. Where's her stuff?" And she died, and all this type of stuff. So, like I think there was more. They took interest from that. Okay, we're gonna move on with. There's more interest in that character. We're gonna expand some things there. I do think that afterwards, yeah, her use afterwards has been like nothing. It's been a nothing burger. And
Well, it was a bad movie.
it was a bad movie, and it was just
So nothing. No one had anything to work with.
Go ahead
in
and
that
go ahead and
movie.
share the screen.
And
if you
now,
will.
and it was a bad movie, and I will give this. That was a checkbox movie.
Go ahead and share
Every
the
movie,
screen.
guys. the thing is, everything's a
wanted
checkbox.
Marvel wanted their girl team up, and all that.
Impact.disney.com. Across all platforms, we champion storytelling that reflects the world around us and helps us develop meaningful relationships with our customers. We strive to present genuine, authentic, and respectful storytelling. To do so, we engage individuals, families, and communications across the globe. We embrace different perspectives,
Mhm.
Monica Rambeau's,
What's
in
wrong
our
with that?
filmmaking.
Okay,
There's-
like don't. Is
what
that
I-
what movie making is about? You get different perspectives.
This is exactly the reason why she was in the movie, and this is
Okay.
This
Wait,
is
no,
why
I don't
she was
understand.
in the
But
other movie.
what did you read? Okay, so which part of that says that that's the reasons why she's in the movie? Which part? Which sentence? Authentic, respectful storytelling. That's why she's in the movie. Okay, yeah.
This-
that's
they've
that's
got-
why I want all my characters to have respectful in their storytelling.
Look, they've
Why
got
is
it
that
in.
a bad thing?
What I'm telling you is that they are
Be
not putting the
specific.
stories ahead of themselves. They've got quotas to fill, and they fill the quotas regardless of whether or not they have the ability
Okay.
to tell the stories.
I see what you're saying, but actually, no, I do disagree with you because I would agree with you if it were a main storyline in her story in that show, that like, oh, you know, she's whatever, black, and it's a whole thing. But that's never addressed. It's that like
She's
her
just a
color,
supporting
color of skin. Yeah, her color of skin, and it just so happens that her character is Monica Rambeau and all
There's
that.
no like
it doesn't. It's never. It doesn't have anything.
Gives you the impression that she was forced in there. Like
she was just cast as the daughter, and obviously if you're playing the daughter of a previously black character, you're gonna probably be black, you know. So I think that's fine.
I mean, would you like okay? Let's say you're correct. Go scroll down. Let's say you're correct. Would you like be upset if you see a character in a wheelchair because they're trying to like be inclusive? Like, would you just get upset at that? Like, is
hang
that
on one second.
Does
I
that
have
mean
to parent real quick? Hang on one second. I got to parent real quick. Hold on.
BRB. Yeah, no, I think with that, I see what he's trying to say. I think there are things that Disney does absolutely to do certain things like that. You know, at the same time, yeah, that one was just a character, Monica Rambeau. They're putting in the show and stuff.
Also, like with this whole checkbox thing, like when you're creating a character, like you have to do checkboxes no matter what. Like saying straight white, that's a checkbox. Like the minute you come up with a character, you have to come up with their age, their
right,
race,
yeah,
all that.
Right.
Those are all checkboxes. So no matter what, but so I find it kind of like a little weird that it's only a checkbox with certain races and certain characters or orientations.
Well, I think it
when
becomes,
literally everything is a checkbox.
So
being straight is a checkbox.
For me, it becomes a checkbox when it's trying to push some sort of overly push an agenda, overly push it. Okay, Captain America Winter Soldier, that speech and all of that, what was happening at the time? There was the riots, there was the you know, all of that was parallel to what was happening in America and stuff. And yeah, they fit it into the story, but it was so that they made it clear. They made it very, very clear, you know, that was what they were doing and what they were trying to say and all that and stuff.
Sure.
And it does start to interrupt the story because part of these movies are, well, I get what you're doing and you want to have the parallels of those things. And the comics have those parallels too of diversity and all that type of stuff too. It's still escapism. This is still entertainment and escapism. And it's got to be balanced where that is the most important thing over whatever.
I agree. I could agree, and I could totally respect that opinion. Where I start like to push back, and not on that opinion itself. It's when it starts to get to the intent of like that was put there because they have an agenda. Versus, I think there's a little more. It's probably more likely that okay, this is the Captain America show. The writers want Captain America to give a speech. It makes sense. Captain America gives speeches. That's an awesome thing that he does. So they decided to do it. Maybe they looked the wrong way, or they did it the wrong way, or it's just
that's written. The thing.
But the intent isn't to push an agenda. It's like to give Captain America a rousing speech. You know?
Well, but no, that's the thing. It's not Anthony Mackie that went and wrote the speech. You know, it was the Marvel writers and all that.
My point is that this is them saying that this is their agenda. Okay, when they say stories matter, right here, stories shape how we see ourselves and everyone around us. So as storytellers, we have the power and the responsibility to not only uplift and inspire, but also consciously, purposely, and relentlessly champion the spectrum of voices and perspectives in our world.
Now that means that
what's inherently wrong with that?
Well, exactly. Now that's the thing. That's a fine message. Most movies, studios, all those things, we're championing different stories and all these types of things.
That's what we want. If we want original stories, we need original perspectives.
No,
yes.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Rose.
They take a Hans Christian Andersen story, and they take a Germanic story, and they replace the main character with a girl of color who's obviously talented, obviously can sing, obviously can act, and all these other things. But they changed
what character
the
we talking
story.
about here?
I'm talking about the Little Mermaid. Okay. In this particular aspect. Okay.
I haven't seen that,
but it's Disney. Yeah. It's Disney. Marvel is Disney. Lucasfilms is Disney.
Okay. So
they tried.
I don't understand, but it's a mermaid. It's a fanciful, like it's a fanciful creature. It's not. There's not a race thing. It's
okay. Look
fantasy.
again.
It's
coming. It's
are
coming
you missing
at a
the
time.
point? Are you missing the point though that they're saying?
that there's different perspectives. Okay, but so I'll ask again, what is wrong with that? And what does the Little Mermaid have to do with
Let me try and clarify. So
you think the Little Mermaid is like black, like a black voice?
I'm telling you that they're telling stories that they normally tell, and they're changing them to reflect these particular ideals.
Today's society, modern day, yeah.
You know, and
well, they're reflecting the community.
They're not
the America. There's
not
different races,
stories.
different spectrums.
But they're not original stories. If they were doing original stories and telling original characters and having original characters without replacing them with something else.
We do this all the time. We've done this throughout history of art creating when we're like retextualizing the old gods. Like we do this all the time. Race changes all the time. Orson Welles literally did Black Hamlet in Harlem. Like it's part of art. Like
that's the thing. I don't mind. So that's the thing.
He did Black Hamlet in Harlem because they wouldn't allow a black man to be Hamlet in Harlem.
No, he purposely that was his thing. It wasn't Hamlet. Sorry, it was
they were not hiring black men to play that. Okay,
but he did all black
Othello.
cast.
Black men were not allowed to play Othello.
No, but throughout
so white men had to play Othello. Okay, because they were not let. They didn't let that
Orson
happen.
Welles.
Okay?
No, this was Orson Welles did it on his own.
Yes,
he wanted to do a race thing. He wanted to do a race swap
to prove a point. But
the point is, it doesn't matter what the race is as long as the character's intact, which is what the Little Mermaid did. That's still Ariel. It doesn't matter. It's still a mermaid. Is that a bad point?
you are missing the whole point because you're looking at very, very specifics. Okay. You're not seeing the entire thing.
Please,
it's the reason behind the choices
it's intent,
that they
which
make.
Is what I have a problem with. Yeah, like you give intent with.
They're stating their intent right here.
Yeah, and what is wrong with that? So what exactly is wrong with that?
What's wrong with that is that their intent is getting in the way of the quality of the product.
No, you see, you're putting that in there. That's not true.
No.
How did that get?
Okay, because you can judge it. You can judge it by financial success.
In the Little Mermaid. How did that happen in the Little Mermaid? How did that happen in the Little Mermaid?
It was not as successful as it could have been.
I did not. I didn't see it. I don't. So
financially,
I'll tell you this. Okay. I'll tell you how much did the Little Mermaid make? I have no idea. I can tell you this about how I felt with the Little Mermaid. I will say I don't care as long as it's a good performance and it's a good acting. I see why people have their thing about it and stuff. And for me, I'm not like the craziest Little Mermaid fan, so I'm not going to be out here, like I think with that, it comes down to performance. If you can, tell the story, right and stuff. And I definitely I'm not interested in the live action ones because I don't want to see the same movie again like they did with Lion King and some of the others. And so I'm just with those. I'm not very invested.
Are you satisfied with Pedro Pascal as Mr. Fantastic?
Well, see, yeah,
because Joker wasn't.
I will say this, and there are different things, right? You have a character that's been around in the comics for a long time, that has a history, that has a whole. There is tons of canonical lore, on Reed Richards and all of that and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And, again, I'm still not the person that's like, oh, because he's Mexican, I'm not gonna watch it.
That was Joker. That was Joker.
No. I'm not there.
And he's a Mexican.
I'm still willing to give Pedro the benefit of the doubt
because it doesn't make sense. It only makes sense if you're looking through this particular lens right here that it makes sense to hire Pedro Pascal as Reed Richards when you have tons of other people who could have done it, like John Hamm could have done it. There's
you're not the director,
but also
the directors have vision.
That's the other thing.
Saying I'm not the director is a way of discounting my view of the situation.
It's not discounting it. They're making it. You're
yes,
not.
You are.
If you were making it, I would not. You could cast whoever you want. But you're like saying like this is automatically better.
No, you can't.
Yeah, because you're not even putting yourself in your.
This is why
you don't even understand that there's another perspective. That there's a director with their own vision on who Mr. Fantastic should be played by.
We just went
can't
through
even
a whole
understand that
series of films that got canceled, or where directors and writers were pushed off because they couldn't work within the system. This is the system that they're trying to work in. And so, no, the directors do not have that freedom. And we just talked about how we talked about how the Russo brothers are yes men, and that's why they came back. That and a whole lot of money.
But then why did they? So if they're yes men, and so anyone
Well,
can
then,
just
okay,
do what
well,
they
then,
do.
If that's the case, if
Then
they
the next director just needs to listen to Marvel, and they'll get another Endgame. Apparently,
and now you have to admit, this has been said by Disney executives and all that, that like, yeah, when we're, looking for a character or whatever, Ariel or whatever, we want to cast a black actress this time and all that. So that's Disney saying that. So now from whatever that director that they're hiring now has to go, okay, I have to cast a black
Disney's
actor.
a very special case, and Marvel's a special case because they
know,
cast by committee, I'm sure, because they have to do that for all the other movies.
So that is something that and has been, shown, that the executives are behind the scenes saying we want a certain ethnicity for this and all that. And so that means, the directors are, in that case, are told about that decision before they're hired. Hey, we want a certain ethnicity for this character. You have to find that.
Wait, I don't know about that.
Now, oh, absolutely.
I don't know about that.
Oh, absolutely. How do you think it happened with Ariel? There's literally video. You can find it.
No,
you can find. You go. Hold on.
The director said.
Little movie prep. I will show. I can tell you this right now. You can find. I'll send it to you. I will find it and send it to you.
Because I have
there's video
I have
of
interviews with the director. I have interviews with the director. Said
president.
he was casting any race, and he saw her playing in the billboards, and he said he casted her after that.
So maybe.
The director himself said this in an interview.
Yeah, maybe not area, but I know with other casting for a fact. And so it could be
maybe. I don't know about that.
But I know with other casting for a fact, not Ariel, but other casting for a fact, there's video evidence. Disney studio executive telling them they didn't.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. That Project Veritas shit.
Yeah. Homeboy literally was saying,
I need that
executives. These executives are in the back. They're going. So again, not saying this is, but I'm not saying it happened with the Fantastic Four. I'm not saying because there's no proof. There's right. I'm using this as a hypothetical, but we know it's probably happened in a similar way with other movies because they have said studio executives will say, okay, let's use Fantastic Four as a hypothetical example. Okay, Fantastic Four has typically been in the comics. It's all white. Full white, cast and all this and blah, blah, blah. All right, we need one of them. Make Reed Richards Hispanic. Or some sort of darker.
No,
hold on. Look at the three people that were in content that were constantly rumored for Reed Richards were Adam Driver, tall and dark, were
Hispanic,
Diego Luna.
Okay.
Dark and Pedro Pascal.
Okay.
There is absolutely
that could also be the director's vision of what he sees Reed Richards like.
Sure, it could be, but when we know for a fact,
know for a fact.
Hold on. We know for a fact, hold on. It could be director's vision, but when we know for a fact that Disney has in the past said one of these characters has to be gay. One of these characters has to be a certain race. One of these characters has to be that. They're already giving, when that director is being hired, they're saying, all right, here's your contract of terms. Here's all of this. One of the characters we want to be LGBTQ. One of the characters we want, African American. One of the characters we want Asian American. One of the whatever that has happened. That is a fact. That has happened.
There are mandates, and this maybe it's here. If you just go here and look at it,
you keep saying this, but sir, you can't demonstrate that one. Like, what sentence is bothering you, and be specific about why.
No. Just look at what Disney is
I've
saying
been
about
reading the
their
thing over and over again. I don't see the problem.
and
I'm
that
reading that
no,
quote over and over again. Story
you
shape. how we
say
care.
you're saying that they don't hire people because of race
No,
or
I don't say that. I'm just saying
that's
like,
what you're insinuating is that they're not hiring these people because of race, and they're specifically saying here that they are
because it could be the
hiring
director's
because of
vision.
race.
Of course,
No,
if the
Okay, but
director,
even
the director
okay,
could
but
have a
okay,
vision.
okay, but you need
The
to
director
okay,
could
you
literally
need to-
have a vision where it's like,
Okay.
I see Reed Richards as a dark.
He could.
What are the
But
actors? I see him
movie
as
prep.
Hispanic.
Movie
Maybe
prep.
have
You're
Hispanic
focus.
descent.
You're focusing too much on that. Absolutely, any director can have that vision. Absolutely, nobody's arguing.
Most of
with
them probably do.
No, nobody's arguing with it. But the fact is, a big studio like Disney probably happens at Warner Brothers too. It probably happens in other places too. I'm not trying to say it's just big bad Disney
or mandated.
This has been happening in our culture for the past few years. That's just the way it is. That's society. So that's how society has been going. That's how the movies have been like.
I don't think
there is the movie that this.
I don't know why they need the mandate if they're hiring. Like, what exactly is the mandate? Just be
again. If it's a certain movie, if it's like if it's Barbie, let me tell you something. Absolutely,
sure.
They for sure say,
you know what?
There better not be all white Barbies in this movie.
Dude, the directors come with that in mind.
Guarantee you that.
I guarantee you, dude.
You know why they
come
with that in mind because there's a mandate. And let me tell you, there's another mandate that's called the Oscars contention, where you have to have a certain number of gay people, a certain number of black people, a certain number of disabled people within the crew. No, but if you want an Oscar, you're going to do this.
Yeah, this is different than the law. This is
different than the law. It's called nudging. Okay, it's what happens when a
it's
society decides.
It's being conclusive. Hey, keep these people in mind. That's it.
It's
okay,
called nudging.
But then
when a society decides that it wants to get rid of one asshole with another asshole, okay,
right.
And the asshole is me, okay, because I like things the way that they are, and the asshole that's moving me out is the one who wants things differently, and so I get nudged out of the way because I like this guy is this and this is what this is,
That's life,
and that also
move on.
I will have to move on because society will move on without me if I don't.
Yeah, but that's society.
But here's the thing.
That's not a mandate.
But also,
if it is a mandate, listen. If it is a mandate, it's because they think they can get more profit out of it.
Movie prep. It is a mandate.
Down.
Let me tell you something. If The Lighthouse were made this year, it could not be nominated for an Oscar. Two white characters. What are
you talking about?
I'm telling you right now, the fact that if The Lighthouse came out in 2024,
it wasn't nominated back then either. It didn't get nominated for Best Picture.
It was nominated for something.
It got a bunch of like actor nominations.
Yeah, it was nominated for. It was a largely known like Oscar bait, critic loved movie.
Horror movie. I don't think it was an Oscar bait.
It was. Let me tell you.
It was a horror movie.
Critics and me saying Oscar bait doesn't mean it's a bad thing. It was a phenomenal Oscar bait movie.
No, I don't think that's an Oscar. I think something like Green Book is an Oscar bait. I don't think The Lighthouse is an Oscar.
That is also an Oscar bait movie. That's a terrible Oscar bait movie.
Fair enough. I see what you're saying there.
People say like just because I say Oscar bait it doesn't mean it's a bad thing. I think that's fine if you want an Oscar.
Sure, but what is this like? They weren't nominated. You don't think they'd get? You don't think they would get nominated?
The Academy,
that's insane.
The Academy has rules.
The Academy rules say that now.
I pay attention to the Academy Awards. I understand they try to be inclusive. I understand why that happened. There was a huge call out because Idris Elba didn't get nominated for that African Warlord movie. And so like there was a huge there was a push of like, hey guys, we are not keeping certain people in mind. Like the Academy said this about themselves when they saw that I forget what the movie's called, Beast something, I forget. It was like about an African warlord. The Academy themselves said, hey, we're not keeping enough of this shit in mind. They checked themselves. I guess the mandate, sure, but I don't think that's for the negative.
Yeah,
all I'm saying is that they are not considering the story before they consider
you're putting that intent in there.
Not all the time. I would say
okay.
Not all the time.
I don't even know how you know that.
Because Monica Rambeau has a better story in the comic books than she had on the screen.
That is just a failure of writing. That has nothing to do with like mandate.
Why did it fail? Why did it fail? Because they didn't hire the writers
Because they were
based on their abilities.
well. First of all, WandaVision is like my favorite MCU thing ever, so I don't
And
think
I'm
it
happy
personally
for you.
failed.
Oh no.
I don't think
I'm
it
happy
personally
for you.
failed. But like, so like already we're starting off with like, well, this is why you're starting off like Disney has this mandate. You can't like, I don't even know what exactly the mandate is. Be inclusive, I guess, right? Just be inclusive. Like, what are the specifics here? Be inclusive, right? Of
okay,
different
no.
voices, races,
So,
orientations,
like,
which
again-
any major company is going to have.
Yes,
Any major
again,
big company's
that,
gonna have.
that overall thing, right? That's not what we have at least that's not what I have the issue with. Yeah, any major company is going to tell diverse stories, champion, blah blah blah.
Sure.
Yes, that's every
So
major
the
film
Monica
studio.
Rambeau
and
thing.
what
Why do we know
filmmakers-
that was the result of them trying to be more inclusive?
Yeah, the Monica Rambeau thing. I don't think that was. I think that was. I think that
I don't,
was
especially
more,
since
she
I
didn't
think it's good
contribute
writing
to the
already.
story.
I
She
think
did not
that-
really contribute to the story.
Well, yeah, she does. She does because she's that one outside connect. She's the head. She's the one able to get through to Wanda. She's the one that gets close to her friend that Wanda, kind of relies
They
on.
wanted a character to get close to Wanda.
Yeah,
Even
yeah.
the
wanted a character
mermaid
that
is
just
their
came back from the blip.
example of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Even the mermaid is their example of that.
You gotta say that's a bad look on Disney. That does not help the argument for Disney.
So I mean,
Yeah,
it's,
that is-
It's just
again,
casting, because in the end of the day, it's about a mermaid. It's not about a white mermaid. Like, what's the difference in changing the race of the mermaid? What literally changes?
Yeah, now that was
Nothing.
my thing. Is,
Literally nothing.
Let's see.
Like, why do people have a problem with that? If nothing changes, it's still
I haven't
Ariel.
seen it. I don't really have an opinion on the Little Mermaid, but I am curious.
No, but I'm just curious what changes because the actor, the race of the actor changed in the Little Mermaid specifically. What changed?
It's kind of like Bridgerton. Okay, you can't really take it seriously as entertainment.
Why?
Kind of like Hamilton. You can't take that as serious.
Why? Because it's
entertainment
black.
either.
Because it's a black actor. That's literally all you're giving me right now, unless you come up with another specific.
Hamilton is a musical. It's entertainment. It's not. But it's not telling you history. It's not
It's
giving
not
you a
supposed to.
history.
It's not supposed to. I thought we were trying to get away from like getting lectured about history, and no. For Hamilton will be different. Yeah, that one we should.
All right.
give it a
My
different
point
standard.
again. My point again is that Disney has these in
With
their
the Little
system.
Mermaid, what changed, sir? I asked you one question. What changed?
No. You're focusing on the wrong thing. My
Sure.
point was about Disney.
I'm focusing on your problem.
As a company, I don't have a problem with the Little Mermaid.
Oh, okay.
I'm just using that as an example. It got a lot of heat. It
So you
did
don't
get a lot of heat, and it didn't make as much money as it could have if they had
That's
just
not an
done-
argument.
I'm not
Well,
trying
okay,
to argue.
let's-
I'm not trying to argue. I'm not trying to
Oh,
convince
I'm just trying
you
to
of
find
anything.
out like why. Okay,
You
so
are
why is
not.
this bad?
You are not. You are trying to bicker and point
I just
out
want to know
and
why
move
this
the
is bad.
goalpost.
I just want to.
This
I just
this
want to know why this is bad.
I told you why it's bad because they're not focusing on the story. They're
No, they
focusing
did.
on
I saw the
something
movie. They
else.
focused on the story and the singing, just like they had to.
You,
Which part of which part gave you that? I think you don't want to get into specifics because you know you're full of shit.
I am not. I am not.
Okay, so let's
Thank
talk
you.
about the Little Mermaid. Let's get into
We
specifics.
can agree.
What
We can
part?
agree
Of,
to
what
disagree.
part? What part did you notice that they were not focusing on the story? Which part? Which scene?
See,
Yeah.
Disney is the
Exactly.
focus of this particular conversation.
Exactly.
Okay, it's
When it
not.
comes to
No.
specifics,
I'm not moving.
I never
What-
said you're moving anything, sir. You did.
Okay, I told you that Disney had a mandate,
Sure.
and you
Let's
disagreed
go
with
back
me.
to that. Yeah, let's go back to the talking points. Let's go.
Talking points.
Yeah,
No.
Disney had a mandate. What's the next one, sir? Because you
Okay.
don't want to get into the specifics.
All right. See.
All
right.
Dealt with you before.
You have not dealt with me before.
Oh yeah, clearly.
No,
I
you have not. You have not. No.
Okay. Then,
All right.
Then wow me, sir. Get into the
I'm
specifics.
not going to wow
It's
you.
All you.
I'm obviously not going to wow you.
Yeah.
I'm obviously not going to convince you of anything, but I have given you.
You can't
what I
without
have stated.
specifics and
No,
examples.
I
Yeah,
have
that's
given
usually
you
what works
exactly
with
what
me.
I stated, and that's that Disney has a mandate that they follow in order to have equity and
Gotcha.
inclusion.
I heard you. Talking points. Got it.
No, it's not a talking point. That's
It
right
is, 'cause
here.
you can't get to the specifics
It's
outside of the
there.
talking point. It's literally a talking point. Do you want to
It's
break it
literally
down?
on their website.
Literally what you
It's
just said. Otherwise,
literally on
it's
the
a talking
website.
point.
Well,
No.
I think, like I said, I think it goes back to it's pretty known, especially as the times and stuff are with the whole racial inclusion and all that stuff. It started happening years ago. They wanted, companies and all that wanted to that was partly mandated in some circumstances. Now, maybe not on the overall in every film or in these types of things and all that, but some movies absolutely had a mandate of this character we want to be LGBT. This character we want because we want that audience to.
I think they'd leave it up to the filmmaker.
And at the same time, a lot of it was this overreaction fear that, like, for some reason, because of a couple things, studios thought, okay, everybody needs to be represented, and we have to have all these types of things. And certain movies started being made that were like, this doesn't make sense. Bros, I can tell you as a gamer, Bros is one of them. Like, what the hell is that? Like, what the fuck was that movie? That was just nobody went to see that. Not even the gays went to see that. Not even the gays went to. That was not an indie movie.
That was an indie movie that was picked up by distribution. Yeah.
No, it was not. Let me
that
was a Judd Apatow produced from the beginning, big Universal movie, just like they had done with Amy Schumer, in whatever Trainwreck, just like they did with Adam Sandler and Funny People. Just like he'd been doing, Apatow has been doing that. He produces a comedian's movie. Steve Carell, 40-Year-Old Virgin. Seth Rogen knocked it, produces their movie. And so, it was a big budgeted. I think it was like an 80 million.
Are you Bros?
Yes. They made sure all the cast and crew was LGBTQ. All of everybody, was out. Yeah,
it was a good movie. I haven't seen it.
It was a horrible movie. Yes, it was not good in any sense of the form, and it only does worse to gay culture and the whole thing of sexualizing us. And
I don't think it represents all of gay culture, but
that's the worst part. It is trying to speak for all the gays, and it's very clear about that. Because there's so many different types of gays in that movie. Like, it is very clearly trying to speak for all of the gays and say, this is the big gay
it's a big studio movie.
Universal.
Universal, 22.
So I think,
That was a $9 million movie, Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah, they gave no marketing to this thing.
Oh, no, they marketed the hell out of it, too.
I did not see a single.
That's the other thing. They marketed the hell out of it. They had to. I mean, of course, the first big gay studio. It was the first big gay studio rom-com. That was the big thing, and all that. And like I said, all gay cast and crew, like everybody on the set. There is a story about how one of the gay people on the set got in trouble because they didn't refer to the right pronoun to another LGBTQ member on the set. It was a mess. It was just So I definitely think there is in certain,
but that's like okay.
In certain circumstances and certain things, absolutely.
But where's the mandate? That's like this guy hired a gay director, writer, did a gay movie. He got it fast tracked through Universal because they were looking for it. I don't think that was like mandated by Universal. It was like a writer director that's gay that wanted to do a gay movie, got picked up by a major studio, like the script.
No, in that case, like you said, it was a studio looking for it, and they got pretty much everything they probably wanted. They didn't have to mandate on anything on that movie.
Examples of the mandate,
I think for me the best,
it's like a thing like, hey guys, try to be inclusive.
I think for me the best.
I don't think it goes any further than that.
I don't have.
And then if they do, it's like I don't think they'll say this character needs to be gay. I think it'll be like, hey, can you put a gay character? And then the writer director usually wants to play ball. Sure, I'll make one of the characters gay. They'll leave it to the writer director. For the most part,
I do think if
they'll say, can you have a Garrett? We're looking for more representation. Like that's how they work. When I've seen it work, that's how it works.
It does depend how the story is. We still have yet to find out some things about the current writer of the first season of X-Men '97 reboot. Boo, I can't pronounce his name. Boo,
But wasn't that great though?
It's a phenomenal show. However, he did not play ball with Disney, and he made it very well known. And he was fired after season 2, and he made it very clear. You can go look at his tweets and everything. Disney wanted to force, this massive gay agenda. They wanted all this with Storm
Massive
and
gay
her African
agenda?
American. Yeah. Yeah, they wanted.
Wolverine was gay in that cartoon.
What is the agenda though?
Okay, he's.
Are you sure
they,
it's not
they
just like
never said
doing
they never
gay
said
stuff?
he's gay. They said Morph is gay for Wolverine, and Wolverine's not pushing. He's accepting. He's just not. I don't think he's going to indulge in it. Go with it, but kind of like Deadpool.
Are you
It's
sure
not
that's
like
not a
it's not
writer's
like
thing?
because
Are
these
you
guys
sure
made
that's
it
not
gay.
Morph being like
Now
into
that's-
that makes
yes,
sense from
no,
a writer's
yeah, no,
perspective?
Dude,
That's,
little movie
that's
prep.
part
I'm
of the
so-
story.
Little movie prep.
On the website, it says that they want to tell these stories,
You
and
you
that's
are
a
putting
gay story that
you
they
are
wanted to
putting
tell.
far too much faith into these good faith into these studios.
But it makes sense.
and
Here's what I
executives
do.
and stuff,
I make it
because-
makes sense to me. If Morph could morph to anything, like anything he
I'm
wants.
not.
different
Hold on.
sections-
I'm not. That storyline makes sense. That's the
Yes.
storyline he went with. Let me tell you.
Which one
They
doesn't make sense?
wanted more. They wanted even more. They wanted more stuff with Storm and her African. This all the. They wanted more.
They
More.
wanted
More.
her to
They
be an
want-
African goddess.
No.
For what?
See, you are lessening everything. You're trying to make it.
I'm
like,
just trying to get
like
to the
it's nothing.
specifics.
When these
They said-
things
you said they wanted to
when
get to Africa and then nothing.
being gay is overtakes the entire plot. When Storm's African history overtakes the entire plot of the X-Men trying to save the fucking universe. When all of these background things are taking over the plot of the X-Men trying to save the day.
I understand
that I
okay,
don't
so
care about.
has this
Now
happened in
also
the-
no hold on because he's giving it. The creator said he was given all these mandates and he told them no. As a
So
gay,
there weren't mandates, were they?
he is a gay man.
But
Are-
were they
are-
mandates then? If he told him no, it looks like he
I
never
don't
had
know.
a fight,
He was
creative
fired
fight.
after the second season, so we don't know, do we?
Didn't he have an OnlyFans and maybe Disney freaked out a little bit for that? Like,
No, I
that
don't
have been
know.
it?
He hadn't had an OnlyFans in a while. The OnlyFans was not.
well, my
around
point
to
is,
do
it doesn't seem like they were mandates. It seems like they were just having creative discussions and arguments, which is what
No,
happens.
he
with all
was
these
very
things.
clear in
'Cause
that
he got it-
Disney-
but he got his
that
vision
Disney
done.
Wanted these things. Yes,
Then
he
how did
got
he
it
get it done?
and then he got fired.
But hold on. But then how did he
And he
get
got
it done?
fired before the show even
If he was
premiered.
if he was fighting them, no, guys, if he was fighting them the whole time, right? Disney's seeing what he's doing, right? How did he not get fired? Like they would see, like you're not doing
Little
the
movie
plot we
prep.
asked
That's
you to
like
do.
saying, how did Joss Whedon finish Avengers: Age of Ultron?
What do you mean?
How did Joss Whedon finish Avengers: Age of Ultron? How did he make that movie? Because he clashed with Marvel a lot.
I have
It's
no idea.
very,
I
it's
thought he had
very well
problems in
known.
the set of Justice
It's-
League.
It's very no. Joss Whedon on the set of Age of Ultron clashed hard with Kevin Feige and Marvel.
Yeah, because they have creative.
That is the
creative
reason
discussions. Yes,
he never came back as a director because that was before any of the
he
shit.
got hired for Justice
with-
League.
No, that's not why. That was but way before. He sat without a job for a little bit before he got hired for
Okay.
Justice League because after Age of Ultron, he was done. Marvel didn't want to work with him as a director anymore because he wanted to do a lot of things in Age of Ultron that they ultimately allowed him to do and he fought for and all this, and they weren't happy with it, and they moved on. That's what a studio does. They're not even if your work is great, even if the people love your work, if the studio is not happy with it, they're not going to move on with you. Period. That's happened.
That's why they
all
didn't
the
move
time.
on with Zack Snyder
Yeah, but
on Justice
I
League.
don't understand the mandate aspect of like you need to make this character
No.
gay. Like there's no
And
specific example.
I don't think you
because
will understand it because you don't want to understand it.
I'm trying to get to the specifics.
You are not. You're
no,
not.
you're just
you are
saying I'm not. But
No,
I'm literally
you're-
asking you specific questions.
What
that
you're
you can't
trying
answer,
to
and that's
do
why now you're just
is
gonna be vague again.
undermine
Go
the
ahead.
whole thing. Okay, you've already
Because
put
I
me
don't,
into a
I don't
position.
believe it. I'm
You put me
actually
into a
in the
pocket.
industry, and I'm actually in the industry, sir. I've been around these meetings, and you're full of shit. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but you're full of shit. And you
What-
can say whatever you want. I'm a director myself. I've been in these meetings.
Fantastic.
I've been asked
Fantastic.
at best, like, hey, be a little inclusive with extras, like at best.
Right.
Okay, that's it. Like you guys are just
Right.
like, no.
But again,
Go ahead. Yeah.
I'm not saying like again with Disney there was not necessarily a man, but yeah, there was push on them wanting to do more things with the X-Men, take it outside of those characters, what those characters are, make it more about the gay thing, more about whatever and all these things. And he didn't want to do that. He stuck to the story. It did very, very well. And all of this, the stuff he did with Morph, I thought was fantastic. I thought the stuff he did with I loved the show. It was phenomenal. The stuff he did with the kid that came out as a mutant, but that was kind of the metaphor for coming out as gay, worked perfectly in that world because that's that world. Mutants are accepted. He's coming out as to his parents and all that. Perfectly done metaphor, and it makes complete sense within the world of the X-Men. That's it doesn't take away from the story. It doesn't it's all it's not an ultra focused lens on that. And then so it's there for sure. Like they want more of it.
Maybe no, but my point is like Disney said that, and then he didn't. The X-Men guy didn't provide. Like they let him do it. Like they said, all right. They at the end of the day, they let him do it, and then they decided we're not going to work with you again.
Right. Yeah.
So, but exactly. So their mandate is full of shit. Then there's not really a mandate because they let him do it. There's like he's not doing the mandate. Oh well, we'll just when he's done, we just don't give him another contract. Like
exactly. They just
nothing wrong with it. It's not really a mandate.
But that doesn't mean when they bring on that next guy, they're still looking for those same things, right? So they have that.
Occasionally, you're going to have yes guys, and then occasionally you're going to have James Gunn's and other guys. Like there's different flavors of filmmakers, different flavors of creatives.
100%. But I do agree, and I do think that too. I don't think it's to the degree of like every single movie we're going to force this on and all that. You still have. I was just thinking the other day. I saw a movie that was like the entire cast was all white. I was like, well, obviously it's not forced on on anything, and but I do think in certain situations, and especially in big studio movies, again, Barbie, absolutely some studio executive, somebody said, all right, we got to make sure, I know we're all thinking it, somebody's got to say it, this cannot be an all white Barbie movie, all right, we got to have black Barbie, we got to have all the different Barbies and all that, like it's part of it. It's part of it. Like it's just, and that's
it's always been like that. In the 90s, we got to include more black people. Like this has always been a thing. Like this is like it's always been a thing.
Not to the extent that it is like now. And you have even
because,
a lot of
how many movies do you have gay characters from the 90s? Like in terms of the action genre.
The action genre? How many gay movies?
Any gay characters in the action genre and any movies of the 90s.
I mean,
there's not a lot. That's the point. Like, there's not a lot.
I can't think of any now, but that would be dumb to make. Like,
why would
the
that be
sexuality of a gay action character?
Yeah, because it doesn't. If it doesn't matter, if it doesn't, exactly, you don't care. So if it does happen, what does it matter? It's the same shit. You're still getting car chases and shootouts. What does it matter? If the
I don't.
That was the original. That's the original take of the Transporter.
But I don't.
He was gay in first two movies, and they give hints in the second movie. Jason Statham, when the woman's trying to come up onto him, and she's like, oh, why you don't want to make love to me because of who I am, and he's like, no, it's because of who I am. And Luc Besson and Jason Statham had conversations about making him subtly.
Well, that's the thing. I don't care.
It out, and it didn't fucking matter. No, because it doesn't matter because it has nothing to do with the story.
Like I said, I don't care about the color of skin as long as it's it's intentional. It's a good story. They're doing it from a place of this is about story and entertainment and your quality. For me, a big thing is your quality of acting.
Exactly.
I honestly don't care for the most part. If you're a great actor,
what I'm saying is that there's no director out there who's like, oh, we are going to sacrifice the story now
at
because
the same time,
actor. Like that doesn't happen.
Yeah. At the same
where
time,
does that happen? Like that's ridiculous.
At the same time, there are characters with lore. There are characters with years. There are characters that have a certain look. Just like you said earlier, when you're writing a script, you write a script like white, slim, good-looking, blonde-haired, blue-eyed male. When you describe your characters and do your character description, like you do all of that mostly in the writing, unless it's like background characters that you're not thinking about that stuff. And sure, sometimes there are writers and stuff that go into it with anybody can play this and all that type of stuff. But that's my thing. Yeah, when you have a lore or a canon or something, like we said, something like Reed Richards, we just know is historically kind of the white average, straight looking forward guy. He's not. That's the thing. Reed Richards was never even that very good looking. He's a scientist. He's the smart, kind of straight white. Went to school. It's part of the thing too with Sue Storm of like he's not the most attractive dude in the world. You know, he's kind of your everyday guy.
I'm not going to throw shade at Pedro Pascal, but he's not classically beautiful.
He's definitely good looking. He's definitely, but I'm also not saying that's the issue there. I think it's just why not cast what the character is and looks like and what really
character, because a lot of the times these creators don't think the character is based on a race if it's not intrinsic to that thing. Like if they're doing like a movie, let's say in a black community and stuff, they're not going to cast like freaking Indian Americans suddenly all over the place as well. Like they keep that in mind. If it's not intrinsic to the story, i.e. something like Little Mermaid, where the actor's race is intrinsic to the character, like that they're not going to, like, why not? But I understand from the cynical nature. I'll give you the cynical Disney take. The cynical nature of Disney is that they want to represent all the people, right? This is American movies. They want to represent different people, different Americans. There are different type of Americans. For the most part, the representations of Americans in the past have been certain type, and now they've opened up. They've seen that they can make money off this shit. They're gonna make money off this shit. It's fucking America,
right?
Like, but at the end of the day, it's like they're not. As long as they're not really changing, like what is the difference between a black Ariel and a white Ariel? There is literally no difference.
I think that. Well, I can tell you this. I will say this.
Skin.
And you have to admit,
which is weird that you care about that.
You have to admit this, little my friend. If they had cast a white chick, because I did look up the box office.
I don't care about the color of Ariel's skin. Okay, first of all, you're wrong about that.
Are you sure?
Okay, I'm absolutely sure.
Okay.
I only care about Disney making money, which they didn't do. It cost them 300. What is that?
Why do you care about Disney making money though? Like, do you have investment in them or something?
Well, that's
all right.
This is weird.
We're talking about why they're making decisions, and it's not to make money.
It is to make money.
It is not to make money because they only made $284 million on that.
Why are you assuming it's just movies? Don't forget that when people like me exist, there's also people that other people.
I don't know what you are. I don't know who.
No, I'm saying the people that support this new mermaid. There's also going to be people that that's not my new mermaid. I'm going to buy the old mermaid shit. All that money goes to Disney. Disney's making money one way or another.
What I care about is you labeling me and talking over me when I'm talking because you're not working in good faith. You're not acting in good faith.
I've been trying to get the actual answers, but you could go ahead and make it about something else.
No, you're making it about something else.
No,
okay?
I've been trying to keep it on Ariel, buddy. Trust me. I love the Little Mermaid. I've been trying to keep it on that. Trust me. I'm not making it about anything else. You want to go back to Little Mermaid?
Because that's not what I was talking about to begin with.
Oh, well, that's what I brought up, and that's what you were answering to and you got weirded out when I said I think it's weird that people care about the race of the color skin in the Little Mermaid. And that's what got you upset, sir.
I'm upset because
that's what I was talking about.
All right. I'm upset that you are trying to shame me, instead of listening to the arguments.
Only care about that they think it shouldn't exist because that's weird. You said that's not what you care about, but you're still angry somehow of what I said.
No, I'm angry at the way you're dealing with this situation where I'm talking about Disney. No, it's not changing anything. I'm not. See there? That's what I'm talking about right there. That is exactly what I'm talking about. That's bad faith. That is bad faith. No, you are not listening. Okay. You are absolutely not listening.
Make it about something else, like I said you would.
No, I'm not.
Oh, you're not? Okay, back to Little Mermaid then? Or are you going to keep going off a...
My only point was Disney. My only point was Disney and their mandates.
And now they're not making money, and that makes you so happy. Yeah, very grown boy.
I didn't say that.
Oh, okay.
I didn't say it makes me happy that they're not making money.
What did you say about them not making money? What did you say?
I said they didn't make money on The Little Mermaid.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I said.
That's all you care about. Why?
because that is, according to Disney and according to business, how you judge whether something is a success.
Okay. And so they shouldn't have casted her, the black
Didn't
actress.
say
is what
that.
you're saying?
Didn't say that.
Oh,
I
okay.
didn't say that at all.
So when I said
That's not what I
that,
said.
I think it's weird that people have a problem with casting a black actor, and you got upset by that. You weren't upset by that? Then
No,
why'd you
I'm
speak up?
upset.
What did you speak up about then?
I am trying to bring the focus back on what I was talking about.
Sure.
Okay, you dragged it somewhere else. You
no, I
moved the
didn't.
goalpost. You're the one who moved the
Oh
goalpost.
yeah. What else?
by
Bad
focusing
faith. What
on
other?
that.
What other little debate, little terms you could use here? Bad
It's not
faith,
terms. It's not
goalpost.
terms.
No, they're not terms. You're right.
I'm
Yeah, you're
trying to. You know what?
right.
Trying to have a conversation with somebody who doesn't want to have a
just so bad
conversation.
faith.
So
At the end of the day, I do think this. I will say, I
Great
think
stream, Austin. Loved it.
I think I know this started about Comic-Con and somehow turned into all of this. But I do think for sure, if Disney would have casted a white girl in Little Mermaid, it would have absolutely made $1 billion. It would have absolutely. It would have absolutely. They absolutely.
Why?
They absolutely do. They
Why didn't it? Because what made it? What made the black actor made it not make it?
I'm not. But this is you're focusing on that. Like we're upset that it's a black actor. I don't care. I haven't seen the movie.
Then,
I haven't. I don't know what.
On that. I'm just saying what makes it the $1 billion. What gave it the $1 billion? It's just literally casting a white actor.
Yes, that it's the character
So
that looks like that looks like the Disney movie, the original animated Disney movie. Yes, just like this. You are. I'm not saying it's a bad thing or that they're bad actors or they shouldn't do it, but you're absolutely taking a risk because you have internet people like Nerdrotic that spent months. That went on Pierce Morgan. That did all of these things. You have all of these other people. You created the controversy. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm not saying she gave a bad performance or they shouldn't cast her. All that. Disney took a risk.
You're saying that it would have made $1 billion. I don't know. I think they would have found something else. The Neurotics, like they're gonna hate literally every Disney movie that comes out.
I mean, sure, at some point they'll find something, but it wouldn't have been the big main cast lead it's Disney diversity and all this and blah, blah, blah and all that, becomes a little bit different. Like if it's, I don't know, something else in a movie like that, and where every other Disney live action movie has for the most part that I can think of cast to the part, except for Will Smith as Aladdin. And
Killmonger has plenty of videos on why it was a bad idea to cast a black girl as Ariel. Killmonger does, not me. I don't
listen. Killmonger also has videos on how John Stewart is not a part of the Green Lantern Corps. So
yes,
I'm sure they're great reasons.
That's true.
I'm sorry, John Stewart is not a Green Lantern or is a comic whatever because the main one's white. Like,
I think his big point is temporary representation because they always go back to the white guy.
How is there temporary representation in a core of lanterns? We've seen Hal. We've seen. It's
not
John,
my argument. I don't have the.
I know. I'm not saying it is. It
argument.
just upsets me because John is my favorite Green Lantern.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it. I get heated just thinking about that. His argument. Yeah.
No.
So I would. Yeah, I agree. Just because Chill says, but yeah, no, for sure. Like, yeah. If Disney wanted to play it safe and wanted to make a guaranteed $1 billion, like they had been with the rest of their
except
movies,
Aladdin.
Or
why does Aladdin get to escape?
What did Aladdin make?
It made $1 billion.
Yeah, Aladdin made $1 billion. Beauty and the Beast.
How come that race change didn't matter?
What race change?
The Aladdin one.
Which one?
That wasn't a race change.
Oh, the Will Smith, the genie thing. Yes.
Oh, the genie. Yeah.
Okay. Admittedly, so that one, it is
fantastical creature.
That was a race.
Was it a race change because he was still blue?
Yes, that's the thing. He still looked like
still a mermaid. The mermaid. It's still a mermaid, though. It's a fantastical creature. That's my point.
It was a little bit different there. That one
Like-
definitely leans more on
Why?
the
Because you can see the
voice.
color black on her skin. That's
No,
different?
that one because
It's
that's a
literally the
voice.
difference.
No, it's a voice acting role. It's literally a voice acting role. You can't compare a voice acting role
He
to a on
didn't
screen
know
what the
when
character
he
like.
turns into the dude. He turns into Will Smith several times. The actor, not the CGI.
I
thing.
haven't seen the movie, so I actually
Okay.
can't argue.
I don't know why was that one okay? So because I forgot the answer.
I don't know.
You don't know?
I didn't see the movie.
Okay.
I haven't looked into it.
Okay. Did you
No.
see Little Mermaid?
I didn't see The Little Mermaid either.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So no, I definitely know for sure. Yeah, like again, you have the history of it. Like Aladdin main character and I do know this for the most part. Like Will Smith kind of stuck to the Robin Williams type, because I've seen clips and stuff. I have seen clips. I saw the dance number, and I've seen all those types of things. Like, it's not like they were going drastically different, with that role or anything. This year, like again,
You know what they did for the Little Mermaid? The one difference.
I'm not saying it's right, but
For
the
the
main
Little
thing is
Mermaid-
it's the look. Yes, it is the look.
For the one difference, the Little Mermaid, they gave the guy way more meat. They gave him way more of a character, Prince Eric.
They did change the story a lot from what I heard.
This
too,
just
and,
added like Prince Eric's thing, which was great.
So yeah, I didn't see, but that's the other thing too. You look at the other films, Beauty and the Beast, and
What can
Aladdin.
you ask Joker's Corner? Why is it completely different with live action? I just want to know why.
Yes, voice acting
They are
with race change.
completely different. Why?
They are because
what
you can
changes?
have a white guy play a black guy, and you can have a black guy play a white guy, like literally without whiteface or blackface or any of this other crap. It's the most fun I think, and one of the most fun things you can have as an actor, because you can truly do anything. Whereas in live action,
fine. He says it's fine. Why is it not fine for live action then?
You want me to put blackface on and go play O.J.
No, you just do
Simpson,
race
or go
change.
play-
You change the race of the character. Not a black. You don't have to put blackface. You're not a black character. You're whatever the race you are. It's just a race change of the character. You wouldn't have to put black.
Robert Downey Jr. can play T'Challa.
If they change the character, that it's not T'Challa, sure.
Well, therein lies the thing where changing the race alters the story, and the story itself.
Yeah,
has
that's
to
why
be
I said.
changed.
That's why I gave the examples. Like, you're not going to go if it's intrinsic to the geography of the place. That's why I gave the example of the neighborhood. Like T'Challa, obviously his race is obviously pretty important considering he's like the birth of Africa, right? So that obviously would not apply. That's why it's a little different from the Little Mermaid, where it's a fantastical creature, not based on any geography or historical thing.
But they
It's its
did
own
change the
thing.
geography in the story, I believe.
Right.
They've changed it. What was the original one? Because it was tropical.
And Little Mermaid had a look, and also
what
at
exactly
the time,
does a mermaid
at the time,
in the
they
Italian
weren't
waters look
expecting.
like?
At
That's
the
different
time,
than
also
Caribbean
they weren't
waters.
expecting to do what Disney.
It's a fantastical creature, is my point. Like, what?
They
There's
did.
no.
But hold on. At the time too, when they made it's a fantastical creature that's still a white girl. I'm sorry, it's still a white girl in the animated movie. It's a fantastical creature that turns into a fucking white girl with red hair, whether you like it or not.
The legs changes it, okay, because she becomes a human being, okay.
Oh, yeah.
She becomes a human being
In the
all
story,
right?
how does it change because of the race? What
changes-
changes in the story with the race?
Well,
Nothing changes in
entire
the story.
location.
That's
The
the point.
location
Nothing changes. So there's no.
Hold on. Nothing changes in the
location
story because
changes.
of the race. It's the look of the character. People know this look. People care about. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, you give people the look.
But things have to change,
Red-haired look from the movie, animated movie. You're
doing
gonna
a
make $1
remake.
billion. You're gonna
doing
get
a
this thing.
remake.
Now you're adding the
Dude,
controversy.
I think you're totally missing. Like, the $1 billion is a weird conjecture. Just because it's a white thing, that it turns into $1 billion.
That's yes.
How,
Because
okay,
it looks
so
like
how come
the
Aladdin made $1 billion when they changed the race of genie?
Because it's a voice acting role. You're not expecting to bring.
No,
that to
he
live
acts as
action.
Will Smith. He's acting as Will Smith. He goes.
Well,
in
I'm
Will Smith
sorry.
mode.
Let me tell you something. Then I disagree with that. That's stupid as fuck. Because you don't have Robin Williams.
But it made $1 billion.
Cool.
That's
Still
the argument I've been
stupid.
hearing. Why the other one should.
But also, Genie's not the main character. Is Will Smith? How What? Okay, now here's that. What's the how much does Will Smith look like Will Smith in the movie compared to Genie? Does he look more? Does he have more time as Will Smith on screen than he does as his Genie look?
A little bit less.
Well,
I mean, but look at these factors we have to come in when it's just a fantastical mermaid. It doesn't matter what race it is because it doesn't deal with like real life.
You're making it about the race here. It's about the look of the character that fans grew up with, are expecting and want. Period. Whether creators have their vision.
How am I making it about race? When what's the only thing that changed in terms of the look, Austin? How am I the one making it about race just because you're not saying it? You're still saying it. It's about the look. What changed? What's the only thing that changed in the look, Austin?
It's a black girl. I'm telling you.
Okay, so who's making it about race, Austin? So who's making it about race, Austin?
You're now saying
just because you don't say it.
And I'm not saying. Oh my God.
If people have a problem with the race, and it's like, why you keep saying, why am I making it about race? It's like, you're saying it by saying the look. You're saying the same thing, different words. I can put two and two together.
No, it's not about. It's about the look. It's not about the race. It's not about. It's about the look. The look of the character, canonically, that we've known, Little Mermaid, for the past.
Well, she looked like a mermaid with red hair to me. What's the only thing that's different, Austin?
Is white, big titted, red hair chick.
Let Joker in. He's got to explain something.
That's what it is. I sent him the link. It just
get in here, Joker. I mean, it's sure. I mean, the look
again. I'm not saying it's, but they added the. I
don't understand this whole shit of like we need the exact same thing exactly.
And also, when you have a whole group of people at a time frame, right? When the Little Mermaid came out, you have a whole audience,
more than the original movie.
You have a whole audience of people that is complaining about Disney's woke thing and Disney doing this and all that.
Yeah,
and
but they have an agenda
and they project it on Disney. The movie to be a massive hit.
They have an agenda and they're projecting it on Disney, though.
I don't think it's written anywhere, though.
I sent you the link.
They're not a corporation like Disney.
Well, you wanted to know about the agenda that Disney had, and I was trying to give
I read it.
You.
I didn't read anything. I didn't see anything negative or anything to worry about. It's just like what big corporations, they want as many people to like their stuff. Where's the Joker? I thought he was coming.
I'm sure he's on the way. I had him. He's probably setting himself up.
Okay.
Let's see. I'll give you the Little Mermaid, but explain the reason for making Snow White a woman.
Oh, he'll give me the Little Mermaid. Thank you.
That's a change that contradicts the reason for her name being Snow and White.
I'll give you a little more, but explain the reason for making Snow a woman of color to be PC. Is she a woman of color?
Yeah, Rachel Ziegler. Yeah. Little mix.
Even though a woman, but explain the reason that changes. It contradicts the reason for her name being Snow. I don't know. I saw a picture of her and she looked like Snow White to me. But
she's not white
either way,
Snow.
like there's gonna be changes. Like I don't know, you guys, if you want the original Snow White, here's the thing. This is why it gets weird when it comes to you guys want the changes. It stops at race, but you'll be cool with all the other changes because even Disney himself made.
Well, now hold on. Now I do want to say this. I think you guys because I do think
the changes have already been happening, and it's like this is where it stops. The race. It's like okay.
No. I think again
weird.
For the most part,
I think it's weird.
No, for the most part, I don't.
I think it's weird that the lizard is calling Mexicans racist.
I just my whole thing is
I'm Cuban, so it's cool.
We're all in the same time.
Almost hermanos.
I do. This is my
nice
thing.
try though.
I do think that I don't mind if race swaps or certain.
How do you not know how to say my name?
In what is that?
I couldn't read it.
You couldn't read? Okay, I give it.
Rosales.
I don't mind race swaps in certain situations. Like it happens a lot. In DC or stuff with background characters or like Perry White. I don't give a fuck that Perry White was played by Lawrence Fishburne or
one of the things they announced.
Right? He's there to yell at Clark. That's it.
But this is my thing. A character like Reed Richards, canonically for years, lore and all that. Yeah, you're white, straight edge, average, scientist, like geek. Kind of just.
Are you familiar with DC?
I am. I don't know.
Movie prep. Are you familiar with DC?
Sure. Depends on what. I like Batman.
Okay, let's go with Batman. Should the Penguin be a woman?
If there's creative inspiration behind it, sure, why not? I don't.
Okay.
Who cares? Yeah. What if the take
a
is
lot of
awesome?
people care.
Hey,
A lot of people
Rosales, you care only about story, right? What if the story's awesome? Is it still bad?
I don't know the story yet because I haven't
Okay,
seen
no,
it.
but
It's
what
in
if
the
it is?
Batman
I'm giving you a
Crusader.
hypothetical. What if the story's awesome? It's okay, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so
If
fine.
the story's awesome, yeah.
Okay, cool.
And we'll see when the when Batman Cape Crusader comes out
Yeah, we'll
because
see. That's
the
totally not
Penguin
getting good word
is
of mouth.
it's it was I think it was announced yesterday that the Penguin is going to be a woman.
Yes,
So-
I did say.
Love
I if anything, I have an issue with the name.
Oswalda.
Oswalda, like really,
Oh my
you just,
god, that was
you
a total guess.
You just went, it's literally yeah. It's you went from Oswald to Oswalda. Like
No.
What?
And in the Spider-Verse, the change to Dr. Octopus caught me so off guard. It was completely brilliant to me.
Now that was
In the
cool because you think of it, that's a
in the
multiverse
Spider-Verse.
and in a different universe. Yeah, that Doctor
And it fit within the story. It fit within the story. It didn't really change Dr. Octopus
Had
at all.
that ever been done in the comics before?
I don't think
there-
so.
Okay.
I don't think that they had done that yet. But
I agree with you on
when
that, yeah.
when I saw that, I was like blown away and I laughed. I laughed out loud because when things surprise me, I laugh.
Catherine Hahn gave a great performance. She's the voice actress for that.
Mhm.
That's the Wanda lady, right?
Yes, WandaVision.
That is your Wanda lady. Yes, that is your Wanda lady.
For sure.
And I will say, like, that's the oh, you just got here. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the one, the only
Joker, baby.
Joker.
I know, I'm back.
Sounds like him too. Holy shit!
I know. I
Is that
should have had
Sorry.
a round
Of course, it is
Yeah,
me.
I do have your favorite presidential candidate.
You call that human rights, China? I call it human wrongs.
Oh dear God. Yeah. Sorry, I was late.
No one's making the right choice in November.
Yeah, no, I just in general, my argument in general, as far as the differences between live action and voice work, I'm sorry. You can change, and it's been proven many times, you can have other actors of different ethnicities playing different ethnicities other than them, voicing those characters. They've had a black guy play Batman, they've had many different, and this is also coming from a voiceover artist myself. However, when a character is originally designed as one of a particular race or gender or whatever the case may be, I think it is a major disservice to all of a sudden just change that character when there's no need to do it. If you're doing it, you're doing it for some kind of reason. Why is the studio doing it?
The creative.
Primary.
What if it's a creative reason? Hey, I like this take of a black Superman because now I get to do a take where like the family, because of racism, it takes place in the 60s. I'm going to hide him. Like he has to learn about racism. What if it's
So they're doing it for race anyways?
No, they're doing it from creative inspiration though.
Yeah, their creative inspiration is the most dull, boring thing that we've seen a million times done.
Where have you seen
in other
take on
stories?
Superman? So I gave you a specific Superman story.
No. Okay, here's what you did. You took Superman, the Kal-El, and made him black. There are actual black Supermen, though. You could do that if you use a black Superman, but that is not Kal-El.
Okay, but what you gave me a situation where it's like it's only being done for this reason. It's like, yeah, but that reason could hold creative inspiration. And I think all art, why are we excluding certain types
I
of
would
art
say that if
creative
your
inspiration?
reasoning is to voice a very old, boring, trite thing about, race relations in the 60s, it's not very creative to begin with. I think using the same.
But I'm just saying, whatever they did decide to take, it might have been from creative inspiration.
Well, you are right in the fact that the reason they're doing it is so they can essentially use a half-assed excuse to preach to the audience normally. Not all the time, but most of, like in the case of, they didn't do it for like B characters like, for like Nick Fury. No, because Nick Fury was basically almost a nothing character that you can kind of get away with reinventing. Iron Man, no, you can't do that. Ant-Man, no. Other characters,
didn't Frank Miller reinvent Batman? Like, why do some characters get to be reinvented, and at what time frame is it okay? Like,
well, no, I don't agree that they should be. I think
so
once you have a
Frank
good
Miller's
general
Batman should
canon, you
exist?
should stick with it normally.
So you don't think Frank Miller's Batman should exist?
I really don't like Frank Miller's Batman. I don't like his interpretation of
That's
Batman.
not what I asked. Do you think it should exist? Because there's tons of things I don't like. That doesn't mean it should.
Sure, it has free reign to exist, just not in canon.
It's Frank Miller's okay.
Frank Miller can write. Frank Miller can write a murderous, crazy RoboCop too, which he did. It doesn't mean anyone's going to read it.
Yeah,
like you have the right to write whatever the company allows you to write, but that doesn't mean that it's good. Just because you can write it doesn't mean it's good. Just like you said, you're like
that's where we could just go and I'll totally take the position that Frank Miller's Year One is amazing. Same with Dark Knight Returns.
No, I think it's over. I think it's almost as overrated as Logan is, but that's a whole nother story. I think just taking the character, and this is a Zack Snyder problem too. I think people who read just those comics and don't read other comics, they're using the excuse of that comic to say, I want to dissect and deconstruct the character, but they never liked the character to begin with, so they're happy to deconstruct other people's characters. Of course they are, because they didn't like the character to begin with.
Do you think James Gunn likes
still my stream, damn it, and any Logan slander, I'll end this shit right now.
Well, you already know I don't like Logan. So.
I know, I'm just giving
shit. Frank Miller's Batman was taken incorrectly and ran with. It
yes,
was not supposed
for
to
our
be.
benefit.
Absolutely.
Thank God.
Was it for a benefit? Because it didn't seem to benefit Snyder.
I think so. We got Long Halloween out of that shit. Hell yeah.
Yeah, but it didn't benefit Snyder. In the end, it got a completely divisive universe that went nowhere from a director who only likes edginess. Congratulations, they did a great job.
Before that, we got Nolan. We got The Dark Knight. Thanks to that.
No. The Dark Knight, Nolan and The Dark Knight is not inspired. We already know Snyder was inspired
Nolan wasn't inspired by Frank Miller. Say it out loud so I can laugh. Say it out loud. Nolan wasn't
the Frank Miller stuff.
Yeah, he wasn't.
There are Frank Miller elements in there. The entire story of Frank Miller's entire run of that. No, absolutely not.
I wonder what comics Nolan was reading. Jesus Christ. Okay.
He was reading several.
He was reading many comics.
I know.
There's old interviews where he's talked about different types of comics, origin Batman stories.
Sure.
But just because it's that's popular doesn't mean necessarily it's good. Like you were trying to say earlier.
I totally agree with you.
That the idea of just because the Disney movies made millions of dollars, I'm sorry, the Transformers movies made billions of dollars too, and those movies are utter shit.
I was making your argument earlier. I don't care. Like to me, Little Mermaid not making a lot of money is not an argument for why it shouldn't exist. For me,
well, no, I don't think it is. For me, it's absolutely about race. I will double down what Austin is not saying. I don't know if Austin is misquoting. I don't know how Rosales feels completely about this. I only know what he's told me, but I personally am going to double down and say it absolutely is about race. And the studios made it about race. And I do not think that there should be a black Kal-El any more than I think there should be a white T'Challa. Period. And I stand by that.
A black Kal-El like white T'Challa. You don't see the difference though? One's
there's no difference.
Alien. You don't see there's a little bit of a difference? Because that's what I was talking about when it comes to like.
What's the difference? Name one is other than the race.
I told you the difference. One's from Africa, where it's intrinsic. If they're going to be a fucking culture that fucking thrives from there, they're probably going to have to be African.
And one from Middle America,
and then the other one is a Kryptonian, a made-up alien.
No. One and the other one is from Middle America, White America, Kansas.
That's why. He's from Krypton. He's from Krypton originally.
Okay, here I'll give you. I'll give you a better comparison, guys. I'll give you a better comparison.
That's why I gave the black example earlier of a black Superman because he could.
What if I do Iron Man and I change him to black from a white man, right? A rich white man to a black man, and then I just change his race to a black man.
So it's still Iron Man, right? Still Tony Stark, right?
You don't think him being the rich white guy is intrinsic to the story?
No, I'm asking for you to clarify. Is he still the same Tony Stark with the same personality? in the same.
Yeah, I mean,
Probably
he'll
not,
be
because he's got a history
yeah.
that's different than the Tony Stark.
He'll have a completely different backstory for the sake of race. So he'll have a different personality, and
because of that,
he'll
because
just have the Iron Man suit.
Wait, but his different, because they give him a different background, he still can't come up to be the same Tony Stark in terms of the wisecracking. No, he can't do that. That's not possible in writing. No.
I mean, he could, but what? Then you guys will talk about how he's a carbon copy.
All of the different
I would-
variants that you have in the storylines turn out differently because they have different experiences in their lives. And
That's why I asked to clarify if he has literally the same experiences.
I'm just saying, in general, I don't. No, all I'm saying is, in general, I don't think we should be fighting for a. I don't think we should be fighting for a white Superman and saying, "Oh, I'm okay with that," but I'm not okay with you taking T'Challa and making him a white man. When there's plenty of white characters in the universe of Black Panther as well, even his own cousin. Which, by the way, I just want to say, in the comic, they deal with the xenophobia thing over how his cousin is treated, the White Wolf, in his own tribe. So I just want to say. They tackle these topics that Disney literally is doing very well in their own comics that they're adapting from, which is ironic. But
so, what isn't Disney like doing well in terms of Black Panther?
Well, they left T'Challa dead.
Well, in terms of Black Panther, I was going to say not recasting, destroying the legacy of T'Challa. Other than what?
I think I actually applaud Disney for that.
I think the first film is a disastrous mess, and he's better in his first appearance than he is in his own solo movie.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, the first
I
one?
think the original Black Panther is overrated garbage.
No, it's not.
It is overhyped.
No.
Everybody got overhyped because they thought they treated it like it was the second coming of Christ, like it was this new experience for Black culture, which it wasn't, by the way. Hilarious. It's not the first Black superhero.
Don't get so mad that people love the movie, bro.
I don't care if people love the movie. A lot of people love garbage.
It's not
a lot of people love garbage. I don't care if they like garbage. A lot of people like Joker 2019 too, but that doesn't mean it's good.
Are you talking about Dolomite being the first Black superhero?
Right. Hey, I'm all for Dolomite, man. But no, I think in general, people overhype these things for the sake of culture and race wars, and then it's never been about that. Now, if the studio does that, that's their own dumb, stupid fault for approaching it that way. But the fans get too involved in it, and that's exactly what they want. And then they cry. People like Kevin Feige and people complain online about how the internet is toxic, but they create that toxic environment themselves.
Well, hold on, Joker. You think Kevin Feige is complaining online?
I mean, his quote kind of proved that today, didn't it?
Where is he complaining online? What is he bitching about?
I mean, Austin, do you want to project his quote? I don't know if you still have it, but I mean, it's all over Twitter.
Show me his tweets or something.
There's a tweet where he's literally quoting about how the internet raises toxicity within their own fan group. And I was like, yeah,
look at
you could just
You're
like
so
not
mad
be
that
online,
people like
Kevin.
Wakanda and people like Black Panther, and it's so bad, it's subjectively so bad. Or objectively, right? You're gonna think it's objectively terrible, right? Joker? Correct?
What do you mean?
Black Panther, you think it's objectively terrible.
Well, all film is subjective.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, good. So you could understand that.
But
people love
in general, I think it's funny the reason why most people praise the film. I think people most people are willing to praise the movie for the wrong reasons rather than if it's genuinely a good film.
Totally like Michael B. Jordan's character, right? That character totally didn't like stand out, and people weren't talking about it, and how like
oh no, I think he's an interesting character. Yeah, I think he's an interesting character until he turns into a CGI mess at the end.
That's what I heard people talking about. What did you hear people talking about? Please tell me. What were people saying in your feed?
In the theaters?
No, in your feed. Like when you say what people were talking about, you seem to have a good idea of what everyone was talking about and why people like Black Panther. I just wanted to hear your examples of why that was.
Why everyone liked it?
Yeah,
I said the majority. I didn't say everyone. I said the majority of the people that went to see it and gave it all those numbers.
Yeah.
They boasted online about how it's a big thing that you have to go see because of Black culture, and they all wore African garb and pretended that they were from Africa.
Many people
when realistically,
many people did that.
When realistically, hang on, I'm still talking.
People did
when realistically, those people aren't African. And mind you, I used to live in Africa for several years. African people tend to not like Black African Americans
What do
all
you say
that
the
much.
percentage of people that did that? Like 30% of the theater going audience?
Well,
Just
I would say
the
almost every single black content creator really rode that train. Almost every single one.
Yeah, almost every single one. Clip.
I couldn't tell you who was there on opening weekend because I was banned from going. According to the,
Oh,
the
but
internet.
Rosales, don't you remember when Black Panther
sure
2
Kevin
came
Feige
out?
did it
People were
himself
saying
because
that
he
you
was
shouldn't
so-
go the first
you were
opening
onto their
weekend to
agenda.
That's what
support
I'm
it.
saying. That's what
Yeah,
I'm saying.
exactly.
I was not allowed to go because
Right.
I bet Kevin Feige knew that you read their website and you know about their agenda. So he
No,
banned
no,
you.
that's not
Yeah,
it.
that's
No,
fine.
no.
exactly
Yeah, that's
it. No.
definitely it.
No.
You saw
Everybody
in
knows
their
about their
website. You
agenda.
read in their website, but you actually figured out what they personally put in their website for everyone. You actually
Everybody
figured out
knows
code.
Let's be fair, Perp. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to look at
Oh yeah, and
the
that's what I'm
overall
here with.
arching of
Clearly, rocket
entertainment. Now,
scientists.
I agree. Not everything is this bullshit. Everyone likes to claim woke this, woke that. I think that's fucking bullshit. However, because like I said,
never
you're gonna
claimed
know
that.
me. I'm a centrist. Everybody's kind of retarded on both ends. But at the end of the day, when there is smoke, there's fire.
Good one.
Typically.
Typically,
Yes.
but not in
And-
Little Mermaid.
To be fair, I've even
I
seen
wanted
this
to-
in the studios I work in, Perp. Even in WB, when I worked for WB, some
did
of
you
this
see
stuff is
exactly?
talked about quite a bit.
What did you see exactly?
Race representation,
No, but like, can you
conversations
be-
about
can you be
who should be
specific?
cast for what.
Can you be specific? Like, tell me how the casting works.
I don't think he can be specific if he wants to keep working.
You're right. Yeah. I
Oh,
can't
okay.
tell you who said what to who, but
No,
in
you
the
could be- you could
studios and
generalize. You
recording.
put in a casting meeting, right? You get the casting director together. You could generalize. You don't have to say a single.
Normally, this is after I've already been cast. I will hear this stuff while I'm in the recording booth.
When you're in the recording booth, and what do they say?
Yes. There's a lot of conversations with these people arguing about if they made the right decision for this, or hey, we should take this character and next week we should look for somebody more specifically
Who's
in
arguing
this
this?
realm.
The
And a
director?
lot of it
You're
is
getting the
discussed
producers?
around
You're getting the
male,
producers?
female, black, and white.
You're getting the producers, the directors are.
So here we
having
go.
these
Here we go.
discussions?
NBC.
Oh,
White
producers
people-
come in and argue with them all the time. It's crazy.
Here we go.
Oh
White
no,
people,
dude! I have no
white people
doubt.
shouldn't see the new Black Panther movie on
Yep.
opening weekend.
Oh yeah, it was all over TikTok too. Remember, I did an entire video about this.
Apparently has a message for white people. Don't go see Black Panther Wakanda Forever on opening weekend. Instead, white
That's
people
funny.
should purchase tickets to the Marvel Heroes.
Oh yeah,
Marvel
this is
Super-
hilarious, dude. This is a meme.
and give
Get it.
them to black.
A meme. People actually said this, Perp.
No, this is one thing. Yeah, that got tossed around. Yeah, people are
It's a
idiots.
message
What do you
to
like?
Do you
yeah,
know how
I
many
agree.
people
Like, how-
agreed with
but
it
you-
too?
wait,
Oh!
you
Look!
think-
Look! This.
How many
He
people?
even,
Please tell
this
me.
even tells you how much
Thousands?
he loves
Millions?
white people. This message is to our wimpy accomplices and hand signals and air quotes. White allies.
It's cringe, dude. This is a psyop. It's
Yeah, it doesn't help
That'd be
when
cool.
articles when they put this stuff up and they kind of amplify this shit
I
because
think they
of
do it
course
for
they're gonna get
clicks,
more.
though, because you guys get so angry at
Absolutely.
this shit.
Absolutely. Everybody does it for clicks. Let's be fair. Nerdrotics and everybody on the left do it just the same. Like you're all doing it for the same. I love it when they say, well, we don't do this for clout and for views. We know about what we're talking about. Ironically, these people are casuals who don't really read comics or know about this stuff really. They are talking about these topics because they're
I
hot
don't read
topics.
comics, but I know movies very, very well. And I know
Movies
some
is
women-
one, absolutely. But then you have to know the source material as to why people are angry when their source material is not represented in their films.
Sure, but then what I also notice is that they're mad about certain things, but not others. When it's like the only thing that's changing is a sexual orientation or a race, and I find that weird.
Okay,
they're not
tell me
mad about
this.
the other
Would you have a
But they're
problem
not
if
mad
Peter
about the other changes. And when
would
the
you
real
have a
story is being
problem if
affected.
Peter Parker, and this is one of my favorite characters, if Peter Parker was gay, like they were trying to push 5 years ago, would you have a problem with him being a gay kid and not having Mary
No.
Jane? and all that?
No, I don't care. I don't care.
You don't.
about
Why?
that.
Why is it that you don't care about him? Isn't
Because
his
I don't know what the
relationships
creative
intrinsic to his
inspiration-
character?
Because I'm telling you, I don't know what the creative inspiration. It could be a one shot where they decide that because they made him gay, they got to get this awesome plot point out there. So I'm never going to take that away from a creative or artist.
I mean, they
Yeah,
did that with Tim Drake, and they ruined him as a character because
I don't know
instead
that.
of focusing
No,
on him as
subjective,
a
though, sir.
instead
Isn't
of focusing on him as a good
Again,
character,
I'm
all they
still
did
not
was
gonna take it
focus.
away. If it's subjective, I'm not going to take it away from a creative or artist, which you already agreed. This is all subjective. So you're saying it's terrible isn't an argument to take something away. If there's creative inspiration, I don't know where that creative inspiration came from.
You are allowed to be creative with whatever you want, but know that when you put it out there, everyone has the right to criticize it. And if you whine about it online afterwards,
to change, you got to get better arguments. Then I just don't like it because it's different. Because the argument is just going to end up looking like you're racist or homophobic because you're not getting down to the very detail of how it's affecting story. That's probably why you guys get called racist, homophobic all the fucking time.
Wait. You're saying that I'm the racist one that gets called? I don't get called.
No, wait, did I say that or did I say probably why you'll get called racist if these arguments are being had? What I'm literally explaining to you.
I'm explaining to you why I will never get called racist because I've made it very clear that I think it's bad on either side. If you're changing a white guy to a black guy or a black guy to a white guy, it doesn't matter. In general, I don't think it should happen to either side.
I think in entertainment, it doesn't fucking matter if it's fake. It's make believe. It's a play.
How does it make it better to change those elements? You haven't argued that.
It depends on the story. It depends on the story.
So can you name me one character? Name me one character where they changed their race or gender.
I never said it
made
makes
it better.
I never said it makes it better. What I said it doesn't change it, make it worse.
But you did say it depends on the story. Can you name me one where it worked out for the story? Where they changed?
I can't because I misspoke because what I meant to say was it doesn't make it better or worse.
Oh, you misspoke. Okay.
Yes. Clarify.
Okay. Yeah, I just think in general, you need to have, in general, that should be a focus of, your reasoning.
And I'm a producer in Hollywood. Why?
You're a producer in Hollywood?
No, I'm pretending like, hey, I'm a producer in Hollywood. Why should we change it? What does it matter? What color the skin Ariel is?
Because Disney said so. You got a note.
Okay, so why does it matter? Okay, now I'll tell you, you're a producer. You like money, right?
Yeah.
No,
I got the Disney, dude. You don't think Disney has number crunchers?
Hold on. You asked me a question, so you asked play along. I'm playing along. You like money, right? You're a producer. Yes. What number do you like more, 1 billion or 500 million?
Demonstrate how changing the race.
I asked you a question. What number do you like more?
Obviously, 1 billion. But I'm going to ask you to demonstrate how that's so.
Okay. So no. So you answered them. Okay.
Okay.
Well, you like 1 billion. Let's do a movie.
Okay.
Where we cast the character that looks exactly like the character everybody has known for the last 70 years.
We did. What's the difference? We did. Red hair mermaid. What's the difference?
The difference is you get money from your casual fans. You're not listening.
Now watch. This isn't racist to me saying it. Saying it. It's because she's black. Yes. That's not a racist fucking thing to say.
What?
That is. I'm asking you as a businessman. As a producer, if you want, I'm not asking you. I'm not asking you. Do you like the performance? I'm not asking you. Are you willing to lose that money? I'm asking you. Are you a producer? Do you like money? And how much do you like all of it? Based off all the answers you gave me. Based off all the answers that you gave me.
You haven't demonstrated
that's the response I'm going to give you. It's not a racist thing. You haven't
demonstrated in any way, shape, or form. In fact, I demonstrated that by changing the race in Aladdin, I got more money. Right?
Dude,
actually, no. I just tried to demonstrate how you were going to make more money because you were going to hit your casual fan base and satisfy your hardcore fan base.
No.
What's wrong with hitting both? Why are you trying to hit a small percentage when you can hit all of them?
I have number crunchers. I have tons of people that go to college and study this shit. Trust me, we would have made way more money than fucking this one. We would have made like 300 million. How about that? We would have made 300 million if we would.
I don't know where you're pulling that number out your ass.
It's the same thing same area you guys are. Exactly. No one knows.
The difference is I'm not pulling numbers out my ass. You are. You're pulling all of these numbers and superlatives out your ass.
Joker, what specific number did you pull that wasn't?
And you're acting like you're an actual movie producer, but like realistically, everything you're saying a movie producer wouldn't say.
What number did you pull that wasn't out of your ass? You didn't even say a single number.
Exactly. I didn't make the mistake you did, which is I didn't make a number. You claimed a number.
No,
I did.
Because Austin said it was going to make $1 billion. All I said was no. Me, but I have the same energy saying it's not.
Austin and me are not the same. You're conflating my opinions with Austin's, and this is completely different.
Then don't jump in when I'm.
No. You're getting confused, little prick, because you know why? Because you keep talking over us.
Okay, then go. Set me straight. Go ahead.
So I'm going
to talk to Austin now, Joker. Are you cool with that? Okay. Don't jump in.
My hypothetical, of course, is $1 billion, right?
Yeah.
I mean, or I'm just gonna say, you like more than 500 million because we know that's what
ended up making.
Made,
it would have
yes.
made the Disney number crunchers say it would have made 300 million if it was a white girl, because this is what ended up happening. Yeah,
the Disney number crunchers.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I know I'm making it up, guys, but you are making up the $1 billion shit too. That's my point.
Okay, but now you're going.
Don't say I'm making up shit because I'm not making up anything.
Yeah, we're making it up, but we're still.
No, but you're laughing at it, Joker. But he's doing the same thing, dumbass.
Yeah, but you don't have a problem. You don't have a problem with making up numbers, and he's not allowed to make up numbers.
Wait, no, I'm going off him. He's the one that's saying the $1 billion, and I'm saying no.
Maybe I should.
I'm going off him. He's the one making it up, and I'm saying
here's the thing. All right,
by saying you're a producer and how I should approach you as a producer. That's how I would approach her. And any producer that I know, any producer that I have ever met and know,
you're lying, Austin.
When I give them money,
no,
like that,
no, Austin. Any producer you would have met would have asked for the fucking story. I'm going to make you $1 billion because any asshole in Hollywood could go to a producer. I can make you the next $1 billion.
I got a question, little movie perp. I got a question. How many studio Hollywood producers have you worked with?
Enough.
Yeah,
Rob Tappert. I've worked with Sam Raimi. What else?
Oh, these are actual people that you do in your actual job.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So what is your actual job? That's what I'm asking.
I'm a director.
Okay. So you're telling me that this is what you've experienced of them talking like?
Yeah.
All of them?
I've also worked with IP. I don't know. It's not like Marvel, but I've worked with the Evil Dead franchise. Like we don't have to deal with this shit. This is all made up from online shit.
That's interesting. It's interesting. Well, you have to tell me. You have to tell me what your actual name is, because the Rob Tappert Evil Dead crew is actually really
tell me, say what's up.
Really close knit for me because I know Bruce personally, and I think that would be.
Then he knows who I am. Do you want to?
I know, but that would be great. You should tell. I want to know more about what you worked on, because that stuff's awesome.
I directed with my brother season 3 of Ash vs. Evil Dead. Apparently dead. My name is Andres Mesa Valdez. My brother's name is Diego Mesa Valdez. Go ahead and look it up right now.
I know who you're talking about.
Okay,
I know the show.
Look it up right now.
I know the episode.
So do I know what I'm talking about? I think so. I would assume so. Yeah.
No, I'm just asking you what you do know personally. You're the one taking it personally.
Okay. Yeah.
Since I've gotten in here, you've been nothing but defensive because I've called you out in your dumb race baiting conversation.
Really? This is what I'm doing. Okay.
Yes.
Good job, Joker. You got me.
I'm not taking it personally either.
Let's get back to the conversation.
The problem is you are sitting here as a talking dinosaur avatar, talking over the host of the show you were invited to, and acting like you know better when you haven't even bothered to listen to the guests.
I have been listening.
You know what? You're perfect for Hollywood and those producers because you're just as arrogant as they are.
Joker, you're running away from the argument.
No. There is no argument.
What are you doing? What's this philosophy you're giving me here? Let's just talk. Let's keep talking. Let's keep talking about race.
I literally was talking. You haven't listened, though.
No, I have been listening. You started going off of the "you're not going to listen."
No. Oh, so you didn't hear what I had to say. I said you are perfect for Hollywood. You're still talking. You're still talking.
When did I see otherwise? I could do two things at the same time. We're elite.
Obviously, you can't because you couldn't repeat a damn thing I said.
Okay. Do you want to get back to the conversation, or you like this?
I'm just curious as to why you're so defensive, arrogant, and literally every time
people talking shit.
Wait! I'm not done.
I'm telling you.
Why is it that every time you are on somebody's show, you pretend like you know better, but you don't?
Let me answer your question that you just asked. Are you cool?
Actually, answer the fucking question, and then we'll see.
You're saying I'm here. I'm saying this. I'm being defensive because I think you guys have no fucking idea what you're talking about. And you do a lot of harm in movie talk and all.
And you guys are getting that bent out of shape over an option. Oh, boo-hoo.
Yeah, I like to come here and actually discuss it because I'm
talking to a dinosaur that was extinct 6 million years ago.
And I'm talking to Joker.
About internet talk about what he thinks is toxic.
I'm talking about Joker.
You and Kevin Feige be besties.
Have the conversation, bro. Don't be that scared. Don't be scared about it. You need to point out the meta conversation. Just talk, bro. Keep talking. Tell us more.
I literally have been talking. You're not listening. No one's scared of you, buddy. I've talked to you on a panel before. I'm not scared about what you have to say because normally your arguments are not complete.
Yeah, totally.
So I'm not too terrified. You and Tony and everybody on that platform, you guys don't scare me.
Oh, so you're terrified of Tony? Okay, I see.
No, I'm not terrified of
Yeah,
Tony.
you just mentioned
Tony
it out of
the
nowhere.
Frog.
You
Yeah.
just mentioned it out of
so
nowhere. You were terrified.
yeah, I brought it up because the last time I was on a platform with you, it was you, Tony, and Saggy.
Which one was that?
That was like almost half a year or more ago.
Damn, and he scarred you that hard, huh?
No,
Tony's
Tony's hilarious. Tony and I don't have a problem normally with each other. I just think it's funny that you guys have such weird takes.
What are my weird takes?
Well, this would be a weird one.
Really? Because I'm actually in the business and I deal with it. Yeah, it is.
It's funny. Well, we're all technically.
It's a very weird take.
Just because you're in the business, you forget we all are actors. You forget Rosales is in the business. I'm a fucking voice actor, and Austin's an actor too. We're all in the business.
Hey, no, ask him. Ask Bruce Campbell. You know him, right? You ask him about it.
Absolutely. But I'm saying in general, we all work in this business. Yeah. So you don't really hold some kind of special ballot above everybody else because we're all in this business.
I'm sure you've been in the meetings I've been in. I'm sure. So let's talk about those.
Meetings?
Yeah, the meetings where all these decisions are made. I'm sure you've been in those meetings as an actor or whatever the fuck you said you were.
I have been in plenty of casting meetings. I have seen some of the. I have also seen some of the nasty discourse. I've seen some nasty discourse.
Austin, I love this.
Behind the scenes between certain casting directors and their producers, literally arguing while we're recording.
Okay.
So yes, I have seen plenty of discourse in the studio.
I'm sure you have.
But it's funny that you don't believe me because literally, I mean, everybody's told you before. I'm pretty sure, even on Saggy's stream.
I don't care.
Literally, what my entire career is.
I don't care enough to believe or disbelieve. It's like I'm taking what you're saying. It's like sure.
Well, if you don't care, then you're not listening in the first place, are you?
Huh?
I said, if you don't care, you're not listening in the first place, are you?
No, I'm listening. That doesn't caring is the emotion I get from listening. You understand that, right?
You're saying you don't care to know if it's true or not true. So you clearly
and making.
But to be fair, Perp, you brought up the fact about us being in the business. So you got to have to care one way or another.
Like the movie, you must not have seen it, I guess, because you didn't like it, right? Because I care. Me caring, that's the emotion. I have to listen first, and then I get the emotion of not caring. Can't have you're not.
I don't watch a lot of cable television, so I'm sorry.
I'm not gonna explain shit to you.
Yeah, Perp's just going round and round. He doesn't want to listen and have a conversation. He just wants to be right. So
I'm listening, and
but that's fine. Austin, I'll let you have your show back, Austin, since he completely derailed it for you.
For you to clarify, and I would love examples, but you don't give any, and that's I'm sorry. I guess I
gave examples on the race baiting you wanted.
What
do you want?
Did I do? What race bait did I do? How did I race bait?
When you brought up the subject of race, I gave you examples as to why that doesn't work.
Race. I did not bring up the subject of race.
Yeah, you get. Yeah, you brought up we brought up the race swapping stuff.
I'll do some edits on this one then. Okay, I'll just do some edits of who's.
You and Austin brought up the subject of race swapping and when it's allowed and when it's not. So I wanted to come in and clarify.
I'm pretty sure it was being brought up before.
I'm sure, but I just wanted to come in and clarify.
I didn't bring it up. If it was being brought up before, I didn't bring it up then, did I?
Hold on. I wanted to get back into this because also why Joker came in here was the voice acting thing and the thing with Aladdin, because I'm sorry, that is different than.
That's exactly why I came in to bring it up.
Aladdin, I'm sorry, that character, Lil Perp, still looks like the fucking blue character from Aladdin in the 19 whatever.
Yeah, and Ariel still looks like Ariel.
No, she doesn't.
No, she doesn't. No, she doesn't.
She has red hair.
What are you kidding? She has red hair.
I'm sorry. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but she ain't white. That you're gonna lose. You are going to lose.
She doesn't have to be. It's a mermaid.
Okay, I got a question then, Perp. I got a question. The Batgirl.
It doesn't have to be white.
I got a question then. I got a question then.
White, but if you want the money and if you want to,
no, you haven't demonstrated that.
Yes. Absolutely.
You're
going to go and you're
going to. I have a quick question for Perp, by the way. Since you were saying that she had.
If Bella from Beauty and the Beast was fucking Chloe Bailey, it would have done as well as it did.
I have no idea. That's I don't even ever argue in terms of money. Like, that's not an argument for me. Like, it would have made more.
That's an argument in most Hollywood because most Hollywood thinks in terms of money.
Dude, that's a fit. Like, it would have made money. Like, who knows? If you would have casted this person, would have made money. If you would have casted that, but like, that's such a nothing argument. That's not an argument. Like, sure.
An argument that you literally were just arguing last time about money. You brought up money last time.
No, I didn't. He did. Keep up, Joker.
Oh, and so you were just doing it just to mock him then? to try to get on his level? Is that what you were trying to do?
No, what I was doing was answering. It was like, if he's going to say it's going to make more money, I'm going to say it makes less money because we're both coming from the same place and we both are demonstrating with the same example.
Okay, then you literally did bring up money.
Joker.
You did bring up money then.
No, I didn't. I just said I answered him. How did I bring up money if I answered him? Which part of that did you not understand? See, I get down to the details. That's why you're going to get scared, get vague again. But
no one's getting scared of you,
how did
boy.
I bring it up if I'm answering him?
I've dealt with bigger people than you. You're not going to scare me.
How did I bring it up if I'm answering him? If I'm answering his thing? How am I the one bringing it up, Joker?
Well, but also, I just want to say it's not on the same level because, again,
no one can talk. So how can anyone fucking talk and respond to you when you're still talking and arguing? You're still doing it. How did I
bring it up if I'm
You're still talking. You're still talking.
Yep. Go ahead. Answer.
It's still going on.
Go ahead.
In general, you can't yell and complain about how somebody was bringing up numbers and then as a counter to them bring up numbers.
I'm going to ask the same question when you're done. I'm going to ask the same question when you're done.
You're literally talking over me as I'm answering the fucking question again.
No, I'm listening. You're not answering.
No. I just tried to answer and you talked over me a third time.
Okay, you could keep bitching or you could answer. Go.
See what I mean? Disrespect. You fit perfectly with Chinese community.
He's not going to answer. He's not going to answer.
The constant disrespect from you. You know what, Perp? No one's going to be able to answer you if you don't let them answer. And then when they try to do it 3 times, you argue with them like a petulant child. And that's what you are.
Go ahead and answer.
You're a petulant child.
Go ahead and answer.
I am surprised Bruce Campbell was able to work with somebody like you because I've seen how he has dealt with people on that nerve ring. And trust me, Bruce does not deal with people on that level very well at all.
Maybe you're absolutely wrong of who I am, and maybe it's you.
Maybe
I got pictures.
Maybe you're not who you say you are.
Oh, you want to make a bet? I'll bet you $1,000. Run away now. Run away.
Okay, here's the run away now. Like I'm gonna run away.
You want to make the bet? You want to make the bet?
You can't prove that to me because you're hiding behind a dinosaur avatar.
Absolutely, I could. Bet $1,000 then.
But you are literally hiding behind a dinosaur avatar. How can you prove it?
Well, I guess I'll have to not hide behind the avatar, and I guess we'll have to look at videos.
I've never not seen you behind it. Come on now, dude.
I will do it for $1,000. You want to make the fucking bet, or are you going to run away from me?
I don't pay $1,000 to a dinosaur. Thank you.
You wouldn't. You would be paying to the director of Ash vs. Evil Dead Season 3.
Why would I do that?
Because you didn't believe it was me, and I wanted to make you look foolish and get paid $1,000.
Well, no one's going to make that bet with you in general. You're not even willing to reveal your face. Even if I paid you $1,000, you wouldn't reveal yourself, so it wouldn't matter.
Now I know you know it's me because you won't take the bet. So you believe me.
I do?
Yep, you do. Otherwise, you take the bet.
Otherwise, I would take the bet.
$1,000. You get $1,000.
What childish Call of Duty conversation is this? This sounds like something that like people would actually argue.
Hey, do you want to answer the question now? Do you want to answer the question?
Who's better than who?
You want to answer the question now? How did I bring it up if I'm answering him, Joker? The floor is yours.
I'm not saying you initially brought up the conversation. I'm saying arguing the conversation about money with a conversation about money is mocking him. You're not actually trying to do it for an actual conversation. You were doing it just to mock the subject.
I am. I'm generally interested in this conversation. I love this conversation because I know you guys are full of shit. That's why I love this conversation.
Dude, you got invited on this podcast to talk, and instead all you want to do is fight. You're still talking over me.
I know you know how.
You're still talking over.
Oh, no shit.
I just want to know how I'm telling you.
Another reason why I don't know you're a director is because you constantly talk over people.
Make no mistake, I like you, Austin.
Another reason why I know you're not a real director because if you were, you wouldn't be talking over people like this.
Yeah,
mind you.
At this point,
and Bruce is sure would definitely not let you talk over him.
Yeah, no, I don't care at this point. I'm going to leave soon, so I wanted to talk over you and just make fun of you for a little bit right before I go. So yeah, I'm going to make fun of you, the fact that you don't know shit. It's pretty funny.
We totally don't know shit.
More of your thoughts on certain races.
Herb, do you know what even goes on in voice acting over at WB?
No, and I don't care. I'm sure
because I literally tried to explain to you.
No, I don't care. I don't care about voice acting. What the fuck?
But you brought up live action.
Yes, I did.
For recasting, and I said there is a difference. You literally asked me in chat, Perp.
Yeah.
why there is a difference between voice acting and live action. So you do care about live action because you literally said it in chat.
Why is one bad?
You literally said it in chat.
Yeah,
so don't tell me you don't care because it's right there in the fucking chat logs.
No,
you're a fucking liar.
No, I wanted to know why the live action was bad. That's why I cared about that.
You literally asked in chat what is the difference is, and when I came in here to answer that, now you're telling me you don't care about voice acting?
No, I don't care about voice acting. Fuck you. Fuck your voice
But that literally in chat is what you asked the comparisons
in
about.
context to live action, dumbass. Try to keep up.
I have to answer both if I literally compared voice acting and live action. And the reason why you can recast.
No, you're dumb. You're really dumb. So you think you could get away with the.
Bert, okay, here's the thing. I literally told you the differences in the chat.
And not care and still get what I wanted to get from my original question. I can still filter your dumb shit out and get what I wanted from my question.
The only dumb shit I hear is the dinosaur talking in front of me.
Sure, good one.
I've never been a part of a conversation like this.
Dude, Rosal, this is like the norm, man. You should be in Saggy streams, man. They go off on.
This is sending me back to PTSD Mad Max streams.
Let's move on at this point. I agree with Bradley.
Oh, why move on? You didn't even answer my question to the previous one.
Which one? Which question?
Mind you, how Bradley has alluded to all of this and has avoided it.
Hey, Joker, what question? Joker, what question?
In general, I was saying.
No.
It's
question.
the different.
Not what you're saying. Question.
My question is the voice as far as live action, right? Yeah. And changing somebody's gender or their race. Why is it okay to do that? In general, like why do you feel that is okay and acceptable to do to a big original IP character?
I think that's perfect and acceptable for any creative art if it's made up, and I don't care. That's fine.
Well, since
John Landis once said a great thing that really stuck to me when I was young. John Landis, director of Blues Brothers and American Wolf of London.
I know who it is.
Okay, he said he asked an audience, a full audience, is like, "Yo, how do you kill a vampire?" And everyone started saying, stake through the heart, sunlight, garlic, all the fucking crosses. And he goes, you're all wrong. Any way you want. Vampires are fucking made up. And that stuck with me. And ever since then, I was like, with creatives, like, yeah, it's all made up. It's all made up.
Right. The same man, by the way, who also said that when he made Coming to America, that they didn't set out to make a great black comedy. They just set out to make a great comedy for everybody that just happened to have an all black cast.
Yeah. I never disbar any creative inspiration. Yeah, sure.
Should probably know the rest of your John Landis quotes.
Yeah, I'm a fan of creative inspiration. That doesn't negate.
Okay, so my question then, since you worked on Evil Dead, do you think it would be right for somebody to change Ash to a black girl?
Yeah, sure. If they want, if there's a creative inspiration for it, why
not?
To
Ash Williams, one of the biggest horror icons in history?
Yeah, that doesn't matter. It could be a take. Dude,
wait. I'm going to tell you why it does matter. You know why it does matter?
Why?
Because the reason why Ash was so successful in the 80s is because
money. I don't care about money. I told you I don't care about money.
No. I'm not talking about money. I'm just saying success of like the franchise. The reason why he is an icon is because before that we had a bunch of final girls in Hollywood, and they were literally all girls. They were scream queens, right?
Yeah.
Ash Williams, out of the blue, comes in, and he's like the first male scream queen to literally become an icon, where they call him the last girl. But of course, it's funny that his name is Ashley, and he's a dude. So if you change him to Ashley Williams, and he's just a black girl, the entire joke is lost, and the entire iconic move is gone.
Here's your problem. The minute you think black girl, you think it's just going to be a black girl. No, it's going to be written amazing, and it's a great story. And like, why?
How do you know it's going to be amazing?
How do you know it's going to be just a black girl? I guess
if there is a reason for it to be good, but how many of them are not good versus good?
I don't know. How was the remake? Did they use? I guess they didn't use.
Oh, the remake was great.
Yeah, it was great, and they used a girl. Like, if they called that character Ash, would it make it automatically terrible?
Absolutely. I don't think the audience. I do not think. I do not think the audience would have accepted her being called Ash or Ashley because it would have been too on the nose. Absolutely.
You already admitted it's good, and I literally just changed the name, and now it's bad. You just lost your whole argument.
What are you talking about? It is a good movie.
Okay, and then by changing the character to Ash, it makes it bad?
No, I'm not saying the movie as a whole would be bad, but I'm thinking the audience probably would not accept that character like they do now if her name was Ashley.
Dan, you think
I'm saying the audience, not necessarily me, but I'm saying in general, if you named her Ashley, I do not think I think most people would be like, ooh, that's a little too on the nose. Why didn't they just call her something else?
What exactly does creative inspiration?
That would be the
mean
toxic
to
fan
you?
base, wouldn't it?
Creative inspiration could come from anything.
But
Literally.
why is it
anything.
creative to just take the name of an existing character and stick it on? Tell me why that's creative, or is that just lazy?
No, because it's a different take on the character. I admired it when Frank Miller did it and brought Batman to where we are today.
Yeah, but not everybody. Everybody seems to think they're a Frank Miller and can do that
Okay,
and stand
well,
the test of time. They are not.
Dude, well, who are you to say who is and who isn't? Everyone's going to try to be a Frank Miller.
Yes,
Or-
everybody
or-
tries to, and
So what?
very
Yeah,
few
and
of them are successful at doing so.
Okay,
And that was
But
the
you're
problem
right
with
about
Frank
that.
Miller.
Everybody
This is not gonna change
tries.
it. This is about success. Okay, guys.
No,
let's
you're
be
not.
really
You're
mad
not
at these-
wrong. No, you're not wrong, Bert. You proved my point. Everyone seems to think they can do the dissecting and deconstructing of these characters,
No, just
and they
do it
all
different.
try
I
to
never
do
said
it, and
that.
most
No,
of them
you
fall
put
flat
that
on their
there.
faces.
My
You
example
just proved my
say-
point.
No, my point was to change the character, not to you change it into that specific. My point was just to change the character itself. You put in the whole dissecting the character and all. I guess that's my point. Well, I didn't say any of that. I just said changing a character.
You're
That's-
changing
that's
her
specific.
physically, and you're obviously going to change her in other ways.
Really? How did that work out for Ariel?
You think Ariel was the same character?
Yes.
They lost $100,000.
You see,
Okay,
once again, guys,
other than
again,
physically,
you guys got nothing.
other
That's
than
gonna go to the
physically,
money. I
was she
understand.
the same character emotionally and all that other
Yeah,
stuff?
I think so. I think that she hit the beat, and sometimes she even sang better.
I think you're missing the point about the money.
Yeah,
though,
you're
is
missing a
because
big point.
Yeah,
it-
because
it
you
did not
guys
connect-
can't
no, no, no,
demonstrate.
shut up.
Okay, go ahead.
It did not connect with the audience that they intended to connect with.
You don't
Right.
know that.
I do know that because they didn't show up.
Okay, it made 500 million.
There
I'm
was
sure it did
nobody
fine.
there. There was nobody there saying, "Don't come."
500
on day one."
million. Who didn't? What do you mean nobody showed up? 500 million. I know it underperformed, but
It lost. Yes, it did.
I mean, underperformed
Okay,
from his
500
budget.
million.
Yeah, absolutely, from his budget.
but 500 million. That
didn't
means
make it
500 million worth of people wanted to see it and saw it. Like, okay,
But not enough people.
And how
Not
much?
enough-
How
okay,
many
not enough
people
for
went
the
to go see
over-
Beauty and the
over
Beast?
The huge budget.
And
But
Beauty and the
500
Beast
million
made 1 billion,
Guess what?
correct?
Guess
So
what?
obviously
Next
more
time-
people were interested in
You know
Beauty and
what
the Beast
Disney-
than that
you know
one.
why- You know why Disney's not going to learn from this? Because what Disney learns from this is next time the movie only cost 130 million when we recast or race swap. That's what
No.
Disney's going to learn because you
They
guys
didn't
have
learn
no
that.
other arguments.
They didn't learn that though.
No,
because
you learn that. You sound very confident saying that. What do you mean they didn't
Well,
learn?
no, because they spent a whole lot more money reshooting Snow White after they did the exact same sort of thing to it.
Okay.
I was going to
What
say
did
they
they
did
reshoot it
panic
for?
during Snow White. Yeah.
Yeah. It's totally not going to make money, right?
It's,
Well,
it's-
No.
is
gotta
it
make
going
back
to
the money.
now?
But that's what you
Yeah.
guys care about. You only care about these movies bombing. You're weirdos.
I don't give a shit if it bombs or not,
because
dude.
that's all your arguments, though. It's like
No.
is it
My
gonna make
argument
as much
said
money?
if they're bombing, I don't give a shit if they bomb or not.
Okay, good. Then
I'm
never
not
mention
attached
money
to
again.
Disney like you weird. Here's the thing.
Let's see, you never
Disney,
mention
Star
money again. Let's see
Wars,
who does it. Who fails
Disney, Star Wars, MCU shit. I
okay.
really don't care because that stuff's never interested me. I think it's funny
Sure.
to argue about this stuff because to me they're just fucking movies and I don't
Wouldn't
care.
it be better if companies put faith and money into something that's not a part of a franchise? They wanted to elevate a black character to represent the community. No, because here's the thing, these characters are going to live.
No,
on
they
forever.
have to be in preconceived, already made characters that already have a legacy instead.
Yeah, that's happened all throughout art history when interpretations of the gods.
But you said you wanted originality. How do
And
you
I
have
get that.
originality by stealing a character and just changing their gender and race?
I got originality.
I enjoyed Blackula.
I get originality. I get plenty of movies that I want to see. in
But
the
if
theater.
you're not being
But what the
original
fuck
by
are you
just
talking
saying you're
about?
talking about
Why are you
these
giving me
these other
why are
things. Can you
telling me
do
about my
another
life
like a
experience,
new
Donnie?
franchise? Anything new with originality?
What?
Anything new with originality and also make it a black character or whatever you want to make? Can't
the
you just
hell?
make a new IP?
No, because these characters are fun and they're part of a history in one way or another, and different actors and should be able to play them from any.
Okay, so who are you to say as a director?
Just
Who are you as a director
any
to say
Shakespeare play,
this
there's gonna be a Black
audience?
Romeo and a white
No.
Juliet, and it's like these things get.
Who
made
are
with
you
all
as a
the-
director to say that this iconic character that everybody's had for 50 to 80 years should be drastically changed so they're completely unrecognizable for a modern audience, for a general audience and a hardcore fan base? Who are
What
you to
example?
say that needs to be the right call?
Because it's the creative inspiration. If someone wanted to do it, why not?
But if you're inspired to do something new with it, why aren't you just making a new character? If you have so much originality, which, let's be honest, these people that are writing these scripts to these shitty MCU movies, they don't have originality. They are taking and borrowing stuff.
No, yeah, they like to play with toys. People like to play with sandboxes. People love Star Wars. I know if I ever get the chance, I'm going to want to do something with Star Wars. I love playing with Star Wars toys. These are creators too. You love the Joker. Why don't you get an original avatar, sir? Like, who are you?
You're bidding for a job at Disney. That's
ridiculous,
what's going on.
but
Okay.
dude,
yeah, that would explain.
Yeah, that explains it a whole lot. He's shilling for Disney because he wants a job.
I'm chilling for Disney. First of all, I already had meetings with Disney. I'm good. I'm never going to get a job with Disney. I would love it, but it's not going to happen. And it's definitely not going to happen from arguments. You know why? Because I know for a fact Disney likes to hear good takes that they like with great story, because I've actually done pitches with them, and they didn't let me in. I thought my shit was great. They didn't, but they actually listened.
Come on,
to
Perp.
story.
Even I've worked for. No, come on, Perp. Even I've worked for Pixar. You should be able to do it.
What?
Even I've worked for Pixar. You should be able to do it.
Yeah, but who knows what you
were? You not gay enough?
I'm a director.
I'm not gay enough.
Oh, Saint. Good one.
Hell no.
That's a great joke, right, Austin?
I guess I was.
Where am
I? Then I find out that's why they actually hired me, because I have a husband. Kill me.
Go. Oh, you're part of the. You're part of the. Hey, you're gay for real, and you have a husband.
Yes, I'm actually gay, but trust me, I don't like my own. I don't like my own community, so it's fine.
So you probably got hired for political reasons, sir. And I think as a protest, you should quit.
I haven't been told that that's why I was hired, but let's just
they're never
say.
gonna tell you. Do you think they tell people that?
No. However, you know what? I will tell you a fun story.
Out of principle, sir. Otherwise,
I will tell you a story. I will tell you guys a story. I've never told this to anybody.
This is hilarious.
But I was up for a role, and I had talked to somebody about this role.
Take the stream down.
I talked to somebody about a role, and I had a whisper from somebody that they said the reason they wanted to hire me was because of my Hispanic perspective. And I said, oh, and my husband came with me during this meeting. And I just introduced him. I saw this is my husband. We're heading out. Oh, God, I didn't know you were married. Okay. And immediately there was some whispering amongst the other people after that. And Mason, my husband, felt really weird about it. I didn't know. I assumed they got me for 2. It was one of those things. But I didn't like the first initial meeting because of just the assumption that they needed me to play this character because of these reasons. And the reasons they brought up was because of my race. And I thought that was really strange. Now, I did get an email later on asking for a second meeting. And they said that they had changed. They thought that the character I'd be most suited for happened to be this other character. And I took a look at it. And funny enough, that character had less screen time and happened to be the gay best friend of the main female character. And that's when I knew that it was not about my portfolio, the acting talent, anything. They literally tried to essentially typecast me into a role that's not initially what we had been talking about for months, and switched it on me. And I told them that I was not interested. But that was it's a very weird feeling when you are quote unquote the minority, you're these different minorities, and you really don't care about that. For me, being gay is not a part of my life. I know a lot of people make it the main focus for them. To me, it's just a small, tiny part. To me, it's about me working my ass off, working hard, and having talent behind it to pitch myself. But in the end of the day, I don't care about any of that stuff. But for some reason, not everybody, but a lot of people that I've worked with in Hollywood are very interested in my personal life. And I don't know why that is. There's just something with people in New York and Chicago.
Some of these motherfuckers, then. Give me names. I want to meet to them.
No, I won't give you names of these
people. You're not going to give me names?
Joker, we love what you're doing there. We love what you're doing. It's fantastic. Keep going. However, can you give me a little more Charles Nelson Riley?
Right, exactly. Yeah, I've never had that while recording. Fortunately, they let me do what I need to do in the recording booth. But yes, in those kinds of instances, when it's a new, quote unquote, original character, that was for a TV show, that was very strange. And it does happen. You can say, we can all pretend that, you know, studios don't look at this. That maybe not to the degree that people say. You know, maybe not to the degree that people say. But these things do happen, and it feels weird.
Names, man. We can't let these people get away with it.
Get away with what they're gonna do for the rest of their life. They're gonna do what they're gonna do, dude.
Not if we put them
But
away.
you know what? What we need to do as actors? We need to be able to put our foot down and say, "Sorry, I don't like the way that character sounds."
I think what you're doing is kind of wrong. If there's people acting weird and they're possibly predators, they could be out there and actually get someone fucking hurt. So if you have any names, I'm well connected.
Well, how are they being predators? How are they being predators?
Well, didn't you say that they were being weird or all this or whatever?
Well, yeah, they were whispering to each other after they met my husband.
Yeah,
and acting all strange about it.
I think people should be warned about this.
Well, how's that them being a predator though? There wasn't a child or anything involved.
Potential. No,
I mean, I don't think.
Some predators go after like women. Some predators go after vulnerable men. Like, what do you
listen? If they had inappropriately gone after my husband or touched me inappropriately in some way, sure, but that did not happen, so I don't have to worry about it.
Did they have conversations that made you uncomfortable?
That all predators whisper.
Did they? Did they have conversations that made you uncomfortable?
The conversations that made me uncomfortable was saying they wanted the Hispanic perspective because of my race and because they were acting weird because they found out I was gay and was married. That's weird.
How did they act weird?
They acted like in the way a high school girl acts when they find out their best friend for 14 years is gay and they're like a fruit fly about it. Kind of like that.
Okay, so they wanted to be besties and shit or something.
They acted very strange about it. Like, oh, this is a great and that when I got that call after that email, that was very much what it was. They wanted to change me to a different character. And it happened to be a gay sidekick character. And that's when I kind of put two and two together. The whispering was more than just, I was like, I could be reading into this. It may not be that weird. And then when I got that email, it kind of confirmed that's what they were trying to do. And that didn't make me feel comfortable.
And they got a gay actor?
Yeah, they wanted, and it's just strange to me. Like, you guys were talking about how you wanted me in there because of the work I had done. And then all of a sudden it became about my race and because I was married. And then you changed the character on me. But that's not why we had these meetings initially. And it just felt really strange to me. So all the interest I had in working with them went out the window because, one, I was getting a different part offered to me. And two, they were making all about that. And that's not what I wanted. Kind of like Henry Cavill felt where he put his foot down about Geralt. It's like he loved the character, but at some time you got to be able to have some integrity and say no about certain projects that are offered to you. I totally agree with what Cavill said. More people need to learn to say no. Just like Mark Hamill should have learned to say no in his recent 2 projects when he couldn't muster up the voice anymore to do Joker. And that's why I'm happy to do those roles. I've taken on some stuff that Mark can't do physically, or if he's busy or he's doing another role, I've done some of his stuff too. But in general, I think it's important for an actor to know when to step down and say, no, I don't agree with that, or no, I can't do that for whatever reason. I don't think they have to accept everything. I don't understand
why they hired you though, because you're not a Skywalker.
Right.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, back from the dead, and I'm here, I'm sure, with some
you
opinions.
fucking played this stream beside my deathbed and it woke me up. Fucking hell.
Hey, there he is. All right.
Christ, what is this fucking shit retardation?
We're having a deep conversation about Hollywood.
I'm getting ripped a new one by somebody who knows far more than I do about Hollywood.
Evidently.
It's been demonstrated. Sorry.
You did?
I think so.
I mean, you definitely demonstrated how arrogant you are for Hollywood. I don't know if you're there yet, but
I mean, I wanted examples, couldn't get any. It's all good.
I gave you 3. You just didn't listen or accept
Which ones
them.
were they? Sorry, I'll go through them again because I really want.
No. You snooze, you lose, big boy. I literally explained my examples.
Just do my own stream while I answer.
Remember, you said, and I quote, "I don't care about voice acting," but my argument had to do with the differences, and you wouldn't listen to them.
Oh no, because I cared in context. I'll say it again. You didn't listen. I care in context to live action because you didn't care because you think. Because what do I?
My argument was the comparisons of the 2, which you initially asked in chat. We were all here when it happened. Per.
If I agree with the original argument
between the Little Mermaid and the
well, no. I'm talking about Austin. I'm talking about what I said in chat, and you read that off, and he said, "I don't get it. How does that?" And he literally asked me
Yes.
in
Oh,
chat
yeah.
the
How is it
differences, and
different from live
that's when I
action?
said send me the link so I could come in and
Okay, so
explain.
how is it different?
And when I
How is
did
it
that,
different with
he
live
just
action?
said to me 30 minutes ago, I don't
that is
care
true.
about voice acting. That's not the
Because I
story,
wanted the
the
live
conversation
action aspect.
context.
I wanted to hear the argument in live action because you and I already agree in the voice acting. Okay, we agree. It could be any. It's a different race swaps, all that. If we already
Right.
agree, so I don't care about hearing your argument for that. If we agree, right, Joker? I care about the live action part.
Well, no, you
keep
didn't.
repeating
You
that
didn't
part.
initially say you
Jesus
agreed with
Christ,
me on that.
Joker.
You did not initially say you agreed with me on that. All you said was you started going off onto the live action stuff
I did,
instead of
and I'm gonna
addressing
say
the
it
other
in
stuff.
the edit right here. I agree. If I agree with that, I'm going after the live action.
Okay,
because I
well,
agree with
that's good that you agree. I just don't understand
Yeah,
how
you
you
just
agree
didn't
with
hear it.
that, and then also simultaneously agree that they can be any race, gender, or whatever
Yeah,
swapped
just like
in
voice
live
acting,
action
I think
too.
live action. I think I'm consistent. You're not, and I wanted to hear why.
No. I think it's
No,
very consistent what I'm doing,
sure
big boy.
you do. I'm sure you think that's very
It's
consistent.
very consistent.
Okay, go ahead. Consistent. Lay it out for me.
All that stuff is when it comes to race, it is a visual thing, and voice acting does not require visual.
Mhm.
And
So
I'm
that's
sorry,
not
if
involved.
you are going to be
That
Wonder
changes the
Woman
character
or
visually.
Superman, you need to be physically fit to play the role. And if you're not that, then you need to get that
Sure.
way. And if you're
Could it
going
be
to
a
be
black-
playing
what if
Barbara
it's- what if
Gordon,
it's a black-
you
what if
should
it's a black-
probably be an Irish girl with red hair instead of a black woman wearing a red wig that doesn't look natural because black women don't have crazy red hair. And
Yeah, but
you
it's a
shouldn't look
fantasy.
like a member dance
it's a
party for a
fantasy.
Nicki Minaj video.
But it's a fantasy.
It's a fantasy of a character that has been taken seriously for 80 plus years by a fandom that loves and cares about that character.
Which one?
If somebody
Which one are
took
we
your
talking about?
precious Star Wars
Which one are we
characters
talking about?
and twisted all your characters till they
Which
were
character?
unrecognizable,
Which
you would have
character?
the same problem, Perp.
No, I wouldn't.
Absolutely.
No, now you're putting intent on me, huh? You ran out of executives and studios to put intent
Okay,
on.
who's your favorite character in Star Wars?
My favorite character is Luke Skywalker.
Perfect. How did you
Yeah.
feel about what they did to him in The Last Jedi?
I think they should have gone a little harder. I think he should have been the villain.
Okay, but do you think that what they did was in character to Luke Skywalker?
Sure, absolutely. I think
Really?
they should have gone even harder. Yes, I think he got a half-ass training in the trilogy, and
Right.
I think-
agree with you there.
Yeah, so I think he was bound to sort of fuck things up with the.
Do you think that this is the person who would attempt to murder almost like his brother's kid?
I don't know. I think people that have half-ass trainings tend to do bad in Jedi shit. Yeah.
I'd agree with you there. Absolutely.
so
I just don't know
let's
if I
keep going
agree
then.
that this is the same character. Because to be fair,
But do you see what I
Ryan
just did there?
Johnson,
You didn't see what I
Ryan
just did there.
Johnson,
You-
little perp. Ryan Johnson is the same
get it, bro.
director who thought Yoda in that movie was supposed to be kooky and wacky again, when that was his entire facade in Empire to fool Luke into not being discovered. And for some reason, Ryan Johnson either
some
hasn't
reason.
watched those movies or forgot the context
maybe
as
you
to
didn't get
why
it.
he is
Maybe you didn't
supposed
get
to
it,
be a
Joker.
goofball.
Maybe you didn't get it, Joker.
Oh, I got it.
No, you didn't.
It's
The way
very
you just
stupid.
explained it to me showed me you did not get it.
What am I supposed to get about Yoda being goofy?
Okay, so the whole thing is he was trying to break down Luke Skywalker's character. Like he already has a blinder to this whole Force thing. So in many ways, what he was doing was saying, hey, remember the first time we met, what you thought of me? Remember that? He was giving him a reminder to break those fucking walls that he had up because of all the Jedi shit that happened. No?
Yoda
No?
was doing this to Luke?
Yeah. No, he wasn't.
You're telling me Yoda,
Yeah, I'm telling-
as
I
a
just said it, yes.
reminder, was
Can you repeat it?
acting goofy the entire segment
Yeah. To break that
to
wall.
remind him? Why would Yoda need to do that? He can just remind
I
him,
just
you know,
told you
just
he had those walls up because he was not. Luke was obviously very affected by what happened, so he needed a little reminder of like, hey, remember who you were before and what you thought of me.
yeah, he
Just a little bit of
actually
a wake-up
said
call.
that with words, Bert, but he didn't have to act like a goofball out of character to
Really?
do
'Cause
that.
I
Just
like
say it
visual
with words.
storytelling. I like the visual and character thing that he did there, so I liked it.
Even if it's out of character, he likes it.
It wasn't out of character. It wasn't out of character. I literally gave you the
No,
purpose.
Yoda,
Oh, no,
Yoda
you're just gonna
acting
say
like
no.
a clown is Yoda acting like a clown
just
when
explained why.
after
I
Jedi.
just
By the way,
explained
after Return of the Jedi, he never acts like that again.
No, 'cause
He
he's
acts like a
fucking blind,
wise old
'Cause
sage.
he's
But
fucking
then
blind,
you're
genius.
telling me years
He's on
later,
his
as a
deathbed,
Force ghost, he
genius.
decides to do
He's
it.
on his deathbed, genius. Good job. Nothing get
That's-
past you.
Nate, listen,
Yeah, he
you said
wasn't
it was
goofy in his
okay.
Batman.
You
Good
like the
job,
visual
Joker.
storytelling. You were fine with it as long as it was
What?
visual and interesting. You're
Yeah.
fine with it being written out of character. I got you.
No, it wasn't out of character. I just explained how it wasn't, how he needed to remind Luke of that. And he did
Reminding
that
somebody verbally and then also completely changing their physical
before. No, I
form to something they
understand. I
haven't been for
understand. You
years
don't
is
understand
stupid.
visual storytelling.
Would
I
you have
understand.
directed it any differently?
Me?
Yes, you
Yeah.
as a director.
I don't know.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't have done that to begin with because I have a different take on Star Wars than most other directors. There's no like definitive, this is Star Wars. Like, sorry, outside of Lucas's shit, not even Empire Return is Star Wars.
Well, I'll agree with
Like,
that
it's always
because
gonna
Luke
change.
didn't even follow his
No.
own canon, or
But I'm
like
still-
Lucas
Well, it's like
didn't.
there's no-
Lucas
there's
didn't
no,
follow
like,
shit.
What I would have done, everyone's gonna have a different take. Just like my take is Luke should have been the main villain of the new trilogy, and they didn't do it. That's fine. That's my take. I'm not gonna fucking take it away from them because they didn't do what I wanted. That's fucking.
No.
Oh,
that's
I
me
agree.
shit.
It shouldn't
No
have been
one's
the
saying that.
Emperor, and
No
it
one's
shouldn't have
saying
been. Yeah.
I'm asking you how you would have dealt with Yoda. That's what I'm asking.
With Yoda, I like the intent. I probably would have done something similar, maybe not to the degree, so Joker doesn't get pissed off or he's goofy the whole time. But I like the intent of breaking Luke's wall with that sort of, hey, remember who you were before, how you got there, and you thought I was like just some nobody and all this shit.
Who
like
thought
that.
you were a nobody? I never called you a nobody. I didn't
I'm
know
talking
anything
about
you.
Luke and Yoda, sir. I'm talking about the characters talking about each other.
Why? Well, here's my thing. Why does Yoda need to not only physically basically say that with words, but also act goofy to remind him? Is Luke
Because
too dumb to get it
sometimes
that he
words
has
aren't
to see
enough.
him act
Sir,
goofy
sometimes
again?
words aren't enough. Right? Do you agree with that?
So Luke is stupid. I got you.
No, yeah, I didn't say that, and you're putting that in there because you want to get the worst
To be
charitable
fair,
version of my argument.
if somebody was
Sir,
physically telling
you
me,
agree
okay,
sometimes you have
Perp,
to
Perp, let's be
visualize
fair.
people
To be
versus
fair,
just
if you and I
telling
were
them?
sitting around a campfire,
Sir, this
Perp,
is
and you were
basic- this
telling
is
me,
basic
hey,
human interaction, Joker. Do
Perp,
you agree
if
that
you were
sometimes
literally
you have
no,
to
that's not normal
visualize
human
people
interaction
versus
because
just
humans don't
telling
talk
them?
like that.
Do you
Humans don't
think
talk like that.
sometimes you have to visualize? I'll ask the same question again. Do you
No,
think sometimes you have to visualize?
humans.
No, never. That never has to happen. So tell me about the So you think some people?
It can happen with a great director. Ryan Johnson's not a good enough director to do that.
Okay, well,
He's not a
directing
Quentin
is a visual
Tarantino. He can't
medium.
do dialogue and
You're
show you
literally
stuff at the
saying
same time.
visual. Drop down the visual for. Shut up, man. You don't know what the.
It
fuck
doesn't always work in
Yeah, you're
every
a
scene.
dumbass,
You
bro.
can do that in certain
I think you're a
contexts
dumbass.
and with
I
certain
think you're
directors.
kind of a dumbass. I don't
But
think you know what you're talking about.
trying to say
Why do
I'm
you
a,
always-
wait.
I
I'm a
only leave like
dumbass
an hour
because I'm
ago, but
giving
I'm
you
actually
my
having fun with
opinion
you.
on a character, but everybody's a dumbass because they're not you, right?
No, I think you're a dumbass of the reason why you have your opinion. I think as you laid it out, I'm like, this guy just has no idea what the fuck he's talking about. If you want to go through each point by point, I'd love to. Would you? Let's go by Yoda again.
How about we just stop there? Yeah.
Yeah. Never mind, Joker. All right, I had a good one, guys. You were a lot of fun.
Yes,
Good conversation. Please
I'll-
don't take this down, Austin. Whatever you do.
Take
I need to
a
go
shower.
home.
Play
Later, guys.
Minecraft,
You guys are the
jerk
best.
off.
Austin, I love you, man. Bradley, you're the best. I hope I didn't scare you guys.
Well, this was was planned. San Diego Comic-Con stream, 100% as planned. Yeah, thanks for watching.
This was about
everybody.
Comic-Con?
Huh?
This was about Comic-Con?
Yeah, right up here until the end. Did you not miss it? It was all about.
No, he was on his deathbed, I think, and then I brought up Disney's mandates and why the movies aren't going to work out so well, and that sent us off to the races. So
Yeah, it was a stream. I did not expect it to go 4.5 hours, but here we are. So thank you to everybody for watching and for tuning in. Thank you, Rosales, for being here. Make sure and check out if you want to plug yourself real quick. Let the people know where they can find you, what you got going on.
Oh, I think they'll find me in Perp's stream as he goes through this video and continues to tear at me. So they'll see me there.
Well, you also have a channel. I'll link it in the description.
Yeah.
and a show as well on Sunday morning. So, and Cole, you're back and alive.
Yeah, for sure. You can find me having a game bang with Bradley in Minecraft.
Jesus Christ. And that's the show, everybody. Thanks for watching and tuning in. And make sure and leave your thoughts and comments on all of this in the comments below. We will see everybody later. Peace.